It marks 10 years of TNT's National Literary Festival, and it's the first ever virtual NGC Bocas Lit Fest. It's packed with stories, talk, readings, extempo, poetry, new talent, and of course, surprises. 18 events, 80 participants. Friday 18th to Sunday 20th September. Catch it all via Facebook, YouTube, and on the Bocas website, bocaslitfest.com.
Hello, my name is Auntie Thelma, and I'm going to read you a story created by children on Tobago for the NGC Children's Bocas Lit Fest storytelling caravan. This story is about a turtle. It's called The Adventures of the Baby Turtle. There once was a baby turtle named Michael. Even though he was only 5 months old, he already had a very exciting life. It was a hot sunny morning when he first came out of his turtle nest in the sand. Michael knew that he had to push his tiny young fins against the heavy, damp sand and make his way to the sea. He could hear the waves rolling onto the beach and he could smell the sea foam. He turned his body around in the direction of the sound and the smell. There were dogs on the beach. They loved to eat baby turtles like Michael. When they saw him moving in the sand, they came running towards him, panting with their long tongues hanging out, going up and down between their sharp white teeth. Michael saw the dogs coming and knew he was in danger. He stopped moving at once. He stayed absolutely still, pretending to be a stone. He hoped the dogs would leave him alone. The dogs came up to him, sniffing him. He smelt like salt water. They poked him with their wet noses. Their breath was hot on his cold shell, which was not yet very hard. Soon they were gone, and when he was sure they were far away, he slowly started to move towards the sea again. It seemed such a long way away. In just a moment he was in danger again. This time a huge hungry corbeau swooped down to pick him up in his beak. The corbeau missed on his first attempt. He flapped his great big black wings and wheeled around in the sky to come back and get Michael. But the baby turtle crawled as fast as he could and reached the sea just in time to escape. He swam for his life, going as deep down into the water as he could. The corbeau flew overhead, angry that Michael had got away. Swimming is much easier than crawling in the sand, Michael thought to himself. He was very glad that he had survived the dogs and the corbeau. A boat passed nearby, filled with tourists taking pictures. Soon he was alone in the water. He felt free. He felt safe. But he was wrong. As he swam along happily close to the surface of the water, he saw a long, dark shadow in the distance, coming towards him. It was moving fast. He saw the tall fin of a large fish cutting through the water. It was a shark, and he knew that this time he was in real trouble. The shark rushed towards the baby turtle with his jaws wide open. Michael dived and dipped, left and right. The shark laughed. "My name is Danger, and soon you will be in my belly, baby turtle." The shark tried and tried to scoop Michael up, but Michael was too skillful for him. The shark got tired of trying to eat the turtle. "This is boring," said the shark, "and a waste of time." He swished his huge fat tail and swam away. The baby turtle felt like a champion. He beat the shark. "Loser!" he shouted, but the shark was too far away to hear him. In his travels, Michael met a group of trini fish. Their colours were red, white and black. He also met clownfish, zebrafish, angelfish, tigerfish, dogfish and lionfish. They were friendly and he felt safe with them, except for the lionfish who kept trying to beat him and eat his tail. There were often fishermen around who put their nets in the water to catch fish, but Michael always escaped. Whenever he saw a shark or a big fish that might eat him coming his way, he would hide himself by pulling his feet inside his shell and pretending to be a stone. He had learned how to protect himself, but he was alone most of the time, and he had to swim a long way out to sea to find food. Sometimes the swimming made him feel tired. He ate pink, white and yellow jellyfish. He later got to know that the yellow ones had the most dangerous sting. One day he met some other turtles. That made Michael very happy. Their names were Johnson, David, Optimum, Sarah, Bummy and Bumblebee. They taught him a lot of useful things to keep himself even safer. He learned to be alert and to watch out for plastic bags floating in the sea because they could kill him. Every day he was heading further and further out into the Atlantic Ocean to find food. The water was cooler than the sea near Tobago. There he knew he would meet other dangers such as killer whales. He decided that it was a good idea to swim with the other turtles because they would be much safer swimming in a big group. After some time, Michael and the other turtles became close friends, and soon Sarah became his special friend. They liked each other very much, and when they grew up they got married. Many years passed. One day Michael got caught in a fisherman's net. The fisherman took him to Lambo Beach in Tobago. As soon as they got there, the Coast Guard arrived and told the fisherman that he was not allowed to catch turtles. It was against the law. So the fisherman released Michael. He swam back the long way to his turtle family and told them about his experience. He was glad to be back where he belonged, safe and sound. Michael and Sarah stayed out of danger from then on and lived a long life happily together forever after.
Hi, I'm June Osborne, better known as Auntie Queenie. Today, I'm reading from the NGC's Children Bocas Lit Fest Storytelling Caravan. The name of my story is Mako, the Village Parrot, and it is written by the children from San Miguel. Bianca sat on the tallest coconut tree in the village, where she could mako everybody's business. Not everyone liked Bianca. Tommy, the village bully, hated her because she told on him when he hid old man Mooty's clutches. She also told on him when he stole the cupcakes out of Lady Hilda's oven. One day, Bianca was sitting in her unlocked cage. Tommy realized that no one was around and decided to teach Bianca a lesson. He threw Bianca into a paper bag and ran into the forest. Bianca scratched at the bag and squawked very loudly. When the parrot stopped making noise, he opened the bag to see if she was still alive. Bianca escaped from the bag and flew up into a tall tree. Wicked boy, squaw, squaw, she screamed at Tommy. Tommy realized that he didn't know the way back home. Leaving Bianca behind, he started to run. In his haste, he tripped and fell into a deep hole. He started bawling and screaming for help, but no one was there to hear him. It grew darker and darker while Tommy sat in the hole and cried. When he looked up, he saw above him a Bianca perched on a tree. She laughed as his pleas for help before flying away. Bianca returned to the village. She sat on her owner's shoulder as he led a search party for Tommy. Wicked boy in the hole, he started to say, and then said it over and over again. Her owner asked her to show them where he was. The villagers found Tommy down the deep hole, crouching in a corner and trembling with fear. He was holding on his arm, which had been hurt in the fall. Quickly, they retrieved him and rushed him into the hospital. A few days later, Bianca sat on her coconut tree and saw Tommy come home from school. She felt proud that she had been able to save him. She crawled into her cage and fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, Tommy was standing there, offering her a biscuit. She gently lifted it from his fingers. Tommy said he was sorry for giving Bianca so much trouble and asked to be her friend. Bianca was very happy, and she had a new friend and a biscuit for all her troubles.
Hi, I am Auntie Lila, and today I will be reading to you a story from the NGC Children's Bocas Lit Fest Storytelling Caravan. Our story today is written by children from Grand Riviere, and it is called The Mermaid of Grand Riviere. Everyone in the sleepy little village of Grand Riviere was waiting for the annual Fisherman's Fete. The elders who spoke French patois described it as a grand affaire. Everyone in the village came out in their finest dandans, and it was great fun. Samantha, Crystal, Keith, Boy, and Kyle were great friends and were all in Standard 4 at the Grand Riviere Anglican School. They met every year at Mr. Waldron's fish broth stall and spent the day together. Boy arrived first, and he was scowling. Early as usual, eh? Mr. Waldron peered at Boy over his spectacles. Why are they always late? Look, it's 11 o'clock already and we're supposed to meet at 10. Psst. Maybe you should cool off with some hot fish broth, Boy. No thanks, Mr. Waldron. Not yet, Boy replied. Hey, why you grumbling, Boy? Today's a day to have fun. A voice behind him shouted. Kyle gave Boy Boy a friendly slap on his shoulder. I just hate waiting, that's all. So where those girls? 5 minutes later, Samantha and Crystal appeared. No manners. At least they can apologize for being late, muttered Boy Boy. Why are you so grumpy? Asked Samantha. Today is the day to have fun. Good morning, Mr. Waldron. Boy Boy didn't answer and just shrugged. The 5 friends drank Mr. Waldron's delicious fish broth and then went off to check out the many different rides and games. 2 hours later, they returned as Mr. Waldron was cleaning down his stall. You guys ready to go for a boat ride? He asked. Give me a minute, and then we'll be off. When Mr. Waldron was ready, they set out in his powerboat. After about 15 minutes, they heard a sudden rumble of thunder. Weather changing. See those heavy dark clouds in the south? That's strange because the weatherman expected sunny weather. Besides, it's dry season, said Mr. Waldron. The skies quickly grew darker. Lightning flashed and the thunder rolled louder. The sea became rough with huge waves lashing the boat. The children were afraid, but Mr. Waldron told them not to worry. The boat bobbed up and down like a tiny little cork on the water as he tried to turn it around. Suddenly, a sharp flash of lightning made them scream. A loud thunderclap pitched the boat into the air and they all landed on an island, which seemed to appear from nowhere. The boat was smashed, but luckily they were unhurt. Let's see if we can find a place where we can be dry, suggested Kyle. Look over there, it's a cave, shouted Samantha. Let's go in, said Boy Boy. On entering the cave, they were amazed. There was a hand with a golden pen writing letters of fire. Then they saw a huge bird. I am the mystical Powie, it said. Ah! You have come to receive a message. To know and go tell it all. Ah! The sacred mermaid only appears at the end of every 100 years, at the 11th hour for 11 minutes. Tonight, she will give you a message for the people. Ah! The magical Macapi will yawn for 5 minutes and a scroll will fall from his mouth. Only she can read the scroll. Ah, ah, ah. The bird flew away. At 11, a beautiful woman surrounded by bright light and little mermaids appeared on the water. Her lower body was a shining multicolored fish. Then a giant Mapapi snake rose out of the water, opened his huge jaws, and out came the scroll. The sacred mermaid took it and began to read. Humans, she said, never hurt animals, birds, or other living things. Protect the leatherback turtle. Be kind to one another. Treat the earth with respect. Trees are sacred. Restore the forest. Return the earth to its beautiful state of vegetation. When you return to your realm, let your people know that this must heal the earth. They must heal the earth from the sickness that they have brought upon her. She told them to drink from the rainbow waterfall at the foot of the mountain. This will give you the power to fly over the mountain and descend into the portal. Go. Tell everyone what you saw and heard. With a brilliant flash of light, the mermaid, all the creatures, and the snake disappeared. Mr. Waldron and the children followed the mermaid's instructions and returned safely to Grand Riviere. They told everyone the story. Very few people believed them, but those who did followed the instructions, and the hills of Grand Riviere had remained lush and green to this day. The end.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
I've been doing spoken word, I would say, I guess seriously, maybe like 3 years. Been dabbling with it since about, I heard Gary Acosta in 601 Liquid Lounge in San Fernando sometime in 2005 or 6. So yeah, my piece, I think it was very topical. I wrote it a while ago. But for some reason, the material was still very relevant to today. And so I think I felt very inspired to do it because of everything that has been transpiring pre, during, and post-elections, and $50,000 too.
Who's protecting the youth? Nobody. Who's been telling the truth? Nobody. Who's been stealing the loot? Nobody ain't. But I bet if crime show up at your door, it go make Keith sweat. Send 6 shots at your right and turn Ferris wheel. I hope that combat training kicks in. I just kicks in. I don't watch what I say because police could act uncommissioned, anti-cams, anti-up for the cool ease of life after governing. Gas pumps, fares raise, and there's a price to die when profits rise and funeral homes blame it on the cost of living. I mean, cornerstones, pillars, and column fall because finance is a joke. And ministers still pass around the collection plate and promise to share with you come election day, but thy success on Icarus wings, because reality is the only check that we cash in. Contraceptives and the punches, the Ramsarants now. 1% loving the starlight, and Lord knows we love the coffee. And they say God is a trini caught up in an app being controlled by a Siri and peeing on people playing games. You ain't see they only different by name and the results is the same. Nah, wait. Or you ain't catch that? I say P&M people playing games. UNC, they only different by name and the results is the same now. So there's no price for peace of mind when life seems unfair. And here I am on my Nappy Myers thinking that discipline, tolerance, production had a purpose, but all you do is watch words written in post and react. Shun me because I upset because you infer to me as a cockroach or call me a monkey. So I put the mask on and become a future uncertain. And when I realized the world was in the palm of my hands, I only took what was necessary to make me a better person. Stitching together the life that best suits me with hand-picked cotton and mistakes to bind it. Journals over Jordans because I can't afford to be closed-minded. Broken in this perspective that's flawed by your reality. I'm the mirror. Your 2 cents can't even pay for thoughts or grumbling. Tommy's rumbling louder than your talk, and we prayed for bread, prayed for butter, prayed for better, only to be told to hold on to the hem of his garments while pastors living in royal castles and in the church's chicken. So what the hell you telling me about prayers when poverty is my religion? Hope crawling on my skin like a bad itch. A 21-year-old Zessa riding wrong looking for a bad bitch to hook like a worm now. Cock waking she up in the morning but not staying for bacon after he break fast, and Mom is a shell of her former self, so the eggs are cracked from inception. And since the coop mostly have hens, some of these Adams cutting their apples to be Eves. I try not to judge, but I am also imperfectly seen. Here on my nappy Myers thinking that discipline, tolerance, production had a purpose, but all we do is watch words written in post and react. Shun those who react because who's protecting the youths? Nobody.
In the world of natural gas, Trinidad and Tobago enjoys an enviable reputation. This is not by chance. For over 3 decades, one company has led the way in shaping the country's unique energy sector and facilitating its growth. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NGC. NGC is a diversified energy company playing a key role in the development of Trinidad and Tobago's energy policy and increasingly sophisticated energy economy. In the world of natural gas, Trinidad and Tobago enjoys an enviable reputation. This is not by chance. For over 3 decades, one company has led the way in shaping the country's unique energy sector and facilitating its growth. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NGC. NGC is a diversified energy company playing a key role in the development of Trinidad and Tobago's energy policy and increasingly sophisticated energy economy.
Good morning, and welcome to Day 3 of the NGC Bocas Lit Fest 2020. We are excited to stand with the Bocas team once more as title sponsor. This may be a new chapter for the festival, but the narrative remains the same. We are committed to creating opportunities, growing talent, and growing the love of literature in Trinidad and Tobago. As part of our corporate social responsibility portfolio, the NGC Bocas Lit Fest remains one of our most rewarding investments. We have had a relationship with the festival for the past 9 going on 10 years, and I personally have worked with the festival for the past 6 years. I've seen the festival grow from strength to strength, and this year's virtual edition is testimony to the festival's resilience and agility. We wish the Bocas team all the success in this and all their endeavors, and to the audience this morning, enjoy the festival.
Good morning, everyone. It's great that you were able to join us on this wonderful day to discuss a question of leadership. And we have some dynamic speakers on our list today. I'm going to try to introduce the three speakers, and then we're going to try to go into an informal conversation with them. This is not going to be a questioning of the individuals in the way that you normally find on panels, but I believe that we're going to have an informal conversation among us today, and I hope you enjoy what we have to offer. The first person I'm going to introduce is Alisa Trotz. She is Professor of Caribbean Studies at the New College and Director of Women and Gender Studies at the University of Toronto in Canada. She is also an affiliate faculty at the Dame Nita Barrow Institute for Gender and Development Studies at the University of the West Indies, and that's on Cave Hill campus in Barbados. She's editor of the anthology that we're going to be discussing today, The Point is to Change the World, selected writings by Andaya. And this is published by Pluto Press in 2020. And she's also co-author with Arif Balkan of a book titled Unmasking the State, Politics, Economy, and Society, 1992 to 2015. And that's published by Ian Randall Press in 2019. For the past 12 years, Alisa has been editing a weekly newspaper column in the diaspora in Starbrook News in Guyana. So that's the first person I want to introduce. And the second person is Godfrey Smith, who is the award-winning author of the biography of George Price, the highly acclaimed biography of Michael Manley, and recently he has published a new book that deals with the assassination of Maurice Bishop from Grenada. He's a former foreign minister and attorney general of Belize and a former judge of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. The third person is a person that you probably all know by reputation, Percival J. Patterson. And of course, he's widely and fondly known to many of us as PJ. He's a former prime minister of Jamaica, as you know, and is the longest serving prime minister in history in Jamaica from 1992 to 2006. Although he's remained active in public life at the national level, at the regional level, and the international level, he still found time to pen his autobiography, My Political Journey. That's the book that we're going to be discussing today, Jamaica's sixth prime minister. And that's published by University of West Indies Press in 2018. The book recently won the prestigious 2020 Next Generation Indie Book Award for memoir. And he's dedicated the book to his mother and to Norman Washington Manley, who he calls my lodestar. And so those are the three guests that we have. One of the things about leadership and political leadership is that we tend sometimes to focus on elected leadership, people who are elected to office. And I think we want to sort of broaden out this concept of leadership by talking about leaders who are not just elected, but leaders who are from the grassroots, leaders who spring from the grassroots, emerge from the grassroots. And I think Alisa is going to be able to give us some more information about that. But we want to start with PJ Patterson. I'm going to go in a reverse order from how I introduced the three speakers. And we wonder whether or not the three speakers can actually read a section from the books on the review today. Starting with PJ Patterson, with your autobiography, if you can spend about 5 or 10 minutes reading a passage from your book. And then we'll move on to Godfrey, and then on to Alisa. And then we get into a sort of a much broader conversation about three different things I'd like to raise with the audience. The sort of the epistemological reasons why people write books like this, political leadership books, the ontological reasons, the context, the historical context within which these books emerge, and then some personal anecdotes about why you spend time working on books of this sort. So why don't we start with PJ Patterson, former Prime Minister of Jamaica.
Sure. Professor Knight and colleagues, it's a pleasure for me to participate in this festival. In discussing the question of leadership, I would like to begin by speaking about the most of influential leadership and provision of knowledge which shaped my launch into leadership and finally resulted in my election as Prime Minister and as Chairman of the Caribbean community for a number of occasions. I think I was affected by a political virus at birth. Because in 1944, when we gained universal adult suffrage, I had a headmaster in the primary school of St. James who insisted that his job was to prepare students for life. And he therefore allowed us to run an election within the school. And at the age of 9, I ran happily, successfully for the People's National Party. We lost the 1944 elections terribly, nationally and within the constituency. And then I would move through the secondary school level, and perhaps my greatest example of leadership is that I was elected as president of the Sixth Form Association. But in this context, and speaking particularly to a Caribbean audience, I would like to share a passage in my book, which reads as follows. In 1954, no matter the country of origin or the faculty to which we belonged, we were all one big family on the Mona campus. Professors, lecturers, registry and hospital staff shared with their children on the campus and the entire student group one common place and fellowship. Within a short time, most of us would become devout regionalists, not by any process of indoctrination, but by intuitive acceptance that destiny had brought us together to fashion a dynamic, vibrant Caribbean identity. I should say here that when I speak of the University College of the West Indies, students came from everywhere, including Guyana, and Professor Trotz will, I'm sure, speak about that. But I formed a friendship which developed into a marriage, which produced my own 2 children. So they're, in a sense, part Guyanese, part Jamaican. It was my view that we were being prepared for leadership. And leadership, as you properly pointed out, was not confined to running for political office. It would include the judiciary, it would include the church, and it would include public servants. There's a myth which we have adopted that ministers determine policy and public servants implement. I don't know of any policy that has ever been developed within a ministry after the elections where the staff of that ministry is not somehow involved in the evolution of the policy for that particular ministry. Indeed, if you try to do so and you insist that they implement, you're going to be subject to abject failure. And without resorting to reading another passage in my book, I would say that the friendships which we developed at the university served me well, so that there was no part of the Caribbean that I went that I could not meet my peers and colleagues from the university. Now, one of the things in which we were engaged was in the federal experiment. And we had the audacity as students to draft what we regarded as the model constitution for the Federation. And it is our considered view that the Federation collapsed because they did not follow our sage advice. But I learned from that the importance of having personal relationships. Indeed, one of the reasons responsible for the collapse of the federal experiment was that Norman Manley, Grantley Adams, and Eric Williams, all of whom had been educated in their time in the United Kingdom, started off with a respect and a friendship, but that deteriorated throughout the years. They were hardly in communication with each other. And I learned from that the imperative of developing relationships with my colleagues as politicians, whether we share the same ideological outlook or not. And I was able to rely on some friendships and some associations which had developed in those early times. I also appreciated the role of the opposition so that when governments change in particular countries, we were not left out in the cold in our relationships with them. And the last thing I'd want to say, which is emphasized in my book and my own approach to life, you must have a willingness to listen, to hear, to understand what people are saying, and not always be telling them what they should do or what they shouldn't do. Because unless there is an acceptance in the country which subscribes to a democratic society, we are going to find a failure in the acceptance and execution of important policy guidelines.
Thank you very much, PJ. That's a very good way to open up this session. I want to ask Godfrey Smith now to maybe read a passage from his book, and perhaps like PJ, give us some context.
Yes, thank you very much, and it's an absolute pleasure for me to be part of Bocas Lit Fest. This is my third participation. The first two were physical. This is my first virtual appearance, but it's always a great pleasure. I think listening to Prime Minister Patterson, I think he provided the perfect segue, the perfect launch for me when he mentioned the value and importance of cultivating personal relationships. He mentioned that the relationship between Prime Ministers Manley Norman, Manley Grantley Adams, and Eric Williams was not good, deteriorated to a point, and led to the breakup of the Federation. The extract that I want to read from also points to what happens when the relationship, communication, and trust between very important leaders in this respect, Grenada's Maurice Bishop and Bernard Cord, deteriorate to such a point that it leads to abject disaster. The context that I'm laying there for is to highlight, as Prime Minister Patterson has said, the importance of personal relationships, building trust, listening, tolerance, and where it could lead to, whether the divide is ideological or whether the divide is racial. And we have seen, regrettably, some signs of how sharp divisions can come recently in Guyana with the crisis over the elections and the violence that ensued. So although the passage I will read is a bit dramatic, it is a literary festival. After all, I think it holds lessons for what we should be aware of and be alerted to when ideological differences or racial differences or differences of any kind become so sharp that trust and personal relationship breaks down. So I'm reading from The Assassination of Maurice Bishop, and this is a passage taken from chapter 23. All hell broke loose after the crowd had freed Maurice from house arrest. Some in the crowd had threatened, "We're coming back for you all next." Central Committee members, as well as soldiers, panicked. They had rushed to Fort Frederick in different vehicles. Abdullah received instructions to go down to Radio Free Grenada in case they tried to seize control of it, as they had done to Eric Gary in 1979. He was driven at 100 miles an hour to the station to put security measures in place. It was a live, fluid situation. His men were rushing up to him, bringing new information. He next heard that Fort Rupert and Cable and Wireless had been taken over. More of Bishop's men were looking to take over the logistics base in Granance. He rushed back to Fort Frederick. Lane had called him, Raymond Nelson, and Conrad Myers and briefed them. Unison white men, they were told, had issued threats. Civil war was imminent. Retake the fort, clear civilians, arrest the leaders. No weapons or documents to leave the fort. If fired upon, use all necessary force to retake the fort. Abdullah insisted that someone on the balcony of the ops room had fired on the advancing APCs first, mortally wounding mayors and other soldiers, which had caused them to shell the building in return. After the firing ceased, Redhead met Abdullah and Nelson in the parking lot. Abdullah still had a grenade clutched in his hand. Droves of people were rushing out. Redhead spotted Keith Pumphead Hailing and Evelyn Maitland making their way up the steps leading to the kitchen. He ordered them to join the line of captives, which had already included Maurice, Unison, and Jackie, because they were bourgeois too. Private Andy Mitchell seized Pumphead's pistol. Merlin Rouleau, a nurse attached to the PRG's medical center, had taken cover in the building that housed the Office of Mobilization and Cadres when the bombardment started. When it stopped, she hurried out and was heading down the stairs to the lower level of the fort when she ran into a line of captives with their hands held high above their heads, coming up the stairs. She pressed her back against the wall, making way for them to pass. She recognized Prime Minister Maurice Bishop, Norris Bain, Fitzroy Bain, and Jackie Crest. Behind them were a number of soldiers with big guns leveled at their backs. After they passed, she rushed down. She saw Vince Noel lying on the ground, his face set in an awful rictus. She picked up a Coca-Cola bottle, rinsed it out, filled it with clean water, and gently poured it into his mouth. The procession of captives marched, as in a dance macabre, to the parade square where Maurice had on many occasions inspected troops as their commander-in-chief. Now, soldiers accustomed to saluting him, armed with heavy-duty machine guns and belts of ammunition, were in the role of the Valkyrie. On the parade square, a soldier rushed up to Abdullah, telling him that he needed to take an urgent call in the communications room. Before leaving, he instructed his soldiers, Vincent Joseph, Inculcate Richardson, Vernon Gabriel, and Andy Mitchell, to guard the prisoners. The soldiers stood around waiting for Abdullah to return, while Maurice and the others were speaking among themselves. Vincent Joseph heard Fitzroy Bain say, "Them is in control now." Inculcate was a big, muscular soldier with irrepressibly good humor. Like the others, he had joined the army after the revolution. Vincent Joseph was the eldest of the four and was in charge of one of the 3 companies at Calivini. He had been a police constable under Gary and had been almost shot the morning of the revolution when the bus in which he was traveling down to True Blue Army Barracks had been pulled over by the revolutionaries. It was Vincent who had found Fitzroy Bain hiding inside a tunnel with some students. When they emerged, he snatched Bain because Lane had instructed that both Bains were among the leaders to be captured. He allowed the students to go. Vincent escorted him at gunpoint to join the line of captives already being guarded by other soldiers. Abdullah had then given orders to march the prisoners up to the top square. Inside the communications room, PRA soldier Manley Phillip was talking to another soldier. The phone upstairs was constantly ringing. Eventually, Manley left to answer it. He said that the voice on the other end was unmistakably Lane, who had asked to talk to Abdullah. Manley told the other soldier with him to go in search of Abdullah on the parade square and inform him that Lane needed to speak to him. Abdullah took the call. He then immediately returned to parade square and instructed the soldiers to line up the prisoners against the wall and take up positions facing them. Soldiers present near the parade square who testified at the trial of the Grenada 17 a few years later said Abdullah took out a piece of paper and told his captives that the order from the Central Committee was that they were to be executed. Abdullah himself has denied ever saying that. Jackie looked desperate and was telling Maurice something, but he hushed her. If he died now, all he would be able to leave his children was the proceeds of a small life insurance policy. They were instructed to take off their shirts. Abdullah ordered Vincent Joseph, Cosmos Richardson, Vernon Gabriel, and Andy Mitchell to make ready. Fitzroy Bain pleaded, "How all you could do that? We ain't done nothing to deserve this. What you all doing that for?" Cosmos Richardson said some 36 years later that Abdullah was younger than he was. But if he refused to fire, Abdullah was capable of saying, "Okay, you go over there and join the line." The leadership, he said, could not have gotten anyone but Abdullah to execute the grisly task. "Prepare to fire," Abdullah ordered. The firing squad aimed their Kalashnikovs. 1, 2, 3, Abdullah counted. So that's my passage and set in the context of what I earlier prefaced.
I think that's a very powerful passage, and it really sort of reveals some of the underlying events that happened leading up to that very gruesome period in Grenada's history. Now, Alisa, would you mind reading for us a passage from the selected works of Andaya?
Certainly, Andy, and thank you so much for having me on the panel. It's a pleasure to be here. I knew it was going to be difficult after hearing Godfrey. I read both of these very important books, and as I was saying to Godfrey before the call, I was physically shaking when I finished the book, and it's a little piece of me that, you know, the visceral response to what you describe is just leaves me feeling a bit shaken as I start here. Prime Minister Patterson, you know, in his remarks talked about the importance of listening, and that's something that we seem to have lost in the Caribbean. We got a lot of what we call in Guyana hard-earedness to going on right now. But I think that's really important in the context of what the late Jamaican economist Norman Gervan described as the urgent need to democratize politics in the region. And I think that that sort of piece that Godfrey just read and shared with us really sort of takes that to its dramatic and violent conclusion to make us think about the deformed state of the region in the contemporary Caribbean today, where we still, despite, with all due respect, the Prime Minister's discussion of the need for consultation, the need for participatory governance and inclusion, we are still dealing with the legacy of a deformed model of a hierarchical relationship between the rulers and the ruled, or the leaders and the led. And even saying it in that way should sort of ask us to take a closer look at what it means to be Caribbean in the contemporary world today. So what I want to share with you comes from this anthology that was just published, and it's an anthology of the collected writings of the Guyanese social activist Andaya, who has been described by political philosopher Anthony Bogues as a key figure in the Caribbean radical intellectual and organizing tradition. She died in May 2019, just 1 month after she signed off on the final essays to be included in this book. And I'm just grateful that we were able to bring it to publication. I'm going to just read 2 sentences from her preface before I read the excerpt to remind you what the book is about, because the excerpt is pretty grim, but it's sort of a commentary for folks to think about, not just in relation to Guyana, but the wider Caribbean, a commentary on perhaps to think about that in the context of what the Prime Minister and Godfrey read for you just now. So she begins, "This anthology is meant for activists, younger and older, outside of and within the university, in the Caribbean diaspora and beyond, who know, even if that is all they think they know, that the point is to change the world. It is about the power relations embedded in every facet of our lives and the need to organize together to overturn them." So the excerpt I'm going to read for you is called M, A Daughter's Tale. Some context: it was first written in 1982 and then edited for this collection. So it was written 2 years after the devastating Jamaican elections that left close to 1,000 Jamaicans dead. It was written 2 years after the assassination of Guyanese political activist and historian Walter Rodney. It was written 1 year before the implosion, the tragic implosion of the Grenadian Revolution that you just heard Godfrey speak about. She made a decision to include it here in 2019, 4 months after a no confidence motion was moved in the Guyanese parliament, and amidst deepening political uncertainty that would culminate in the sort of crisis in Guyana over the last 6 months and the violence it has now led to a pretty fragile peace. And I'm sharing it with the audience today against the backdrop of a Guyanese election that exploded into bacchanal following an attempt to compromise the account, engineer a fraudulent result favorable to the incumbent coalition, a bacchanal that took close to 6 months, a CARICOM supervised recount and endless trips to the courts all the way up to the Caribbean Court of Justice, with the coalition firmly pressing its own charges of rigging all the way through, charges that are now being pursued through an elections petition. All of this bacchanal before an election result would finally be declared and the People's Progressive Party invited to form a new government. So bear all of that in mind. And for those Guyanese who are seduced into parochialism at this moment in our history, let us remember that this is a Caribbean story. The police band marched in their dark, heavy uniforms, brass trumpets glistening in the sun. The children stood for hours in the heat, the boys pulling at the ties, choking their necks, the girls, hair straightened and oily, protecting their starched white collars with their handkerchiefs. And when the governor came, they all lifted their heads and sang Rule Britannia. Then the boys went to college, to London, Montreal, Washington, the girls to marriage, and M to mothering the children she taught in school, mothering her own mother. By the time she retired from teaching in 1975, M and her mother C had lived on top of each other for more than 10 years. To C's mind, the rules of blindness confined her to 3 rooms, sleeping space, the washroom off of it, and the living room to which she groped her way slowly each morning. Although M occupied more of the terrain of the flat than her mother, they shared too much of its intimate ground, sleeping in a single bedroom divided only by 2 wardrobes set back to back with each other. M would get up at 6, careful not to wake C, make her way to the washroom, careful not to startle her, make her breakfast and call her, careful not to rush her, take the tray to her chair, careful not to jostle her, careful, careful. For the 11 or so years before M retired, her physical world had not been much larger than it became afterwards. The school she taught was less than 2 blocks from the house in one direction, the church she visited occasionally 2 blocks away in the other. For all those years, she seldom went anywhere except home, church, school. Inside school, classes were divided only by blackboards over which children's voices converged. The chant of London is the capital of England, and Edinburgh is the capital of Scotland, clashing with the chant of 616, 6212, building to 611, 66, 612, 72, while somewhere close by other voices declaimed or sang, I wandered lonely as a cloud, the Prime Minister will know this one, that floats on higher o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils. C had been confined to the flat much longer than M, who had started to stay home all the time only when she retired. Ever since C had become blind, she'd left the flat only once a year at Christmas to spend the day with her son. 35 years, 11 with both women locked in. Oh, everyone knows the majority of people in the country live with less space, but other people didn't live only indoors. It's the living only inside that made the geography in which they lived their lives too small for the 2 of them. It's living such unmediated, inward-looking lives while physically living only inside that did them in. Even when M was a girl, she had a sense of life being stifled, though she couldn't put the feelings into words. Sure, she was happy sometimes, but she was the youngest and a girl, and there were too many bosses over her. Besides, all of them were restricted, although the rest didn't seem to mind. Their father was an important man in the village, and their bad behavior was a reflection on him, or so he said. For years, she thought that when it was her turn for secondary school, she'd escape like her brother, who'd been sent to Georgetown when his time came, but no one even considered it. At least no one ever said anything at all about it to her. But there was one moment, much later, when her life seemed to open up. From the carved in stone rule of Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves, and girls mustn't do this, mustn't do that, and my children can't play this or can't say that. She learned first the idea of change, and then the possibility of change in what had seemed an immovable world. All over the colony, as the country was in 1953, it was as though people were cleaning themselves of the trench mud that had dried hard on their bodies and spirits, shrinking them. Near their flat was a house in which women and men, old and young, different races, though most Black, town workers like domestics and waterfront laborers, teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers, small-scale farmers, clerks, unemployed women and men, even some businessmen, gathered for hours every day to do all kinds of things they'd never done before, with people they'd never done anything with before. Em felt transported, taken out of herself. She didn't have a clue what would become of her private life. She didn't dwell on it. She wasn't thinking now about whether she would marry or not, whether she would have children or not. Nothing in the conditions of her immediate life had changed, but she had changed, and so everything had changed. Everything seemed possible. Everything was possible. And inside the home she shared then, not only with her mother, but her 3 sisters, everybody was working in the election campaign. The first time most of them would be able to vote, and the first time that they had women and men they could vote for, who said life could and would change. At home, Em and her sister shared the work of looking after their mother, and she made the work of looking after her something that didn't feel like a burden. Taking her a meal, helping her find the clothes she wanted to wear, they could talk and did about things outside themselves, outside the everyday, outside the old limits. The years passed. Outside in the street, small girls and boys were taunting a woman who walked for miles each day, a cloth covering her eyes. Mad lady, why you tie up your eye? Because Guyana not fit to be seen, she answered. Huh, like you a mad lady, laughed another woman passing by. The election had been won. Leaders had quarreled for power, then reached a compromise. Troops had invaded. A constitution had been suspended. Leaders had been imprisoned. Leaders had split first this way, then that, till town workers and country workers went their separate ways. And rich and poor lined up on the same side, provided they were the same race. She went one way, then the other, trusted by neither. And to cut a long story short, but how do you cut it short when it in fact has never ended? People who had been together rattled on each other, killed each other, raped girls and women, and said that all they did was in self-protection or at worst in revenge for what was done to them. And her sisters married, left, and she was left. Her life closed tighter and more airless than it had ever been before, whittled down to less than it was ever before, until all that was left was the life of the unmarried, youngest, grown girl child, all alone, mothering her mother as she grew bitter into old age.
Wow, that's powerful, Elisa. And I think all 3 books, while different, I think they all have something in common, that is some very powerful narratives. And I hope that people go out and buy these books, because I certainly enjoyed reading them myself and would recommend them to anyone. I thought maybe one way that we can start the conversation, drawing from what you've read in your books, and the kind of, is to see the direction that the books have taken. PJ Patterson, I didn't mention this in the biography, but I think it's important to mention, has had time to reflect on his legacy and his work. Not everyone has the opportunity to reflect on their legacy and their work. I think of Andaya's death as an example of not being able to complete, for example, her biography. It had to be completed by Elisa and others. I think about Owen Arthur, former Prime Minister of Barbados, who I talked to him just before COVID struck. I was in his office in Barbados, and we talked about perhaps getting his autobiography together, and not knowing that within a couple of months later he'd be gone from the scene. And it made me realize the importance of trying to preserve legacies of people who've been actively involved in politics at every level, not just elected politics, but also grassroots politics. The importance of passing that information on to the new generation of people coming up. The importance of being reflective and being critical about one's participation in politics. I think that's very important. And I wanted to start by talking about PJ Patterson's recent appointment by Sir Hilary Beckles as at the center, the PJ Patterson Center for African and Caribbean Advocacy, to show that he is able to bring his long legacy of politics now into advocacy through this center, the institution being created by the University of the West Indies. I think it's very important. and I think, PJ, you can talk about this a little bit more, is important for universities like the University of the West Indies to preserve that kind of legacy of politicians and grassroots people who have been working for a long time in trying to change the world, as Alice's book says. So, PJ, we want to talk a little bit about the center.
First of all, allow me to make a comment on what Professor Trott said. When she was reading the poem and came to the daffodils, she made a remark that I would remember it. She couldn't possibly have conceived how important that particular poem was to me. Let me share a story. In 1947, there was only one scholarship to the school I eventually attended. I had to sit a written exam, and then I had to travel all the way from St. James to Kingston to be interviewed by the headmaster himself. And among the things, having taken me through civics, math, simple arithmetic, etc., he asked me to recite a poem. And the poem by Wordsworth is the poem I chose. And I must observe here that when I look back, the extent to which we were influenced, we were subject to an outside influence in our own development, it has stultified what we can do for ourselves to a considerable extent. The second thing I'd like to mention, our moderator, Owen Arthur, and I have to share a personal story with you. The last time I saw Owen Arthur was in April of last year. I had gone to Barbados to launch my book on the Cave Hill campus, and I was returning home, and Owen Arthur was on the flight with me. He said to me why he was coming to Jamaica. He was coming to make contact with sources for the book he was about to write, which I think is a book of very great importance. I have given my own perspectives of the development of the regional movement at that time. I think it's important that others share their views. He was coming to Jamaica then to make contact with his sources. And having done so, he called me to say on the next occasion he came, he would be visiting with me for the usual chit chat and exchanges that we usually have. And I hope that between the university, between the government of Barbados and his family, there'll be work to collect those papers and to complete unfinished business. And then the whole question of governance, which is raised. I think we all are in search for the building of a, what I'd like to call a participatory democracy. One where the relationships between people and their government is not one that occurs only at election time. And perhaps you will permit me then, since I only had one reading of a small portion of my book, to refer to something which is discussed. How do we get a new paradigm for development involving people, involving civil society, involving our academic community? And I said that the old order, the closed, distant, and authoritarian systems of governance is being forced to give way to a structure which is inclusive, responsible, and accountable to the new proud, informed, assertive Jamaican citizen of the 21st century. You made mention of the honor which has just been conferred upon me by returning to the Mona campus and to preside over the PJ Patterson Center. And I must share with you, at the launch I said, the wheel has come full circle, because my first contact with Africa was in 1957, when I led a delegation from the university as chairman of the External Affairs Commission to Ghana and subsequently to Nigeria. And we have made very many efforts to try and build a bridge between the Caribbean and Africa. Africa regards us as the sixth region, and we, of course, are the brothers and sisters on the other side of the pond. And the whole purpose of what we're seeking to do is to promote the presentation of policy options for Africa and the Caribbean, which relate to economic development, political structures, our history, to arts, to culture, and to sports. I don't see myself writing another book, but I hope that what I will be saying in the course of trying to get this center a meaningful reality could perhaps one day be reflected in a collection of speeches in that regard.
Thank you very much. I was reading a little bit about the launch of that center, and you've made some comments at the launch. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come to the launch personally, but I read some of the comments that you made at the launch, which I think are very powerful and very important. And one of the comments you said was that the world that emerges will be entirely different. I think you were talking in the context of COVID-19. The reconfiguration of global power and the restructuring of the global economy cannot be left to the market, to the market or to the dictates of a few who determine the shape of the future by unilateral decisions without international consultation. And the important point I wanted to make here is what you said next, which was the interests of the less developed and the most vulnerable can no longer be ignored. I think you might want to.
I stand by that, and I'm going to try and put it in simple terms. The world institutions and the relationships which were developed in the Bretton Woods institution reflect the realities of the situation then.
Mm-hmm.
To the victors went all the spoils. They put themselves in positions where they would be at a permanent advantage, to the detriment of all of Africa, all of the Caribbean, which were colonies. We now have, between Africa and the Caribbean, 67 nations. We can't be content to carry on the business in our countries based on relationships which were determined in the past, in which we had no involvement, in which we could not participate. I didn't know in April the extent to which the realities of COVID-19 would compel a global response to the calamity of portions which have never seen before. And when these decisions come to be made, we must be present at the table and have our voices heard and our interests taken into full account. That's the purpose of my center, to try and contribute that dialogue which we think is imperative.
And along those lines, especially when it comes to the input coming from what we'll call the subaltern, the marginalized, the vulnerable, I wonder, both Alisa and Godfrey can actually speak to this, because I think Godfrey's book actually reflects on an attempt, at least by Maurice Bishop, to break that particular barrier in order to be able to have his country, a small island country in the Caribbean, have a greater say in what's going on internationally. And Alisa's book, I think, reflects the importance of hearing from the voices of those people who have been marginalized, who have been suppressed, who have been vulnerable in society. And I think maybe both of you can sort of come in on this discussion and to talk a little bit about that aspect of the writings.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm happy to sort of reflect. And indeed, Prime Minister, I put that in on page 16. You talked about the Australian principal or vice principal at Calabar who made you recite that Wordsworth poem. So reading and I's book and that resonance was, put that in partly for you. I'm glad you ended where you ended with the comment about everyone being at the table. So let us begin by saying who is exactly at the table in the Caribbean? And I'll try to be really brief on this. If we look in the context of international or regional, the center that the Prime Minister was invited to join, I think is very important, along with the Reparations Center. But we could also ask about what happened to the very dynamic African, Caribbean, and Pacific partnership that was sort of developed at a particularly sort of important and convulsive moment of South-South solidarity across the world, but really sort of was deeply threatened by the European Union's bullying. I'm not a prime minister, so I can say these things and get away with it, by the European Union's bullying in the context of negotiating an economic partnership agreement. We can ask about who's at the table in terms of regional integration. COVID is an important example of why we need climate change and all of these threats, why we need a united Caribbean. As the Prime Minister said, Norman Gervan also says, I went into the University of the West Indies as a Jamaican, I came out as a West Indian. But where are we with Caribbean community regionalism in 2020? Where are the Caribbean people? What happened to the Assembly of Caribbean Parliamentarians, which in and of itself was limited because it was only about parliamentarians? Convened in 1996, met 3 times, disappeared. We had the 1997 CARICOM Charter on Civil Society, the 2002 Lillian Declaration, the 2003 Rose Hall Declaration. You know, we have a panel coming up after this on Calypsonians extemporizing on political leadership. I think they'll get it right. But, you know, the Mighty Gabby and Black Stallion had an extempo on regionalism where they said year after year is the same old thing. They keep in meeting after meeting. And then when we look at our politics within the region, like who exactly is at the table, right? So we're thinking about a Westminster take-all politics that we've seen in the context of a racially fractured society like Guyana has led to anytime you have an election, at least half of the population feels completely shut out. And that is a coastal quarrel that really shuts out indigenous folks by and large. Look at Jamaica. Some people say you had a sweep. I say it's a minority government. You had the lowest level of voter turnout since 1983. Less than 40% of Jamaicans turned out. And what does that say about their confidence in the political system today? Let's look at who is at the table in terms of a deeply patriarchal model. There is one female prime minister across the region right now. Even though there were far more Jamaican women elected to parliament, it's still about 29% in the parliament. And across the world, this is not just a Caribbean problem. Only 10 of 152 elected heads of state are actually women. On the one hand, you certainly have folks who are doing amazing work. So there are women like Lynette Vassell and Judith Wedderburn, Maziki Tem, others in the 51% coalition in Jamaica, pushing to get greater representation of women in Jamaican politics. Some amazing young people through the Pink Parliament in Barbados, an initiative that was led by Life in Leggings, which emerged as a response to endemic sexual harassment and violence against women in the region. If women were centered, politicians would understand that this gender-based violence in the region is a national emergency. Let me just say that. And so, you know, Pink Parliament is Life in Leggings and the Caribbean Alliance Against Gender Violence and the Barbados Youth Development Council. And their aim is to try to work with youth to get women's participation in politics. But we also need to move away, and this I think is what's really important for me about Andaya's book. We need to move away from a narrow, centralized definition of politics as a big P parliament, big P politics, and to have a more capacious understanding. And the late Jamaican Canadian political theorist Richard Eiton defines politics as, quote, a contest about what matters and ought to be subject to consideration and debate. A contest about what matters and ought to be subject to consideration and debate. So that challenges us, I think, to radically extend our understanding of what politics is, where it could be found, who is speaking, whether it's the indentured laborer Bechu, who in the early 20th century was writing numerous letters to raise questions about the treatment of indentured laborers and particularly the sexual violence against indentured women on estates by white overseers. Whether it's someone like, you know, like organizations like CAISO or in Trinidad and Tobago, J-Flag in Jamaica, United and Strong in St. Lucia, SASOD in Guyana, who are putting questions of LGBTQ issues firmly on the table in ways that politicians can no longer ignore them. Whether it's the Amerindian People's Association in Guyana, talking about models of development that center their emphasis on different relations to land and title. So I do think we need to rethink this question. And let me just end here by saying, you know, whether we're speaking about someone like Walter Rodney or the amazing educator, someone like Kathleen Drayton, who in a speech that was given a day or two at the University of the West Indies before she passed away, who helped to set up the University of Guyana, helped to set up with other women like Peggy Antrobus and many others, what would become the Center for Gender and Development in the Caribbean, who established the Barbados Association of Retired Persons. So there's another model of leadership. She talks in the same way that Walter Rodney talks, or in the same way that in a recent column, Gab Hussain talks about a new generation of activists and speaks about the work of Tara Ramatar, who became a leader in the Caribbean Association for Feminist Research and Action, talking about learning about leaders, learning about leadership from the self-organizing capacity of working people. So the Kathleen Drayton, for example, talks about where she understood this was in the 1937 riots and seeing ordinary people on the streets in charge of their own destinies and filled with a particular kind of confidence about where they could go. And I think that's sort of where I want to end this by saying that this notion of politics as something for rulers, which is where Godfrey, I think, can come in, or of a vanguard or of an elite that does something on behalf of people who are always there to be led, is deeply disempowering. It's deeply patriarchal and deeply exclusionary. It amounts to what Barbadian novelist George Lamming refers to as the betrayal largely by a middle class that comes to power on the backs of working people across the region, only to sell them out again and again and again.
And that's a good segue to Godfrey, because your book talks about the need to bring people into politics. And sometimes it has to be done in a revolutionary way. If the normal democratic processes do not allow for that to happen. So maybe you can talk a little bit about Maurice Bishop and his attempt to bring the grassroots into politics in his revolution.
Before doing so, though, Alyssa, after I had finished reading my passage, commented that it had affected her. I mean, what she just extemporized was so breathtaking and intense that I'm struggling to process it all, but all massive, huge points she's made. What I'd like to use my opportunity to do is to sort of to see if I could marry some of what PM Patterson said and some of the very important things Alyssa said and relate it back to the question, the current state of leadership, the question of leadership. What can present leaders, or what have they learned from the past? In a sense, I think both Prime Minister Patterson and Alyssa are saying some fundamentally true things, perhaps from different angles. PJ comments on the need to have a new look at structures set in place post-World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions and so on, especially in light of the current crisis that we face, to see how we can make these things work better. Alyssa points to the question, asks the major question: who is at the table? Who is in charge of coming up with these policies that will take us forward to face these challenges? I think what I liked about some of the past leadership, and many leaders across the Caribbean, is the fact that in the past, we saw the emergence of some truly transformative leaders. Michael Manley, for instance, as PJ knows better than I, totally understood the world economy, the global economy, and where Jamaica and the Caribbean fit in. He wasn't content with tinkering. He wanted to make structural changes. That is how the concept of the new international economic order came into place, which Manley was one of the main advocates of, and was able to draw outstanding big name first world leaders to Jamaica to discuss. People like Manley, Maurice Bishop, and indeed Bernard Cord wanted to transform their societies to make it work better for ordinary people. I know times have changed. The Caribbean has gone through the anti-colonial struggle, one phase leading up to independence, the post-independence struggle for economic viability and to find economic models that work. And now what I could perhaps call tongue-in-cheek, the Francis Fukuyama phase. You will remember that Francis Fukuyama, a relatively obscure Sovietologist, was catapulted to international fame because he happened to have predicted or got ahead of the rest of people in saying that the collapse of the Soviet Union heralded the end of history, as he called it. And what he meant by that was that the end of the Soviet Union and the creation of a unipolar world signal the end point of ideological evolution and heralded the universalization of Western liberal democracy, which he hailed as the highest form of human democracy. Regrettably, it seems to me, certainly within CARICOM and perhaps beyond, that leaders have just thrown up their hands and simply accepted, well, look, we're in the United States backyard. We can't question any of these structures that may not be working. And they just follow it. And I think the time has come, and I hope that PJ's institution will somehow be involved in looking at how do we use this opportunity, perhaps of the COVID crisis, where everybody is facing difficulties, to take a hard look at structures. PM Patterson would have been all too familiar with the West Indian Commission, which was set up sometime in 1989 to get ready for the new century. Alyssa had alluded to some of the things that came out of it: the Civil Society Charter, the Assembly of Parliamentarians. But he'd also, this West Indian Commission that was led by some serious heavyweights like Sir Sridhar Ramphal, Alistair McIntyre, Roderick Rainford, and others, had come up with some serious recommendations saying basically, if I can distill it, that unless the region unites and works more closely together in the way Alyssa has alluded, we're going to have serious problems. I am not sure that we have made great strides since the Commission's report, which was entitled deliberately
Time for Action, since that came out in 1992. We're almost 30 years later. Central to that report was a Caribbean commission recommended to try to be an executive arm of CARICOM to try to shake off some of the bureaucracy, some of the huge time lags and delays it took to get things done. And Andy, you said that we were free to ask each other questions and so on. If you may permit me, PJ Patterson has spanned all phases. He has been around from the anti-colonial struggle, through independence, post-independence. And I think we don't know how often we'll get a chance to be with him and to ask him questions. But I would really like to hear PJ Patterson's view on, is there room to revisit the time for action, or is some new report needed? How do we take off from where we left off? Too often in the Caribbean, we find ourselves going back and reviewing things that we mentioned over and over. Alyssa alluded to some of this. How do we begin the process of really pulling Caribbean leaders together to examine structures and to try to take the region forward?
Let me try and respond to the questions raised. In the start of the 1970s, we had in the region leaders such as Forbes Burnham, Eric Williams, Harold Barrow, and of course, Michael Manley. And we had persons who were part of the supporting cast. Ramphal, Sir Alistair McIntyre, Willie Demas, who made massive contribution. And I won't deal with the political ministers like myself, but I've been in it as Jeffrey from the start. The first meeting of the Caribbean community, which I attended in my capacity as head of government, coincided with the laying of the report of the West Indian Commission, Time for Action. A special meeting was called and we engaged in extensive debate. Critical to that report was the constitution of a commission that would have the ability to enforce and implement decisions taken. The debate was intensive, but try though a few of us did, we could never get a consensus on the establishment of that commission on the grounds that maintained it was going to be a diminution of their sovereignty. I never accepted it because we have joined the various things, the UN, which require us to do certain things and refrain from doing certain things. That first meeting at Chagaramas under Eric Williams as chairman was historic. It signaled a determination and a resolve of the 4 countries that were independent at that time to move forward, including the recognition of Cuba and positive relations with Cuba, which is a part of the Caribbean. Jeffrey asked, where is it now, the central body? And I agree with him that there's no need for any other further study. We have exhausted all the options. It's time for a reflection of the political will to put that enforcing machinery in place. Now, we acted as a unit in the negotiations for what emerged to be the Lomé Treaty. And we were able to advance the interests of the Caribbean by forming an alliance with the countries of Africa. But for them, there would have been no leverage for us as Caribbean people. We got involved not only at the political level, but also at the technical level with some of the people whose names I have already mentioned. And I would add for this purpose, ambassadors in buses like Scotty Lewis, Frank Francis, and others. The results showed what can be achieved through unity. But the European Union recognized how effective we were as a single bloc. And they proceeded to try and break up that solidarity by dealing with separate blocs, which deprive us of the collective strength which we enjoyed. I think, quite frankly, that was a fatal
Absolutely.
on our part. And persons like myself who were then out of the system said what we could, but the results were cast. In my book, I speak about our Caribbean village in the global space. And I've already spoken of the insistence that in the new negotiations for a new world order, we must be present at the table and we must not allow ourselves to be marginalized any further. Now, what we have to recognize is that in the intervening years, there has been a tendency, a deliberate attempt to split us. And I'm afraid to say it's happening in CARICOM. And perhaps the difference in our approach in relating to Venezuela is the best example of that. More so when there is interest in a commodity which is being found to exist in abundance in Guyana. It would be a serious difficulty for us to achieve our objectives if we allow ourselves to be fragmented. The greatest thing which confronts us is climate change, because we're all vulnerable to natural disasters. We have to deal with the problem of COVID, which has emerged, and we have also to address the question of debt, external debt. Various efforts are being made in individual countries, but what I see happening is that too many of our leaders are concentrating purely on the domestic problems and not recognizing the extent which collective action can help us to encounter the difficult challenges that we face.
Thank you. I wonder if Alisa can respond to some of the points that you just made there. And also bear in mind that we have some questions from the audience, which I'd like to sort of throw in as well. So Alisa, go ahead. You might have to unmute, I think. Sorry.
Sorry, two things I wanted to say in response to the Prime Minister. I absolutely agree with him about, the tragic course of action that the Caribbean community took in the late 1990s with regard to allowing the EPA to break up and threaten the ACP through using a carrot and stick approach and telling us that we had to negotiate first and we had to negotiate.
No, please, let me correct you, not the 1990s.
Okay, well, okay.
It never would have happened under my watch.
Right.
I can assure you, because I was chairman for the external, economic external negotiations, and there was no way I would have agreed to that approach. This is something that they started to work on in the new millennium.
Right.
The question of finalizing it came after I had the party.
Okay, I think you and I should come back to talk about the European Union and the ACP,
Sure.
because we obviously, I think, will also agree to disagree about what happened in the 1990s and why the Caribbean jumped to sign a separate partnership agreement in advance of the others, but we don't have time for that here. I think what you say about having to have a united foreign policy, this was one of the benchmarks of CARICOM, was foreign policy coordination. And I think that's very important. And just in honor of Owen Arthur, who, before we even get into that, we should note that he, as a champion of democracy and people's sovereignty and their will, also came to Guyana as part of as the head of the Commonwealth Observer Mission, right? So he came there, and Andy, I think you've noted that you spoke to him about his disquiet over what was happening with the Guyanese elections shortly before his death. But at his funeral, Mia Mottley reminded the world that it was Owen Arthur who also stood up to the United States against the imposition of a shipwrighter agreement. And it was Owen Arthur who also took the brave stand in 2003 to oppose the joint US-UK Iraq war. And I say that here in relation to Venezuela, in the context of which, in a very divided country, where Mike Pompeo arrives 2 months before the US elections and holds a press conference, and announces at that press conference in front of the president of Guyana, who has just been elected out of a very fractious period. And so the tragedy of this, and we should remember that CARICOM itself was central to the recount. So we don't need to thank the United States, the last country in the world we should be talking about when it comes to democratic elections. But in the presence of the sitting president, talked about the fact that Maduro must go, and I'm quoting directly from Secretary of State Pompeo's speech, that Maduro must go, the Cuban security forces must go, and named the Lima Group, of which Guyana is a part, and said that the Lima Group, he made this general comment at the press conference, had recognized Juan Guaido as the legitimately elected head of state of Venezuela. Even though Guyana is a member of the Lima Group, in February, the Guyana government refrained from voting in favor of a motion recognizing Juan Guaido. So this raises all kinds of questions. And the very next day, a shipwrighter agreement with Guyana was signed. And I say this because the main thing that was identified as the basis of signing the shipwrighter agreement was about drug interdiction and narco trafficking, with Maduro being named as the supreme narco trafficker. I simply raised that because, again, I read the Prime Minister's book and was deeply moved by the section where he talked about the solidarity that he extended to President Jean-Bertrand Aristide after he was a democratically elected president of Haiti, after he was removed to Africa. And there were all of these attempts to try to deny him being returned to the Caribbean. And Prime Minister Patterson took a really courageous step of standing up to the United States and saying he is coming to Jamaica. And also references that in one of the calls, he was all of a sudden told, well, you do know that the Haitian president or the Haitian government is into narco trafficking. So, you know, without getting into comments about the internal sort of affairs of the Venezuelan government, I'm no apologist or defender of Maduro. But this attempt to sort of steer the Guyana government in a particular direction, in a context where CARICOM has actually remained silent, I think for all of us across the Caribbean must be deeply worrying, particularly when Mike Pompeo went to Jamaica and Mia Mottley very courageously spoke out against that. So I think that it's really important for us to say that. And the last thing, as you mentioned, Michael Manley, let me just point out, it's not enough to have women in power. It is important to ensure that those women are advancing an agenda that recognizes gender and other forms of justice. And that under the Michael Manley regime, which had very few, if any, women in parliament, a lot of very progressive laws were passed, including for maternity leave, but that would not have happened. And this is where we do need those histories. I was having a conversation with Peggy Antrobus, where she talks about the work of women in the People's National Party and the cross-party work they did to ensure that they kept the feet of the male parliamentarians to the fire to get many of those laws passed. And so that kind of history from the bottom up that reveals the kind of leadership that put effective political pressure on our leaders in Parliament, the big P leaders, I think is also important. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Prime Minister Patterson for sharing with us that anecdote about what happened with Jean-Bertrand Aristide as a reminder of what Caribbean sovereignty in a united context should look like today.
Alyssa, if I may, do you think that the kind of women activism that held parliamentarians' feet to the fire to achieve progressive laws is building from strength to strength, has stagnating or regressing?
I don't want to take up too much space here, but I would say that there is an incredible generation of younger women, from Alicia Wallace with Equality Bahamas in Bahamas to Ronelle King in Barbados, to Marsha Hines Lane in Barbados, Stephanie Leach with Womantra in Trinidad, ICAD, there's Kenita Placide in St. Lucia. I think there's incredible efflorescence of young and exciting women at the same time that many of the old heads, Peggy Antrobus, Lynette Vassell, Anna Ford Smith, Rhoda Reddock, they're still here. So I do think that with women, and it's not to say it's not tension-free and not conflict-free, because we always be using up each other as well. But I do think that there's some really synergistic intergenerational dialogue and conversations that are taking place, could be better. A lot of it, is not as inclusive perhaps of Indo-Caribbean women, certainly not inclusive of Amerindian women. So there are things that we need to do better. And particularly in relation to grassroots women and the class divides, much that we could do better. Although you have women with the, Domestic Workers Union in Trinidad and Tobago, the domestic workers in Shirley Price in Jamaica. So, but I do think that you're seeing there a model for intergenerational dialogue and respect that really could be multiplied in the other kinds of spheres that we're talking about.
Let me, because we only have less than 10 minutes remaining in this wonderful panel, but let me just throw in a question from the audience. I have one here from Wesley Gibbons via YouTube, who speaks directly to Godfrey. And he says, how does your account of what happened in Grenada in October 1983 reconcile against Bernard Cord's narrative in the first of his two new books of the period of 1979 to 1983? I don't know if you had the chance to look at Bernard Cord's.
Yes, actually, I had to. I was obliged to actually, I read his account, the Grenada Revolution, what really happened. I had to read it 3 times. I mean, this is his account of what happened, which conflicts to a large extent with my account. So I don't think the two are reconcilable. In my own view, I think Cord's account, and I'll speak bluntly, is self-serving. And I think after you finish reading it, he should have named it, it was all Maurice's fault. My book takes a different view. In the afterword, I accept that there were things, in fact, that Maurice must shoulder some blame for. But by and large, I place responsibility, and I say so, for the demise of the Grenada Revolution squarely at the feet of Bernard Coard. Readers will shape their own view. Let me just make this point that in telling the story, I reserved my own views for the afterword and tried to let the story tell itself based on what I was able to research. So that would be my response to
And
that
maybe,
question.
yes, thank you very much. Maybe we can throw in another question. This one for Elisa, and maybe all three, you can sort of wrap things up. But this has a lot to do with the path that the WPA in recent years has taken. And we have a question by Wesley Gibbons on via YouTube who says, Elisa, Andaya's view on the path for Guyana appears to have been abandoned by the WPA in recent years. What is your assessment of the party's current role in the country?
As I said, I wasn't necessarily coming on to discuss Guyanese politics, and we have 6 minutes to go. All I will say is that I don't know what we would mean by her view for the Working People's Alliance. She left the Working People's Alliance in the early 1980s. And I think that's what I want to say, that she left the Working People's Alliance after the collapse of the Grenadian Revolution and after its implosion. What she saw in terms of the demobilization of, you know, thousands and thousands of ordinary Grenadians and women in particular. And that was one of the reasons that she actually left formal party politics, that she left party politics because she did not see that it could actually deliver on the aspirations of people organized and working in a self-organized capacity. And that led to her involvement in and co-founding of Red Thread. So I think if we want to take any lesson from that, because we will never know what she would say if she were still here. Many people talk about what people would say and they're long dead. We don't know what they would say. But we can take a lesson from that in terms of a comment on the WPA and all of the political parties in Guyana, and as a warning to the new political parties that have come up, that political parties have often been a vehicle for the ambitious and a vehicle for the ambitious that often leads to the disconnect with the mass of ordinary people and ambition for disconnect, even though they still seem, so we could think about that in the context of the WPA today, still seem to champion a language of multiracial unity of the working classes. The political parties today are not in any shape, way, or form capable of delivering that. And I think that the verdict on that came in with the 38.3% turnout in Jamaican politics, which is a real indictment. And I would urge folks to have a look at Prime Minister Patterson's book, where he talks, I believe, very movingly about genuine need for consultation. And that democratization must take place not just between party and the general public, but as he says, and as Godfrey's book so clearly points out, internal democracy, right? No vanguardism, no democratic centralism, internal democracy within the parties themselves.
Right. So we have to wrap up now, unfortunately. But
I should mention
go ahead.
that the execution of Maurice Bishop and the collapse of the government there caused ripples throughout the Caribbean. And in the case of Jamaica, it resulted in an election being called on a list that was no longer current. And the party led by Michael Manley decided to boycott those elections. We did, and we were able to use that time to organize to have a convincing victory in 1989.
Thank you very much. I want to thank, first of all, our panelists for this wonderful discussion about the three very important books, but also thank the audience for getting involved in this discussion as well. I'm sorry that we have to go, but thank you very much for your time and your patience.
Thank you.
2020 marks 10 years of TNT's National Literary Festival, and it's the first ever virtual NGC Bocas Lit Fest. It's packed with stories, talk, readings, extempo, poetry, new talent, and of course, surprises. 18 events, 80 participants. Friday 18th to Sunday 20th September. Catch it all via Facebook, YouTube, and on the Bocas website, bocaslitfest.com.
In the world of
This is something I must confess. I must say thank you to the Bocas Lit Fest. No, I don't want to fuss. You know, a time of the coronavirus. But at all you see what is happening, we ensuring that we social distancing. Ali bim bi dum badam bamba, ola bado la badam. Alim bi la bamba do la bade la bade la badi bamba.
And while Rowley did well in the politics, is how he handled the epidemic. He and the health minister, please understand, and the CEO, Roshan Parasram. And I have to say they leaded well. And if it's one thing that I have to tell, while Rowley is still political leader, is because of the way he handled the corona.
This ain't no joke, boy, it's no fun. You realize that the election now done. And please understand my take. Some people, they were playing sour grapes. And right in front of we face, for politics, some people start to talk race. And this is what I want to say, and please hear it. That is not no good form of leadership.
But about Kamala, I will be candid. Her conduct, it had me disappointed, because she lose election indeed, and the lady didn't want to concede. In fact, look, I really had to state, recount, and over a week we wait. Kamala, my dear, please don't get confused. You should even resign now because you lose.
Alabadi Well, boy, I could not check the whole amount. I was talking about the recount, and I'm sure everybody know recount and all up in Tobago. Boy, they say the thing was a fluke. Ask for a recount, Mr. Watson Duke. But when he lost, I want to say in the end, I feel it's because he and Kamala is friend. Alabama, dum pamba, laba
laba die, alibidi bamba laba bye. And I have to tell the people, of course, some people just get corona just when they lost, because I want you to understand, corona went to Tim and Gulal Chan. And of course, what I'm saying is true. They got corona in Mr. Jack Warner too. So Mr. Jim C, I have to admit, you lose the election, I feel you're going to get it.
I'll take it outside. I'll go from here a little bit. What kind of leadership sage would you adopt? 1979 in Grenada, like Maurice Bishop, with his New Jewel Party, led a coup and then he upseat Eric Gary. What he did, some people didn't think was right, but he said it's for the people he led that fight. So Eric Gary, he went in and steamrolled. or because he wanted political control. I leave him be balam pamba.
Labalabadi. Labalabadai. Bye. So I want everybody take my advice. Good shepherd leadership is good and it is very nice. But right around the world I will say to you, you won't believe we have some real bad leaders too. One who's saying that he's going to be great, I'm talking about the president of the United States. This leader, he does make me jump. I'm talking about that man, Mr. Donald Trump.
Alabadi. When you're talking politics and leadership for sure, you have to mention to Salvatore. John Jacques Dessalines I must mention as part of the Haitian Revolution. But this is what I want to know, how some leaders does treat the people so. By saying that, I want to know, is revolution the right way to go?
I endorse what you said about North Korea, but what about Vladimir Putin in Russia? This gentleman, I will have you know, it is alleged he will poison people just so. In fact, I will say candidly, he declared poisonous war on his enemy. So I will not say nothing much about him, you see, because he might reach quite Trinidad and poison me.
What about Africa? Some people may say Robert Mugabe and even Zimbabwe, but instead I choose to remember South Africa and Nelson Mandela, a leader who was inspirational. His leadership style was transformational. He came here and things rearranged, cause all he wanted to see was positive change.
Charity begins right at home, you see. So once more I congratulate Peter Rowley, because he is not a vindictive man. Imagine Penny once challenged him for election, and that fella Penny challenged he still gave her a seat in the big party. And another thing, he didn't like Manning, but he gave a nice son a walk for Brian Manning.
To be a true leader, you have to be smart, and on top of that, boy, you have to have some heart. If you don't want to get in trouble, you have to come and be a man of the people. And as plain as the sun could see, I am talking about Kid Rowley. There's a man who does study race, so under him every creed and race will find an equal place.
And when it comes to leaders, look, I must confess, I feel that in Trinidad we were truly blessed. Because I want you to consider, we even had Patrick Manning and George Chamber. And I don't care what anybody say, I also have to congratulate Mr. Pandey. But the greatest leader we had in this land was the Honorable Dr. Eric William.
Through the course of time and our history, let's examine Cuba and the Bigfoot policy. Another situation that led to leadership in the Caribbean. When I hear how people lament how they are treated by politics and government, when they talk about Fidel Castro, a hero or dictator, boy, I want to know.
Well, when you mention the name Castro, I'm going to declare the man a great hero, because I want all you to consider this man, he win the war with America. And that is why I have to say America is still jamming Cuba today. But Cabo is a good man, I'm telling you, he better than Donald Trump, and that is quite true.
Things serious, some good, some bad. Leaders from here and from Trinidad. Now let the truth be told, we have spoken about leaders from all around the world. And boy, I say yes indeed, we elect our leaders to lead. But some of them, they act in the worst. What they should do is always try to put the people first.
Put the people first, and I agree, partner, that should be the mantra of every leader. But some things does happen, it's not my wish. Some fellas get in for what are very selfish, and I wish that conduct could come off the shelf. Some does get in for what to enrich themselves, and that does cause the nation a lot of trouble. Every good leader have to consider the people.
No matter where in the world you go, some kind of leader somebody sure to know. And the things might be hard. Some leaders are good, some leaders are bad. But boy, I don't want to fall. You know that we have to deal with them all. But anytime they're doing their stupidness, it's up to we to get their tail out of office.
But some leaders, I will have you know, when they get in for what they doesn't like to go, I will say one time, even when they lose, they doesn't like to resign. And if the truth is really told, this is a situation happening all over the world, and that is why I will say candidly, we need a new leadership in the UNC.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. We need leadership in the UNC. And this is what I'm saying here, they need that before the UNC sink their own ship. Why time for the woman to go? And so much are people telling she so. But no matter how they begging, brother, like she insists on holding on to power.
Cause I look at UNC and I understand Kamala and them, they don't have no succession plan. In fact, I'll have to tell you in song, you see all the stalwarts of the party gone. UNC may have that problem, but that is not so in the PNM. Because the situation there, I am so glad Brian Manning will be the next Prime Minister in Trinidad. Well, right now we are going to take the chance and we are going to engage our virtual audience. Because ladies and gents, you see today, we are doing this extempo a different way. They say when me and London come up here, our extempo first, we just prepare. So I say in extempo, we are two of the best. We want all you put we through the extempo test.
Topics. Somebody call a topic, huh? We will hear you. Backstage and Brian London, we still waiting. And up to now me I hear nobody say nothing. Boy, please tell me what is this? Did somebody give to us a topic? If you give me a topic today, come again and let me hear what you say. And as the topic you are giving, one time the boat and we go start to sing. Topic.
Yes or no?
Laba laba day. Well, of course, it's a good occasion. I waiting to welcome 2021, and I hope in 2021, by that time, this corona is gone. By 2021, understand the scene. I sincerely hope they get a vaccine. If they get a vaccine, that is bacchanal. 2021 mightn't have no carnival.
I really hope all this coronavirus thing done by the time we get along to 2021. So things will be back formal and we could live life kinda normal. But hear what I have to say, I have to get down on my knees and pray. 2021 is so far away, so right now I just want to give the Lord thanks for today. Topic.
I ask for a topic, don't say I'm a brute, but I want it watching at a man in an admiral suit. He feel he swear he looking alright. I seeing him on the TV screen dressed in white. When I display my extempo craft, I see the so-called admiral, he start to laugh. But I am under no pressure. I sure that he played sailor with the All Stars.
Again. Well, boy, what kind of bacchanal is this? UNC only giving away a set of mattress. Boy, you looking for war? Tell me what you give we that topic for. Why said this is my solemn oath? They was giving away mattress to try to seek your vote. But right now, boy, me here having fun. The person who get that topic, boy, I feel they get one.
We know UNC try all the kind of gimmick because them are masters at that kind of politics. Ladies and gentlemen, I had to own. They ain't give away just mattress alone. They give away all up Sunday Grandy, washing machine and also TV. They give away so much, all now they confused. That is why they can't believe that they lose.
Topic.
Kamala Harris, Joe Biden's running mate.
We gone back to the United States. Kamala Harris, Joe Biden's running mate. And this is what we must mention: a black woman in the next election. And here was Brian London saying, I am sure that the woman going to win. So what I'm going to say today, Kamala Harris, congratulations, Miss All the Way.
To Mr. Biden, I'll say with my voice, I find you make an excellent choice. She's a nice woman, that's no mama guy, and she is eminently qualified. And to Mrs. Harris, I must confess, darling, in your quest, I wish you the best. Picking you to run, it really makes sense, and I think you are 10 times better than Mr. Pence. La ba bye ba la 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 la.
Topic.
Well, of course, if that's what they want, all them political party, they love recount. Because losing causes them pressure, and none of them don't like to lose power. In fact, recount, I will say in song, they just keep the results, they waiting too long. I find recount just take too long, it's indiscreet. They had to hire the count from Sesame Street.
Well, boys say, look at him saying flat, even come from Sesame Street, go get frustrated with that. because I want you to understand. Check how much we counsel around the Caribbean. What is going on, I want to know. Why it is them people asking for recounsel? Well boy, I think this is my take. The losers and them, they just playing sour grapes. Alabama, topic.
Online learning.
Well, that is a nice one I had to sing. We are moving towards online learning. It is good, I will have you know. Right now we even have online extempo. It is a whole new world, you see, and we had to live with technology. So to online learning I will make a bow. Every school child must have a computer now.
I don't want to lie and I don't want to pretend. Online learning, boy, that is the new trend. But you know, as it come to mind, this have been going on for a very long time. They must include everybody in learning exclusively. So right now I don't want to thank the Lord for online learning. I give you a round of applause. Alabam, labamba, labalabade, libidum, labarabadoy.
Well, I really cannot understand. I ain't got no topic to sing out from these ladies and gentlemen. But there, what do I see? I see a lovely lady just smiling at me. And I must say in my style, this lady has such a beautiful smile. And that is why, may I be so bold, we should have you as a calypso poster girl.
Well, listen what I have to say. The woman, she start to laugh right away. Boy, she like what you saying. You know the woman, she still blushing. But she blushing for everybody. And as you realize, everybody could see. But I learned something, you hear what I'm saying. I now realize today it have online tackling.
Topic.
Okay, honing in the time of COVID.
Well, you know, that is stupid. Honing anytime, especially COVID. Because right now, I have to say, is a very serious situation today. Because COVID honing, now it is true. Honing in COVID is one thing I wouldn't do. Because that is bad, it is hard to tell. Because one thing me doing is going in no hotel.
Ma'am, I must ask you on this instance, does your topic come from experience? This is what Brian London wants to know. How quick you give me that topic. So I never see things so since I born. Why the first thing you want me to sing is about horn? Just calling somebody, I see you waving your hand. Please tell me who you signaling the horn, man.
Topic.
With your sex, corona.
That is a nice one under no pretext. Imagine it have a thing called virtual sex. But you know who give me that topic? I know when it come to sex, it have a thing called tantric. But you know that is bacchanal. Me, you know with sex could be also virtual. Because I don't know what going on. Who give me that topic? They like to watch porn.
Boy, what is this pretext? The man want me to come and sing about virtual sex. Right now at you are looking, but in your home I feel that is what you're doing. Man, please stop this stupidness. I won't have you doing this nastiness. Ladies, turn up your camera, hear what I'm saying on. Next thing man watching all you and thinking about porn. Alabam, balam, balam, bam. Just shoot up exactly.
It's CMO.
Abala CMO.
It's CMO.
CMO, Chief Medical Officer.
Well, it gives me the greatest pleasure to sing on that chief medical officer. I really admire the gentleman. I'm talking about Mr. Roshan Parasram. I had to say plainly here in this club, that fella, he's doing an excellent job. And with him, I am not so... He doing a good job with this coronavirus.
CMO Mr. Roshan Parasram, on behalf of all, I would like to give you a hand. On behalf of the entire country, you're handling the thing excellently. But we are making no trouble. You're really working for the people. So right now, boy, you're saying frank. On behalf of the whole country, I want to say thanks. La bamba lamba lamba voodoo voodoo.
Topic.
Well, boy, I want to say I'm not talking the truth. I feel, boy, like this person, boy, they might unmute.
Well, I watching the lady and all I seeing, she is saying nothing to me.
Boy, I look at this.
Jack love Jack. Jack love Jack.
Well, I hear what she say. I am making Skylark. She said the topic is black love black. But that topic giving me some pressure. I feel some black people don't like each other. So I have to tell you what it is true. Black loving black, that's the thing to do. But I have to say that could cause trouble. I say black must love every color of people.
I feel the train get derailed off track. Make black people stop loving black. I know charity begins at home, and we are supposed to love up we own. But right now I want to ball, but somehow we don't do that at all. But I'm telling you, listen to me, it's time we love our own exclusively. Halabam, topic, bring, shoot, halabadoy, halabadoy, halabadoy.
Ladies and gents, we asking topic because this art we want to demonstrate it. And I have to tell you in the song, to give we topic you are taking a bit long. If it is quickly or things will look bad, because we had to sing, we have it hard. So listen to me, listen what we want. When we ask for topic, give it to us prompt.
She telling secret, boy, I don't want to kiss and tell. I think what she says, we need to sing about DCPL. Right now, I don't want to fight. I hope, Miss Lady, I get your topic right. But hear what I say in this. I hope that you want me to sing about the cricket. And right now, TKR, we are looking for friend. I hope in the finals we beat up all of them. Alabama, 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 Alabama.
Well, it's a lovely topic I have to tell. The lady tell us to sing about CPL. Right now we show that we comfortable and we have anything right in a bubble. And I really don't want to make bacchanal. We playing right now in Queen's Park Oval. We made 8 games and I can't complain. I sincerely hope this morning we win again.
La bamba dim bilum bamba la ba la ba dai la ba dam la dam dam ba la ba di di do la ba dam la ba dai la dam ba da dai. Well, I thank you for your patience. You all have been a very beautiful audience.
It's nice to be here. I have to confess. I say a special thanks to Bocas Lit Fest.
From my bottom of my heart is true. I want to say a hearty thank you to all of you.
I have to say, I have to declare, I am glad that you had this festival this year.
While you're clapping, I want you to continue moving your hand. I want you to give a round of applause for the keyboard man. And listen what I saying, partner, for all the ones behind the scene on the camera. And please listen what I saying. They are the ones who keep on this thing happening. And right now, I don't want to stress NGC and the Bocas Lit Fest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
When Tanti was spotted, the neighbors for 6 houses on every side of us were generally aware of this fact.
You think blasted saga clothes and theatre this grown tree? And before you look to help out your mother, and she 49 children. No, you prefer sit down on your ass for them long, worthless young men down at that bridge.
All right, man. I go just go down by my mother and say you put me out.
Hear how you talking through your ass again. I ever put you out? And go down by your mother and where she go put you? On top the roof? No. Under the house. And you ain't shame. You reach a big, long young man. And she's still there catching she tail with the little house falling down on she head.
As was not uncommon, Mikey left the house precipitately to the accompaniment of flying objects. One time, even including Leela with the blood-red cheeks and startled eyebrows who happened to be at hand. The rampage when Leela went out the window and break it. Then Mikey stood behind the protective shaddock tree, as was his wont, and tell Tanti what was what. Then I follow him down by the bridge. Manhattan was an individual who at some obscure date had gone away. Some of the boys say he only reached as far as a small work in Curacao. Some say he only reached as far as the local base. But Manhattan himself, mouth always screwed to one side and all the words coming out his nose, gave it out that he had been upstate side, fellas, up America side.
Hey, yo, fellas, let me tell you, I outdrew that sheriff in Dodge City. I was so fast, nobody even seen me. I was done before he had a chance to move. And as for the women, upstate side, I couldn't keep them off me. This one blonde chick wouldn't leave me alone. Passing still when I had moved all along. Had this redhead thing I was working, martinis, you know, and a little caviar on the side. She couldn't resist.
Crack.
In his rage, Manhattan forgot to screw him out to one side.
Crack, your mother. It's true, I tell you. You only blast the jealousy in you. Crack. I go crack your snows.
They fight until distracted by Mrs. Hines passing.
Ooh, man. Miss Hines. Damn, that bottom falling. Mind the bosoms in them too, Miss Hines. You might overbalance with all that weight in front there.
How she go over balance? That is what the bottom there for. You never hear about balance or what?
Mrs. Hines would turn and lecture them with the most careful enunciation of the moral evils of vagabondage.
Oh, yes. Lord. Glory. Glory be.
True spoke, sister. Amen. Amen.
Hey, what about your nenen boy, Mikey?
What?
I could handle that. Actually, if I could pass in by Sheena.
What?
Then Mikey was on top of him and they were rolling all on the ground, pounding each other, thrashing about with their arms and legs, dust flying and everybody crowding around. And I was torn up from the ground by firm hands, propped on the bar of bicycle and propelled down the road and abruptly deposited at my front gate to answer Tanti questioning glare. I completely forget what Mikey promised would befall us if we ever breathed a word about him taking us down there and caused that setting hen to take a turn in his ass. I only remember as I tell Tanti we leave them there still fighting. So I quiet myself and wait for the rampage to begin. But Tanti forehead creased like she thinking about something else.
What does that boy tell Mikey?
I tell her again. Still nothing. She must be was saving her rampage for when Mikey reached. Setting the table in silence, going by the window every few minutes to pair up the dark road. When we hear his step on the gallery, my heart and my stomach exchange places. Mikey slouched into his execution, jersey torn, expression on his face like he would willingly batter into the earth anybody who even watched him too hard.
Your tea on the table, Mikey.
And she spread some slices of bread alarmingly thick with butter, heaped some smoked herring onto the plate, and carried it to him reverently to his room. The threat we had come to designate compendiously as the bitch began to hover over every day of our lives.
I don't care how much letter that bitch sent, eh? All you know if that bitch turn up while me and Mikey not here, what to do, eh?
Run quick by neighbor Ramlal wife and stay here.
And if neighbor Ramlal wife not there?
Go straight by neighbor Doris.
And if Doris not there?
Tanti Mavis or Marva mother.
Good.
And Auntie Beatrice went from a blurred, distant voice like high heels and stockings in our memory.
We will take the children.
To having horns and a jobless face and 1,000 attributes of female terrifyingness. With the result that we did not scamper off in terror and panic when one afternoon, playing in the yard with Dulari, a car drew up and a lady with a benignant smile alighted in a cloud of dull perfume to smother us in kisses and sweeties.
Your auntie is not home, is she?
No.
And the boy?
Mikey? He gone to work.
Well, how would you like to go for a nice drive in your Uncle Norman's car?
Todden didn't give me a choice.
And here, child. And go home, huh? Your mom must be looking for you. Look how she has these coolie children running about with them. Come, children.
The whole drive, she talked non-stop.
Does that woman leave you there alone in the daytime? Does she beat you? And what about all those men? Do you like all those men coming?
All what men?
Your auntie's friends.
You mean Mr. George and Uncle Herman and Uncle Sylvester and Uncle Nero and them?
Oh, and them, goodness. I cannot imagine all sorts of men in and out what you children must be exposed to. Norman, can you imagine? And what about when she gets drunk? How often must you fend for yourselves?
But we don't fend.
You poor things. You must be absolutely miserable living with that woman. Does she make sure you have a proper balanced diet? Do you children have decent meals at a table with proper manners and etiquette? Is she training you at all? How could a woman like that possibly raise you to be nice people? You must be miserable. We must make sure you get nice treats today. How would you two like some ice cream? Yes! And we must stop and get some roast corn. Norman, don't forget. Children, you want roast corn? Of course you do. What's that, eh? More sweeties? Of course I have more. Here you are. And just until we get to the roast corn and ice cream. Children, how would you like to come and spend the August holidays with us? Wouldn't that be lovely? To come and stay with us at our nice house? And get to know some nice people? You will ask your auntie, yes? Press her to let you come and spend the August vacation with Bernadette and Carol and Jessica and Uncle Norman and me. Like a good girl.
When I see Tan Mavis, Georgina, Mooney, Ma Philippa gathered in our yard, I wonder what happened. As the car stopped, Todd and jump out and run excitedly up the path as Tanti's figure detached itself from the knot and precipitated itself frantically down the path to snatch him up and haul me to her side in the same savage moment as she faced down the car. Auntie Beatrice and Uncle Norman didn't dare come out. And what Tanti ain't tell that bitch is only what she forget or didn't have time to before the car pull off. The very next day, we were hustled off to Ma in Point Espoir, dipping into valley after valley, hills covered with every conceivable kind of foliage, thick green darknesses, sudden little streams running down to the sea we could spy down between the trees when we least expected to see it. The air smelled green. We went out with Ma. She, armed with cutlass, to hack away at thick vines and annihilate whole bushes in one swing, to pick oranges, mangoes, chestnuts, and plantain. She had a spot in the market Sunday mornings and spent the entire week stewing cashew, pomme cité, cereals, making guava cheese and guava jelly, sugar cake, nut cake, Benny ball, shaddock peel candy, chili baby. We hung around the kitchen to feast on the smells, never afforded the opportunity of gorging ourselves.
My own bold-faced tea. Hardened as the devil's shit. But that is your great-great-grandmother. That is she. Thank God.
And sometimes when the others weren't about,
and who is my sugar cake?
Tea.
And who is my dumpling?
Tea.
Who tell you that?
Ma.
Well, Ma is a liar old fool. My grandmother come back again with.
When you see Ma forehead crease and her eyes closed and she rubbing her temples, and if anybody speaks, she wave them away, I know she trying to remember her grandmother's true name.
You growing into my grandmother again. Her spirit in you. They never went down her spirit. And she would come back and come back and come back. If only I could live to see my own tea growing to my tall, proud, straight grandmother. I must remember her name.
Look, what all you want me to do? Put all your children to sit down on one another's head? I tell you, I have no more room in the ABC. Try the RC school. Put them by Mrs. Hines. Send them up Koreaka school. I don't care what all you do. Just carry them away and you could bring them back when they pass ABC.
All these years, I swear I would have never sent even a dog of mine by that blasted Hines. That woman is a long horse-faced mako with nothing to do but my people business. What the blasted government there for but to build school for the children? Now look at my cross. I have to put the child by these shifters. All they know is to run behind the reverend ass and the wife and smell every fart they blow. When it was black ass Reverend Joseph, God rest his soul, they used to find the ass the hell up in Koreaka Church on a Sunday morning, though. Me? I would have shit on them. Just you remember, you going there to learn bouquet? Don't let them put no blasted shit in your head, eh?
Mrs. Hines sat in her chair with a piece of embroidery or other sewing and from time to time addressed someone without raising her head in a slow, commanding voice that grated effortlessly over the bedlam. On my first day, she called me up to her with my slate. Across the top of it, she make a row of identical creatures, hand slate and pencil back to me saying, "Here, make A for apple," then take up her embroidery again. Sometimes her mother would come tottering and groping into the room and arrange herself laboriously into a chair. Conversation between Mrs. Hines and the old lady was a slow business. Mrs. Hines had to repeat every other word because the old lady's hearing wasn't so good, and her voice was like a foreign radio station fading in and out and crackling, all the S's fizzing out through the spaces between what teeth she had. They discussed the household of such and such a child whose family was doomed to destruction because the father drank and the mother never took the children to church. Or the pernicious Save Soul Sunday schools these ignorant people send their children in. One would think they were singing calypso. Mr. Hines' daily endeavored to bring us to a state of reverence toward the large frame portrait of Churchill through forced recitation of Children of the Empire, Ye Are Brothers All, and singing of God Save the King and Land of Hope and Glory alongside his lengthy lectures never changed the personage on the wall from being crapple face, but his lectures and their tangents. One indolent afternoon, Mr. Hines was taking up the reading lesson of an individual known as Dancy Joseph, who stalled for a good 5 minutes at GRAPES until Mr. Hines roared.
Look at the picture and say what you see.
Dancy Joseph looked at the picture, lighted up with sudden triumph, and announced, GRAPES, Janet! Mr. Hines started bellowing and Dancy Joseph started stuttering over our suppressed giggling until Mr. Hines turned to us.
Silence! Nincompoops!
And the now frightened hush gave way to a sharp crack and Dancy Joseph high-pitched wail.
Damn you! Damn you! You confounded nincompoop! You nincompoops!
He flinged Dancy Joseph back across the room, it hit the floor and fallen an undignified heap on the floor. No one had the faintest inclination to giggle. Alarm seized us because Mr. Hines' ruler was rarely satisfied with one victim at a time.
Go home! All of you! Go home and never come back here! You'll never get anywhere! You'll never better yourselves! You'll never be anything but pickaninnies! Here I stand, trying to teach you to read and write the English language. Trying to teach confounded pickaninnies to read and write. I, who have sat on the benches of the Inns of Court. I, who have marched to glory side by side with Her Majesty's bravest men. I don't have to stand here and busy myself with little black nincompoops.
From the conversations of Mrs. Hines and the old lady, I gathered to my puzzlement that Toddle and I, glances in my direction were fraught with concern, were being dragged up. But how desirable a fate, glances of awe and admiration, that our daddy was up there and surely going to send for us. I make the mistake of asking Tanti what they meant.
Drag up? What? Drag? Let me show them drag. I go show them drag. I going straight down there right now and spit on that bitch. So help me God.
Don't bother, Nen, don't bother.
Don't bother with that old bitch. You will only get the child put out.
Get out of my way, boy!
Wait, Nanen.
I said get out of my way! Get out of my way!
Wait.
Get out of my way, boy!
Wait till she leave there, and then you and me will go and spit on the bitch. Now you will know to keep your tail shut and don't come home with everything you hear them two dotish old witch say.
We had not seen the last of the bitch. Not Mrs. Hines, the real threat.
Paper? What paper? I would have shit on all your paper. You are not alright? Get the hell out of my yard. You shut your face. When you come out, I know you. And as for you, you must think I now dropped yesterday. You feel I know you trying to take these children from the home since their dear mother gone. God rest his soul. And now, you gone so far as to bring the police for me? You dare bring police in my yard with your flimsy paper to try to take these children? Who the hell you feel you is?
I would have never think any piece of paper could have get in the way of what Tanti say. But her last words that day as she put the brown grip in my hand were,
we come in full, yeah? But don't tell them nothing. You hear?
Auntie Beatrice always called me Cynthia like I was in school or in trouble. And she always called Taran Codrington and he never know she mean him.
It was your Auntie Beatrice who gave you that name, dear, when you were a little tiny baby. Don't you think it's nicer than that silly name that they call you?
He named Taran. It's I who name him.
Yes, darling, but that was when you were little. You're a big girl now, aren't you?
I try all kind of things to get us sent home. But to my disgust...
Oh, you mustn't be naughty, darling.
When are we going home? Just now. Ain't you want Tanti?
Yes.
And Mikey?
Yes.
Well, all right. Paul.
If I boil, we going up?
Yes.
All right, then.
Oh, gosh, darling. Darling, what happened? Oh, let Auntie Beatrice help. Tell me what's wrong. What's upsetting you? What you want? More sweeties?
We had to deal with worse before things got better.
Here they are, Cynthia and Codrington. Say good afternoon, Father. Good afternoon, ladies.
Good afternoon, Father. Good afternoon, ladies.
Well, you two certainly cleaned up very nicely. Thank you. And what a nice watch, Codrington, dear.
Uncle Herman buy for me.
Your uncle what, dear?
Uncle Herman,
Oh, that's not your uncle, dear. You only have one uncle. That's your Uncle Norman. Goodness.
Oh, take off these damn stupid pants, man. I want to caca.
Oh, my. Where are Cynthia and Codrington? Eudora, pack these children's things. Come, children. Your dear Tanti is taking you. God help you.
I bet you say I'll leave you here by your Tanti Beatrice. Look, my girl. Well, you know. Yeah, she know Big Shot. Yeah, she know. Big Shot in all kind of government office. Father presenting. So she get she paper. But we wipe we backside when she paper. Send all your children to get some tongue breeze. And in the time, I get a statement from all your father. You should have seen the bitch face in the courthouse, eh? She looked like she panty fall down. But that is the end of that, bitch. Matter fix. You living by your tanty. Your father's self could go to hell. What say you? All you ain't even have no use for here?
I thought Tanty won, that would have been the last. I had only ever raided the estate in Mikey's company because everybody knew about Mr. Braffett, who still lived deep in the acres of the Santa Clara estate. He had killed a beautiful woman who was a servant in the estate house, and her man worked her obia on him, and now he couldn't die. And every full moon, he turned into a lagahoo, and under moonlight, meet the woman again, who had, of course, turned a latter bless. And 2, he went mad and killed and eat his wife and all his children, and now had a taste for more. But, big and brave now, I was raiding the estate with friends from school. We stole and climbed trees while lookouts watching Mr. Braffett, too often stampeding us into mad squealing flight, leaving a trail of Ceres and Tambron only to find him nowhere to be seen. Until the day, the silence catch me in the Tambron tree, and I look up to realize everybody else long gone and a man approaching fast through the trees. I felt paralyzed. And then, with no plan, was suddenly climbing down the tree and hearing my own voice bawl, "Whitey cockroach!" Followed by a string of every obscenity I could think of, firing like a machine gun. And as he stood up in shock, I ran. I thought I was safe. But the next morning, Mr. Braffett was at school pointing out, "That one there with the red bows." And I ended up in Mr. Thomas' office.
What is your name, child?
Cynthia Davis.
Ah, yes! How is your tanty, child?
Well, thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I was your tanty's teacher, you know. Do you know that?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
You know, your tanty used to cuss down Tom, Dick, and Harry too as a schoolgirl. She would have given the governor a cussing if he looked at her too hard. Even the headmaster was a little afraid of her. Well, what must I do with you, child? Tell you to leave the mister's fruit trees in peace? I used to stone down those very trees, you know, when I was a boy. Collect some good cocktail too. Hey, go to your class, child. Go to your class.
I floated into class with triumph on my face, meant for the 40-odd pairs of vulture eyes I knew waited my entrance. The other culprits wetting their pants, expecting to be summoned to the office next. I didn't give Sir a thought, and I should have. Triumph was one thing Sir didn't stand for on a child's face.
You there!
We stood regarding each other for a long moment while I endeavored to adjust my features into contriteness.
Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
I considered the affair closed and none of his damn business. So I changed my contrite look for blankness. He was in favor of blankness, a good inane cow expression.
Well, tell us about your escapade up on other people's property.
I was sure this hateful creature had also raided the estate when he was small. But the picture of Sir, a little boy running around in short pants, wasn't feasible. I stared at him without saying a word.
Come here! Put out your hand. Put out your hand! If your parents don't teach you respect, then I will.
Everyone knew Sir gave 2 lashes with a Tambron whip, then paused to see the effect. If he looked sufficiently distressed, he followed up with 2 more and then you could go. But if he did not react satisfactorily, he went on, stopping every few blows to scrutinize your face. Each time he paused to look at me, he only encountered my eyes staring back at him with intense coolness. He was furious.
Disrespect! Disrespect! Up into that gentleman's land to revile him! Disrespect! Keep your rudeness for your mother and your father!
Eventually, I decide to bawl.
Look, sit down. Go to your seat.
What you think your boy bring home from the base today?
Well, I know. He must bring home 2 dead crappo he find up on the road.
Better see I go and throw it in the river and bring 2 dead crappo instead.
Oh, but you want to see a nene jump in the river and drown herself?
Ta-da!
Let me take a drink now.
Tanti's squawk of delight could put him in a good mood for a whole week.
Then,
Uh-huh.
my boss, so impressed with me, he say he go organize me to reach New York.
They don't like much black people up there, no?
What you talking? Are you going in the south?
I tell you, they don't like black people, north or south. Don't make a difference.
God, man, then is a white man sending me. You think all the white people and them does go about with gun looking for black man to shoot down?
Well, all right, go. Holly ass. You go have plenty pretty shirt and saga pants, all you want. Go.
But I ain't going for good, then. I'm coming back.
Yeah, you're coming back. You're coming back when I old and blind. You're coming back for a week to sun your backside and run back. And you're parking yourself in Strandview Hotel for the time.
We ate in silence except for the violent clattering of dishes and pots. Tanti did not turn on the radio for Mary Price, Midland's housewife, mother and confidant, which she always said was damn shit, but listened to every evening strips in her contempt. She cleared the table fiercely with a further clanging and crashing coming from the kitchen, then emerged brusquely.
But what do you ask it have up there for you, eh? What is shut up there it have for you to do? What you put up there? You put something up there? Me and know what you understand it have up there. It in her no blasted heaven here, but it in her that no way. It's all about have catch ass. Any damn place you is, you just have to haul your ass out of bed when the morning come. Your vest does have to wash. Your ears just get wax. And if you ain't shit, your belly does hurt you. Me I know if you think it does have something different, like if you cross the blasted Jordan or what. Look at Selwyn. Go on to sea. Go on to sail. First day the ship touch England, he pass on. He think he reached the Golden Gates. Park he ass there and what? Catch any tail. Catch any royal ass. He ain't say so. Nobody does send them from the Golden Gate to say they catch the tail. For they would sound like the living jackass. And one day, out of the clear blue, he write and say, send the children up in the Golden Gates with me. Send them to catch their backside up in the Golden Gates with him. Well, he lie. He go have to come with God and his mother.
Nenen, I have a paper.
And what?
They give me this paper and, well, they say that them not responsible for me have to sign it.
I know you telling me that for. I ain't responsible for you. You's a big, long young man.
But it's because I ain't have 21 years yet, that is why.
You ain't had 21 years yet. It's yesterday. I put you on my back and bring you here. And both of we come like 2 man rats in the same hole. But that didn't say you had to pick up and leave from me before I even get to see you grow. But hand me them paper. Hand me the paper! I can't stop you.
Can I come in and congratulate the scholar?
Come in. Where your man?
Norman.
Bring him too, everybody. You have to take a drink on my child here.
I mean, I don't know if he would indulge in such
God,
things.
where he is? Sit down in the vehicle.
Yes.
Tadan! Come now, man, boy. Come and go down in the part and tell you, your Uncle Norman come out, he fancy, can't take a drink.
Cynthia, look at you. Look at how you've grown since we last laid eyes on you. Your Uncle Norman will not recognize you. Oh, congratulations, dear. We are so surprised and so proud of you. And what school would you like to go to, dear? The very best, of course, for a bright girl like you. St. Anne's, not so?
Yes.
Well, we must talk to your auntie. Your Uncle Norman and I can get you into St. Anne's.
A few days later, the bitch was back to finalize arrangements.
Of course. She will come home at vacations and now and then at weekends. And we will get all her uniforms, of course. No need to worry.
Thank you, madam. But we will see about that. We are not paupers.
Very well, if you insist. So, I think we should come and get Cynthia at least a week in advance of school opening so she can settle down, you know, and get used to her surroundings.
No need. T come by you enough time already. She don't need to leave home so early. Day before is just fine. And don't forget, she coming home for Mooney wedding.
Cynthia, dear, you must start going along with Carol and Jessica to some of these birthday parties and garden parties they're always invited to. You need to come out among nice people's children. Oh my, but not like that. Surely you have something nicer, dear. If only I had you with me sooner to bring you up from when you were little.
This one?
Do you really like that dress, dear?
This one my favorite. Tanti make this for me.
Oh, no.
I never see that dress again. Plenty of my things disappear from that wardrobe.
Mother? But that is my dress.
Yes, I know Carol, darling. But you didn't expect her to go to Mass in that niggery-looking dress, did you?
I don't care. That is my dress.
Carol, please. We must help your poor cousin however we can.
Mother, that is your project, not mine.
Auntie, I could go and pack my things?
Go and pack?
Yeah, for Mooney wedding.
Oh, you mean that coolie affair? Look, dear, your aunt is very wrong to drag you along to these things. You have nothing to do in that simmy-dimmy. Tomorrow, we will go for a nice long drive and maybe drop in on your Auntie Beryl. What about that? I will write and tell your Aunt Rosa that you have the flu. I know you must miss your little brother, dear. But I'll tell you what. We'll drive you home next weekend and come back for you on Sunday night.
But I knew that Saturday was one of the next door children birthday party.
You know, Carol's middle name is Elizabeth, too. Your poor mother. It wasn't really her fault. She was a grown girl, after all, and as such, she couldn't stay out the godparents' hands much longer. She had to take almost the first comer. I mean, it was the godparents' fault, too. They were low-class people and had no idea about anything. Your mother, Elizabeth, was such a beautiful little girl that when the family had to go all ways, the people up on the Grange had been willing to have her, and they would have even taken her back to England with them. But she went to the godparents. She who by right belonged with the people on the Grange. And look what happened. Up there in the bush, there wasn't anything that was her quality, really. If it hadn't been for him, you might have looked like her. God rest her soul and give her peace. They might just as well have put you in the orphanage. It would have been no greater shame. What could you two turn into but little ragamuffins with no manners and no gratitude? What a mercy she took the last with her. What a mercy, Mary, Mother of God, not another infant delivered into the hands of a fallen woman. And may God forgive her for the two she brought into the world.
I got the impression that I should be thoroughly ashamed, for it seemed that my person must represent the rock bottom of the family's fall from grace.
I really don't know what to do with Jessica, you know, Norman. This child has no ambition at all.
It's not my fault! I tell you, Sister Columba don't like me.
Sister Columba doesn't.
I know it doesn't. Give me a chance now.
Well, then say doesn't. If you want to talk like any old ordinary market people, then you can go and live with market people.
They only pick the fair girls anyway.
Look, my girl, it is not any fault of mine that you are dark. You just have to take one look at me and you will see that. There you have nothing to reproach me for. But the darker you are, the harder you have to try. I'm tired of telling you that. What you don't have in looks, you have to make up for otherwise.
Since I missed Mooney wedding, Auntie Beatrice never bring up me going home for a weekend. Never once mentioned Tanty name since. Even though she seemed close every time she talked about poor little Elizabeth, whose low-class godparents got her instead of the people up on the Grange. By the time Carnival reached, I didn't even want to go home for Carnival again. So we went in the stand both days, sit primly in the company of tourists and watch the bands, seeing the unmistakable niggeriness of the whole affair. Then Easter was approaching, and Auntie Beatrice took it for granted that I was coming with them to Canapo, where they rented a beach house. She didn't speak of writing Tanty to tell her, but I knew I had to, unless I wanted to see Tanty appear at Auntie Beatrice's front door to tell her what was what. I said I was going to spend the holidays down Canapo, that I wanted to because I had never been down there before. The first 2 days in Canapo, we all went down to the beach together. But by day 3, Carol and Jessica had befriended the De Silvas, who were staying on the other side of the head. And then it was just me, Auntie Beatrice, and the always silent Uncle Norman whole day, every day.
I know, Cynthia, what a good child you are. You would never treat your poor mother like Carol and Jessica, spending absolutely no time with us these last few days. Where were you, dear?
I went for a walk.
But why didn't you say?
I said I was going. Maybe you didn't hear.
I want you to come down to the village with me to get some things for tonight.
She had been coaxing Carol and Jessica to bring the De Silvas and their friends home for dinner.
Well, it's just us again. Do you know where my daughters are? Crab hunting, if you please. Carol screams like a mad woman when she sees a little baby spider. You see the family I got? I spend my life teaching my children to be decent, teaching them to what is important, and they forget who it is that got them where they are. You are such a good child, Cynthia. It was God's will after all that your poor mother died. All things for the best. As now, I have a comfort. What do you think your aunt and your little brother are doing now?
I don't know.
Do you still want to go and see your aunt?
Yes.
Plenty of food in the kitchen, if the food is good enough for the lady.
T absent-mindedly dishes food into a bowl, grabs a spoon, and begins eating.
What's the matter, Cynthia? Weren't there any more plates and knives and forks?
Yes.
Well, you just find them for me, please. Don't bring your ordinariness here. We don't eat with bowl and spoon here. You're not living at your precious tanty now. That woman, bringing you up in her niggery ways. To think she should believe she has the right. Huh. Whatever will happen to the boy? What will happen to him? What can that woman teach him? A woman with no culture, no breeding, no sense of right and wrong herself? What can she teach the child? I will live to see him spurn that woman. Mark my words. Nobody can say I haven't tried. God is my witness. I have tried. But what can you do? What? Who can undo the work of the devil? And what have I got for my trouble? What? If it wasn't for my own flesh and blood, so help me Almighty, I would give up. My own flesh and blood. Who would think so? Anybody who wouldn't know would say it was some family with no kind of background. Nobody would believe there was good blood. But give the sons of kings to pigs, and they will turn into pigs. Yes.
I wanted to shrink, to disappear. The very sight of me was an affront to common decency. I wish my body would shrivel up and fall away, and I could step out new and acceptable. Now I resented Tanti for not letting Auntie Beatrice get us in the first place and bring us up properly. What Auntie Beatrice said was true. How could a woman with no sense of right and wrong take it upon herself to bring up children? God knew the reason he hadn't given her any of her own. If I had never lived there, if Auntie Beatrice had whisked us away from the very beginning and brought us here, I would have been nice. I was ashamed and distressed for thinking about Tanti this way. And afraid of one thing more than anything else in the world. That sooner or later, Auntie Beatrice would get so tired of the sight of me that she would send me back to Tanti. I get a letter from Tanti.
Dear Cynthia, not a word you write to your Tantan since April. Why is that? Todden is fine. He is in second standard now, you know. Dulari is also fine. She said, Tanti, I'm keeping you company till Sinsin come back. Well, now why I'm writing this letter is, I am sure you will be glad to hear of it. We are coming to see you Friday evening, so tell that bitch so she could please herself. We are getting a drop in Uncle Sylvester's car. You remember Uncle Sylvester? Yours truly, Tanti.
With horror, I realized that it was Friday now. No chance of warding them off. And who were them? I suddenly thought, my heart making another plunge toward my stomach. Who was Tanti bringing into Auntie Beatrice's house? Coweringly, I broke the news.
Oh my good heavens! And Father Sheridan is coming today. I must ring him immediately.
I waited in pain for the sound of the car drawing up to our gate. Auntie Beatrice had her worst dragon face on.
See!
Uncle Sylvester, coarse and repulsive, overfed stomach chipping out over the top of his pants. And Dulari, in her yellow dress and white shoes with the fronts cut away to give her toes room. And Todden, not so round again, a big boy now.
Well, look, Sin, talk to Hannah, Dudu, all the things you had to tell her.
I sat on the edge of my chair, head hanging, while they produced a series of greasy paper bags. Palori, Ancha, roti from Nebramlal wife, Accra, fry bake and zabaka from Tanti, all manner of ordinary nastiness.
T, you don't want to eat a palori or something? What are you waiting for?
I recoil in alarm at the very thought of sitting in Auntie Beatrice's drawing room eating coolie food. And Accra, saltfish. Fancy even bringing saltfish into Auntie Beatrice's house. God, a strong smell of curry assailed the drawing room. Another thing I would have to pay for later. Todden talked steadily, delivered all the news. It must have dawned on Tanti that I didn't have very much to say for myself. She didn't take her eyes off me the whole time, and the few times I dared to look away, I was unable to read her expression. Then she sprang up and gathered Todden, Dulari, and Uncle Sylvester abruptly.
We going now, Cinti. Tell the Auntie Beatrice we gone.
Tanti turned and hustled the children out. And as they disappeared through the door, I had one fleeting urge to call them back. Several times over the next few weeks, I contemplate running away and going back to Tanti. I work it out in great detail. The bus to the railway station, the train to Koryaka, and then the bus that would put me down at Ramsaran Corner. I just had to leave the house one morning and instead of going to school, go down to the bus depot and ask which bus went to the station. People might think this girl in a St. uniform was breaking beach, but I could look sick and people would think I was ill and had to go back home. I didn't need any baggage because I had clothes up there and Tanti would make me more. Off the bus at Ramsaran Corner, up to Kunu Road, across the bridge, and past Ma Philippa's disagreeable dog, and up the path to the front gate, and always then my plan broke down. When I look up the path and see Tanti standing in the gallery, arms folded. Then, crazily, I would think of heading up to Point d'Espoir instead. Ma would surely welcome me with bursting joy, pleased to see what a big girl her own tea had grown into. Her own bold-faced tea, hardened as the devil's shit. Her own grandmother come back. Then one day, when I came home from school, Auntie Beatrice almost ran down the front path to greet me, beaming, beside herself. She had a letter from Tanti saying, my father was sending 2 plane tickets for Todden and me, and we were to leave at the end of the term. The last time my father suggested we join him, Tanti had been on a rampage for a week. In the remaining time, my standing was that of a pariah who had suddenly gained a title. Carol and Jessica regarded me with mute awe. Auntie Beatrice threw a party for me and invited all the nice people's children she could think of, so the news got safely around to all the nice people. She took me shopping for clothes and managed to communicate to every shop clerk that this was her little niece who was going up to England.
So we're just getting a few things together, you know?
I went back to Santa Clara at almost the last minute. I did not relish facing Tanti. It was strange as she wrote to Auntie Beatrice and not to me. And why were we going up to my father anyway? Was Tanti giving us over without a fight? And was it pure coincidence that my father should ask for us now when the last time had been almost 2 years ago? Again and again, I tried to dismiss the conclusion that this time, it was not my father who had asked Tanti to send us up to him. I need not have worried about Tanti's reception. Her head was tied, and for the moment, there was no sting in her. Ma had died the week before. She informed me, and every word was a ton of bricks on my head. that Ma had been asking for tea, her own tea. But she had told her that T had no time to come all the way up to Point Espoir to see her. But in the last days, Ma had suddenly remembered her grandmother's name and wanted to add it to my names. Tanti hadn't even bothered to remember it. Everything was changing. It's unrecognizable, pushing me out. I had moved up and no longer had any place here. It was painful, and I longed all the more to be on my way.
I just bought Tiffany Yannick's Wife, and I'm looking forward to reading this. I know her to be a really interesting writer, and I haven't read this book. I think it won. I think it might have won the Forward Prize, and she's been on my list for a while.
Properly, but I just finished that book and I think it's the best book that I've read in like years. It was so real. I don't know how to explain that. Like intelligent and beautiful and honest and brave and rhythmic and made me cry loads of times.
One Caribbean Media celebrates 10 years of the Bocas Lit Fest and of the OCM Bocas Prize for Caribbean Literature. As we mark this important milestone, we recognize the invaluable role that the National Festival has played in advancing the careers of Caribbean writers, and indeed, reigniting worldwide interest in Caribbean writing. As we enter the next decade, the OCM Group looks forward to the continued growth and influence of the festival, and, as it has from the beginning, will continue to support its development.
Hello and welcome to all our online viewers from all around the world to the NGC Bocas Lit Fest 2020, streamed live from Trinidad from the Bocas website, Facebook and YouTube. I'm so excited to be here. I'm Ira Mathur. I've hit the jackpot with my guests on the segment Family Matters with two debut authors, Trinidadians, Ingrid Persaud with her novel Love After Love and Caroline Mackenzie with her novel 1 Year of Ugly. A little bit about each of them. Ingrid Persaud is a Trinidadian-born writer who lives in London. Her debut novel, Love After Love, was published by Faber this year. And in 2017, her short story, The Sweet Sop, won the Commonwealth Short Story Prize. She also won the prestigious 2018 BBC National Short Story Award. Ingrid taught law, then studied fine arts before becoming a writer. Her work has appeared in Granta, Prospect, The Guardian, Nine Dials, National Geographic, and Pre magazines. So welcome from London, Ingrid.
Thank you. Hi,
So
everybody.
lovely to see you. And of course, Caroline Mackenzie is a Trinidadian translator and writer whose short fiction has appeared in publications around the world. She was a regular contributor of non-fiction pieces for, I'm sure a lot of you know, for Mako People for several years. And in 2017, she was shortlisted for the Commonwealth Short Story Prize. And in 2018, she won the first prize for fiction in the Small Acts Literary Competition. Her debut novel, 1 Year of Ugly, was released in July of this year. And I understand exciting things coming from Netflix from there as well. Welcome. It's so lovely to see you as well. And thank you so much for my signed copy, which was just
no problem. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to jump straight into it and say that both of you have made waves on the international scene, right? With Ingrid being Faber and Faber's top and frontline author of the year. And of course, Caroline, you catching the attention of Netflix. I mean, all of Trinidad is as plumped up as if it's happened to each of us. You know how we are as a country. The global reviews for you both from The Guardian to the New York Times to The Economist have been beyond glowing. And we all take that credit because you are Trinidadians. I read both books, completely immersed myself into both of them. But it would be great if each of you gave our audience the elevator account of your novels. What is your novel about? Perhaps we could start with you, Ingrid.
Hi, so Love After Love is the story of an unconventional family. It's told through three voices: Betty, a young widow, Solo, her son, and their lodger, Mr. Chayton.
and their lives are shattered after a little bit too much to drink one night, and a secret is revealed, which sort of shatters the family. And the book is about how they come back together and how they find themselves.
Your title of your novel was of great interest to many of us because, of course, it's one of Derek Walcott's best known and best loved poems, and it is in the end it's a paean to oneself, towards finding oneself. And do you think that that is the penultimate theme of your novel, of how people can be their most authentic selves?
I think the journey that each of the protagonists take is premised on finding their authentic self and welcoming that self. And without that, all the other types of love, of friendship, of family, of romantic love, none of those things can ever really be fully explored if you haven't embraced that self-love, which Walcott talks about.
Yes. And Caroline, give me your elevator pitch. If I had, and I'm sorry I've not done this so far, but if I had to hold a 1 year of ugly in front of you in an elevator and say, hey, what's this about? What would you say?
So 1 Year of Ugly is the story of a family of Venezuelans who come across to Trinidad illegally via pirogue in 2016. And it's a whole extended family of Venezuelans who come over, and things are swimming along pretty well for some time. And then unexpectedly, one of the matriarchs of the family dies. And again, like Ingrid, family secrets. It comes to light that she was in debt to a Trinidadian criminal, a very eccentric, very violent Trinidadian criminal named Ugly, who subsequently blackmails the family. And all sorts of shenanigans ensue. Sounds very dark, but it is a comedy at its core. So
there's lots of moments, I mean, that of laugh out loud moments. And it's really interesting to me that you were able to take a subject as I suppose people associate Venezuelan refugees with, we need to house them, we need to make sure that they get enough, it's a huge humanitarian crisis. And the UN says perhaps the worst humanitarian crisis in recent times. But I want to come back to that. What you've actually done is that you've kind of sugared the pill, right? You've taken this humanitarian crisis. You're talking about 4 million refugees worldwide. You're talking about 60,000 here, although the government says it's 16. And you've somehow managed to create a saga that both humanizes them as well as shows them, shows their terrible plight of being refugees.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think for me, and I think I've only had to think about this recently while discussing the book. I thought it was sort of a unique thing to talk about uncomfortable or heavy or difficult subjects with a lot of levity and a lot of laughter as a sort of coping mechanism. And then the more I thought about it and spoke about it, I said, that's not really just a me thing. That's a Trini thing. And then when I mentioned that in an interview a few months ago, people kind of piped up in the comments and said, that's not a Trini thing, that's a Caribbean thing. And I said, for true, you think of all our traditions of Kaiso and Calypso, and these art forms take really heavy subject matter and discuss them in a way that is light and funny and tongue-in-cheek. So I think I've really internalized that, and that's the only way that I feel able to discuss things that really stir a passion in me, whether it's anger or sadness. So that was why it just kind of came out the way that it did. It was intentional, but also I don't think I could have written it any other way. I'm not good at heavy writing. I need to do the laughter.
I was actually going to ask you, I said, is this the George Bernard Shaw thing where you sugar the pill? But I've now realized that it's actually something that's entirely our own. Trinidadians tend to be able to find humor in
everything.
Everything. That's right. So I want to come back to Ingrid on a very similar note. You've written about some very, very pressing issues in our society. in a very creative, engaging way. You spoke of a young gay Indian boy or young man. I think he was nearing 30, Chetan, in South, and what it is like to be closeted gay, to be fearful of the world out there. You've spoken about domestic violence and an event that kind of pushes a victim of domestic violence over the edge. And also you've spoken about the issue of a very young person, engaging in self-harm just because of the pain that he was going through. Tell me a little bit about that. Did you set out to write about such serious issues, or did it just become part of the kind of woven fabric of Trinidad?
So I don't think that I ever set out to do big themes, and I think if I thought about that I was writing about self-harm, or I was writing about domestic violence, or I was writing about discrimination on the basis of sexuality, I probably couldn't write a word. And so I write a story. I write a story about very human, small lives. And in those lives and in the telling of those lives, then perhaps big themes can be incorporated. But I never set out with an agenda to do those things. And, picking up on what Carolyn was saying earlier, we have a saying in Trinidad: laugh and cry live in the same house.
Yes.
And that's, I think, common to both our novels, is that we see within the trauma, we see the humor, and within the humor, we know that we might be covering the trauma. So it's not just our coping mechanism. We've actually we've got a saying to incorporate our way of viewing the world.
So I want you both to speak to one another on that a little bit, because like all Caribbean writers, especially, those of us living on a very small plot of land in this part of the world, you must have been watching one another's work with interest. Did you find there were commonalities in your work? Carolyn, what did you think of Ingrid's book?
Oh gosh, I loved it. Who doesn't love After Love, right? I mean, it's just such a wonderful read. I think I read it while my son was napping, so I can actually work it out to the hour. I read it in 7.5 hours. And not that, who's keeping count, but yeah, I think it was about 7.5 hours based on the nap times.
And no bathroom breaks.
No, just straight through. And yeah, it's amazing that you're just struck by how, place and where you're brought up and how much that forms you. And, we've had so much, this is a little off tangent, but maybe not. We've had to think so much about things like identity, especially within the context of race in the last few months. And through conversations that I've had on those subjects and whatnot, I stopped and I thought, who do I feel like first? And to me, my identity is Trinidadian before anything else. If I were to hear a Trini, that Trini could look anyhow, be from anywhere. And if I was in a foreign country and heard my accent, I would turn around and be like, hey, and I feel like you just get that connection when you read writing from someone who's from your home. And Love After Love is so richly, intensely Trini. And so of course, you see so much humor just in the manners of speaking, and like Betty just cracked me up. You could just hear it. And when I heard Ingrid reading recently, I just had to laugh. I was like, this is just the most fantastic reading, because just how you went from the narrating in your usual accent to that intense Trini accent, and there's just humor in that inherently. And yeah, I think I always will feel my heart warmed when I read something by a fellow countryman or countrywoman. And yeah, I don't think there's any book that I have picked up from, especially from Trinidadian writers, that doesn't seem to blend those two things, the humor, the light and the dark. I think we do that. I think we just we know that, you know, where it's the same. Oh God, I'm gonna stop. I'm a babbler. I'll stop.
No, but in short, I think she liked your book.
Yes,
so
very much.
You know,
so Ingrid, what did you think of Caroline's?
Well, so it's a little bit unfair to ask us, I think, Ira, because we're obviously going to say nice things about each other. But I genuinely enjoyed Caroline's work. I think it's very courageous to take on board an issue as sensitive and potentially explosive as the refugees in Trinidad, and to so skillfully deploy the bombs throughout. So that was perhaps, I thought, the greatest skill in the book. And it's just a rioting good story. But we know Caroline's a great storyteller because, we know her work. So I'm just really pleased that this year we have such a strong Trinidadian presence and a woman Trinidadian presence, a female presence on the international stage. So it really it's a year to celebrate. I think this is a year that we as a society should be celebrating our literature because we're doing amazing things.
Agreed.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I have to say that, Ingrid, you took an enormous chance in a way that I think very few people have. I think people have dipped into it. Of course, Naipaul has done it in bits and pieces. Sam Selvin did it with the dialect. And of course, after that, a lot more people, took a lot more risks with dialect. And I think the person who comes closest in the international arena to have done what you did with dialect was maybe Salman Rushdie with his book Shame, because it was filled with Urdu phrases. And as I was reading it, because I understand Urdu, I was like, oh my God, how does a non-Urdu speaker understand this? But everybody got it, right? Yeah. And I have to say that this is literally, I would say that this novel helps us in a way to define ourselves, that if Derek Walcott were around, he would be so proud, because he always said that because we come from, we've come from societies where we've had to kind of cut off our past, whether it's our language has gone, and lots of us don't know where we came from. So we've really recreated ourselves leaf by leaf in a way. So I want to start our reading now with something by you. I want to do this twice, so maybe a 4-minute reading, and then we'll go on to Caroline. Read something you love.
Sure. So this reading is from the first chapter of the book, and it's in Betty's voice. And it is a scene with her husband, Sunil. In tutus, I dished out the stew chicken, vegetable rice, and green salad. Sunil used the fork like it was a shovel. When he's like this, anything can become an argument, and any argument can become a fight. Like salt cheap. But I hardly put salt in the food. He rocked back in his chair. If looks could kill. You telling me you cooked this chicken and didn't put one set of salt in the pot? Silence. So what I tasting? Something must be wrong with my mouth. How I tasting salt so? You know my pressure high and you giving me salt? Like you want to kill me, eh? I was careless. I'd left the rolling pin on the drain board, easy reach of Sunil's chair. That rolling pin might have hit the wall or the bed or the chair, but it found me. Doctor said the ulna and the radius snapped in two. My arm was in a cast when we buried Sunil a week later. At the funeral, I told people it was no big deal. I must stop being so careless with ladders. But I took half and left half. People used to look at me and Sunil and say, Betty girl, you're real lucky. In my head, I wanted to ask if they're making joke. Lucky? That man only gave love you could feel. He cuff you down, honeymoon. He give you a black eye, true love in your tail. He break your hand, a love letter. He put you in hospital for a week, love will stay the course. He take a knife and stab your leg, until death do us part.
Thank you so much, Ingrid. That was just so touching and beautifully written. And I feel that you speak not just for a lot of Trinidadian women. I mean, every year, we have at least 40 to 50 of our murders are with domestic violence, and worldwide, 40,000 people, women in intimate partner abuse are murdered, and it's beautifully done. So thank you so much for that. I'd like to ask Caroline now to read one of the excerpts from her novel.
Okay, so mine is a bit quite far into the book, and it's a scene between the protagonist Yola and her love interest Roman, who is also Ugly's right-hand man. As we drove on for more than an hour, I started recognizing places I hadn't seen since we'd rocked up on the shores of Trinidad in that pirogue, without the faintest idea what lay in store for us. We passed through La Brea, where 2 years ago my father had shared all of his recently acquired trivia about our new home. You see how the roads are lumpy and uneven? It's because of the asphalt overspill from the pitch lake that makes the ground shift all the time. See how it makes the houses wobbly and tilted? And look, he said, rhapsodizing over the sights like we were cruising through a Grimm Brothers crafted enchanted forest. You see the stilts all the houses are built on? They're drill pipes from the rigs. This used to be real oil country. The SUV rolled on past those same splintered houses, teetering on drill pipes, past Cedrus, where my family and I had alighted, and several other sleepy villages, until we came to Icarcus, one of those mystical corners of Trinidad that people know of, but where few have been. Its mysticism has been earned mostly because it is, to use a Trini expression, behind God's back, an unholy 4-hour drive from Port of Spain. But there's another factor contributing to its mystical atmosphere. It is an infinite galaxy of coconut trees. There are so many coconut trees that when you're driving through them, it starts to feel like you've submerged yourself in one of those magic eye posters from the 90s. You know, the ones where you're supposed to see the hidden image of a dolphin, but all you can see are colorful dots and squiggles. We drove through all those dizzying coconut plantations for what felt like forever, until we bumped along a dirt road that ended at long last on a dismal strip of beach looking out onto the faded blue outline of Venezuelan mountains, just across the Gulf. La Patria was so close you felt you could reach out and touch it, could almost smell the tear gas clouding the streets of Caracas, hear the echoes of army batons cracking into protesters' skulls, and the self-righteous bristling of Maduro's mustache as he looked out over it all from the balcony of Miraflores Palace. Roman took off his sunglasses and turned to face me. Milagros is gone. He said it so matter-of-factly I could only stare at him. Are you telling me Aunt Milagros is dead? I asked finally. No, though she nearly could have been. What? She's not dead, just gone. He turned to look out at our homeland. She's back in Venezuela. I stared out over the placid aluminum ocean like it would make my eyes telescopic, as if I'd be able to see Aunt Milagros on a distant mountain peak, her linen clothes flapping in the wind, cigarette smoke streaming above her to merge with the clouds. I'll stop there.
But there was so much in that passage, right? And not only did you, I particularly loved it because you brought in so much of the landscape of Trinidad, the way we describe ourselves, the coconut trees. I mean, we all know the accidents that people have, just driving along that long stretch of coconut trees. It's really evocative, and of course the pitch. And at the same time, what you've managed to do there is, show some of the chaos of what it is like to be a refugee. You're not quite clear about what's happening, as well as you've managed to show how close we are to Venezuela, right? We're just 8 miles away, and on a clear day, we can actually see Venezuela. And Caroline, that brings me to my next question to you, and I want to repeat that to Ingrid in a moment. Let's talk about research. Now, you're a Trini girl or Trini lady. Well, not lady, that's not very feminine. I used to hate it when people called me lady, but you're a Trini woman, and yet you've kind of gotten such a deep and powerful insight into the Venezuelan population here. You've humanized them. You've shown them much more than pieces of flesh or people who are in need. You've shown families and entire kind of complex webs of how, of generations of families and the beauty of all families. How did you do that research? And not to mention the research, of course, into the pink pie house, which I absolutely adored. And I have to say that is particularly the line when Yola, I think she quite enjoys dressing in that outrageous outfit of kind of like just a black bra with a tight jacket and I think shorts the size of a band. And it was so empowering when she said, I kind of like this. And I was like, oh wow, maybe we could all kind of
a lot of research went into that.
So tell me about your research.
So right, first of all, I need to give public thanks to my husband Stephen McKenzie, because I wanted to write this scene in the Carcass because I really wanted to show some just different parts of Trinidad, especially the ones that I feel most kind of entwined with. Nature is very important to me. The North Coast, of course, I spend a lot of time there. But the Carcass I've been to 1 or 2 times, and there's something about that. It has a sleepy kind of vibe, like, it really feels a little haunted because of the history of it, and it's so kind of dilapidated now. But the landscape itself also feels just kind of mystical. And anyway, I knew I was going to write this scene there, but I hadn't been in a while. So I said to my husband, you have to drive me to Carcass, right? And he was like, Carcass, does he? And I was like, yeah, this is for my dream. You have to take me. And he was like, oh shit. So I had to take a whole day. I had to take a whole day now to drive this girl to and from Carcass. But he did it like a champion. So thank you for that. So in terms of all of the places, all those nature spots I have been to, they are based on real places. I went there during the writing to make sure it was fresh, because I really wanted it to make an impact. I wanted people to see Trinidad through my eyes and love it as I do. In terms of the Venezuelans, and getting, trying to get myself into their skins, because, I think writers, we're like method actors in a way. You have to really be in that skin. You have to live it as much as you can. At least that's how it is for me. And I speak a lot about translating, and I was very entrenched in that, in what was going on with Venezuela, because I am a translator, and the majority of the work I do is for Venezuelans coming to Trinidad. But I really want to emphasize too that, in becoming a translator, I've been a language lover my whole life, and I was very, very much immersed in part of learning languages is immersing yourself in the culture that comes along with it. And Venezuela being, as you say, right there, 7.5 miles away, it's a culture I've always felt deeply, deeply bonded to. I can't remember a time when I wasn't listening to music from Latin America, from Venezuela, listening to Venezuelan radio, streaming it whenever I could. And so I've always felt that connection. But when I started writing this book, I just started getting very bold-faced. Anywhere that I would hear Spanish and run into people who were Venezuelan, I would just chat with people anywhere I went, because it was incredible. I'd go to the grocery and you'd hear Spanish, you go to PriceMart Spanish, Movie Down Spanish, anywhere. And I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna chat to people. And people were so open and friendly. Like standing up in the line in Massey stores, which was high at the time still, and people were open and they wanted to share. And I would just say, you have family back in Caracas, how's everything there? And of course they were so excited, like, oh God, who's this Trini girl coming and chatting to me in Spanish? And So I just connected in that way. I didn't go to the UN Refugee Agency and have formal interviews. It was all done very much in keeping with the style of the book, informal, casual. And then I feel like I maybe got more of a balanced sense of what people were going through here, because they didn't, you know, sometimes you feel like you need to give a sub story. I didn't get that. I got accounts of what was happening back home, their experiences here. But there was a lot of laughter and lightness in those discussions that I had. So I think that's, and people knew I was writing a book about it and were very, very receptive about that and encouraging. And they were like, yeah, so gosh, tell people how the Trinity's giving us pressure here. And yeah, you know. So I felt like I had that backing and that support from the community here and the people I ran into. So yeah, just conversation and dragging my husband all over the island. Those were my two research methods.
Yes, but I do want to ask
Well,
you, the whole scene with Pink Pie and that club, that, I mean, what a description of it, you know. if you thought of a more kitsch whorehouse, if whorehouses could be more kitsch than they are, I mean, and the costumes, the outraged, and then the Attorney General walking in, I mean, the fictitious Attorney General.
Underline that before I get in trouble.
Have a lawyer here, right, Ingrid? And but that was just absolutely fabulous. Is there a club like that here?
Well, no, well, not that I know of, because it would be illegal. But no, I worked for my entire undergrad. I was a cocktail waitress in a Spearmint Rhino strip club in Brighton. And even at the time, I remember thinking, this is good material, you know, this had to come out somewhere. This is good material. And every single thing you read, so the uniforms that the girls wear, that was my uniform. I had that same experience of like feeling like I landed under an atomic bomb of boobs and ass and everything when I walked into the dressing room for the first time. That whole experience is like a mini memoir contained in the book. So it's all very accurate. But I don't think there's any clubs like that here. I think here it is actually a lot more sordid and not so well organized. Ugly was good at organizing.
Well, it was beautifully observed. And I want to now, all the time, I was reading, the Chetan, am I pronouncing it? I'm pronouncing it Chetan, but Chetan's story, the young gay man from South. I mean, I was very, very close to tears, Ingrid, because it was so beautifully drawn and so beautifully observed. Where did you do your research about homophobia in Trinidad, about the fear of, the actual fear of people being beaten because they were found to be gay, about the kind of very covert relationships, about that very sad moment where they had an anniversary and they couldn't hold hands on a bench and had to sit apart. Tell me about that part of your research.
So Ira, first comment though is it's so interesting when you introduce him, you say it's the young man from the gay man from South. And I think, our wider audience probably doesn't understand that whole North-South divide that occurs. So I'm a South girl for those of you listening in, and the Northerners need a passport to come and see us. So when Caroline talks about coming to Icarcus, she's talking about a 30-mile journey. Okay, it is not a huge. But we live in that kind of divide. So there's already, if you're a Trini reading the book, you're already layering in certain prejudices and certain assumptions. Doing the research about homophobia, well, that's a piece of cake. It's not even research. You just have to open the newspapers. You Google it. You read any of the recent court cases. There's it's not hidden. Homophobia is not something we are ashamed about and hiding under a bushel and it just sort of seeps out. It is something which is openly practiced. We hear, leaders from politics, from religion, from education, spouting homophobia. So that was not any terribly interesting research to do. It was all there. What was far more interesting to research was gay sex, you know. So yeah, just look at my you know, my Google history, because
that was really well done. I was like, oh my god, she's totally
Yeah.
gone into these two gay characters, and wow.
Well, that scene in the bar, outside the bar with the that there's a hookup. I thought that was just so convincing. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off, but it was so authentic and like convincingly done, you know.
So my biggest compliment is when I got a message from a gay man who said, "How do you know that?" Who told you?
We know things.
But it goes back also to something Caroline said earlier about inhabiting the characters that we write about. And so she needed to go to Cedrus and feel it and see it, and then she could write it. And similarly, you know, I had to immerse myself into what it would mean to be a gay man, and what are the limitations on my life, and how do I find what I want in a society which does not accept me. And I think I found it much easier, and I've said this before, to project into the space of being a gay man or of being a young boy who self-harms than I ever did to a middle-aged woman like Betty. And I'm a middle-aged woman. I should have been able to do that.
Oh, you're not. You're a rockin' young writer.
Oh, that's very sweet. But it's, you know, writing Betty was the most difficult voice, because there's no more projecting into a space. It is inhabiting something that's very close to home, inhabiting a female voice, you know, she's not in no way autobiographical, but she is much closer to who I am, to my aunties, to my female friends. And so I had a lot of trouble with her. Gay man, no problem. Betty,
well, it does show me, you know, it shows everyone that actually to write so, it writes so in such an authentic way, you have to have a great deal of empathy. And in addition to the power to be able to observe, it's the empathy and being able to get into what somebody is going through. And, you know, you both did that so beautifully. I feel like I'm literally kind of taking over both of you, and I could literally speak to you all day, but lots of people are writing in. And I want to just, I want to start giving you some of the comments and questions. So this one comes from Teresa White via Facebook, and it comes as a comment. She says, I strongly believe that Ingrid Persaud belongs to Trini East Indian dialect, the linguistic expertise often attributed to Faulkner, Twain, and Chandler Harris to various US dialects. So that just came out as a burst of firework compliments to you, Ingrid. So let's take a moment and applaud that. Thank you, Teresa, for that. There's another question that's come in, and this is from Sarojini Lakan via Facebook. And she said, I would love to know where Ingrid got all her material for the food in that book. Honestly, I was reading your book at 4 in the morning, and I was like, I need to go to the kitchen and try to make this now. And I'm no cook.
I actually wrote down the recipe for the cascaroo. I literally looked at the book and I took it. I wish I could find a piece of paper to tell you I'm not lying. And I wrote it down. I was like, I cook it. This song and good. Yes, that is so true. The cooking is fabulous.
Yes, the recipe part was just drool worthy.
Yeah, boy.
Tell us about that. Are you really such a good cook?
Oh gosh, you'll have to ask my family. I'm not intimidated by cooking, but you know, I just do my best. But I think when you're dealing with sensuality, sensuality plus Trinis to me equals food. Like we're always defining ourselves by food. You know, when the price of doubles went up by $1, I mean, there was a practical civil unrest in the streets. Okay, so we are food people, and to write about Trinidad authentically, I felt that in this particular story that food had to be part of it, and the food that comes is like anybody in self-exile. It's nostalgia. It's thinking of all the things that you wish you were having. Today is Sunday. I made some roast chicken and roast potatoes with rosemary and garlic and shallots. But I really, really, really would have preferred a big butter pilau. Okay,
Yeah.
That would have been, you know, a pot of pilau taken to the beach and shared with friends would have been the perfect Sunday. And just saying that, you know, that shows, you know, we define so much of our lives by the food that we have and where that food belongs.
And how we share it, because a lot of it comes from that as well. I've got another comment that I really want to read out. And this comes from Alcest Lewis Brown, and it's via Facebook. And she says, I hope it's a she, I might add to that my mind, people who experienced oppression once they've achieved a certain distance from it, years, decades, centuries, the laughing and crying aspect feature intertwined in their lives, and it always rises like a fragrance from a flower. And I think that that speaks to our earlier conversation of finding joy within the sorrow for both of you. Would you both agree?
What a beautiful comment. Is that person a writer?
It was the
writing stuff.
Yeah, it really, really was beautiful. And here's another comment. It comes for Caroline from Nicholas Lachlan, and he says, from YouTube, and he says, has the evolving situation with Venezuelans in Trinidad and Tobago and changes in public attitudes over the past few months changed the way you think about your characters? Would this have been a different story written a year later? That's a great question.
You know, so I actually wrote the novel in 2016, and the editing, oh God, the editing is, you know, yeah, Ingrid's nodding, she knows. The writing it is one thing, the editing is a whole other story. But, you know, I actually think if I had written it today, I think it would be a much, not to pun here, but I think it would have been a much uglier story, actually, because I think the attitude that Trinidadians have towards Venezuelans, and, you know, not to rip my, you know, fellow citizens apart, but I think it's pretty horrible. And since COVID, it's actually gotten much worse. You know, you're hearing, and these are all such a stale narrative, such a stale xenophobic narrative, you know. It was, oh, well, when we have lockdown, all the Bennies coming in here and bringing COVID, and it's them who spread it, and it's, you know, and now we have nothing, the economy falling apart, and they come in here and they just, you know, leeching off us, and on it goes, and there's always a scapegoat, there's always somebody to blame. So I actually think that if I were to write the story today, it would not just be a case of ugly exploiting these people. I think I would have put a lot more emphasis, and I would have spent a bit more time on how the wider public, how they interact with Venezuelans, and the ugliness of that, I think would have actually featured a bit more strongly, because it's really disheartening to me that even after the amnesty happened, after there's such a keen awareness of what's going on over there, and look, it could happen to us in a blink, you know? I think we're kind of having that wake up too.
Absolutely. And I think we all forget that we all came from somewhere. I mean, the PM himself said that a month back. he said we all actually came from somewhere, and and that's what makes this island. I think of it as God's greatest experiment. You take people from 5 different continents, you kind of cut them off their roots, you bring them to this small place where everything percolates, you bring more people, and the word is that actually that the Venezuelans are willing to do a lot of work that Trinidadians aren't willing to do for agriculture, for instance, which is now taking great priority in our islands at a time when we need food security. But I want to rush because I have a couple of more questions, and we actually also want to do a quick reading. I want to talk about the journey to publication for both of you. What was it like for both of you coming from a small island like this? How did you attract an agent and a publisher? What were some of the struggles? And finally, launching in a pandemic. So I'm going to let you both run away with it. Perhaps you'd like to start with it, Ingrid.
So for anyone out there thinking of writing and publishing, please go for it. Caroline and I are examples of different routes that it can happen. So I always say, if it can happen to me, it can happen to you. And there's a bit of luck in everything, and there's a bit of serendipity. For me, it was winning the BBC National Short Story Award. I went from having no visibility to literally overnight having a lot of visibility, and that visibility led to an amazing agent, Zoe Waldy at RCW, and RCW have done a lot of work with Bocas in the past. And I found somebody who understood me, believed in the work I was doing, and was able to sell it to the right agents, right publisher. So there's a bit of luck, being in the right place, perhaps the right book for the right time. I don't know. And I think you can't write to some sort of zeitgeist that you think might be there. I think you can you must write what you believe is your authentic truth in whatever you're doing, and just write and rewrite and rewrite, give it your best, and you too could kind of be out there.
So you're saying the work ultimately also speaks for itself. Caroline, what was your journey like? I mean, Netflix. I mean, we'll be watching your characters out there soon. We're so excited.
We hope. So my journey was a little different. I started writing. I'd been writing, doing lots of short stories, the competition circuit, that sort of thing. And through a very long story that I won't get into because I need to self-censor, I ended up writing this novel. And then I spoke, very importantly, I spoke with Elizabeth Nunez, who's, I'm sure you both know of her. She's a wonderful, extremely, well-respected Trinidadian author living in the US. And she just happened to be the aunt of one of my very good friends. And my friend mentioned that to me, and I was like, could I maybe, line with her? And she spoke with me, at length about the novel and gave me some wonderful notes and feedback and whatnot. And when I came to the stage where I was happy with my manuscript, and I thought, gosh, I have something here that I just felt like I could have written several manuscripts before, totally different stories, characters, whatnot. And you just know when something's crap, right? And I spoke to her. She was extremely helpful in guiding me in terms of doing my agent query letter. And then, you have good old Google just guided the way. And sorry, I've missed a very important part of the journey. I went to a seminar at Bocas in 2013 with an agent and a publisher who told you how to get published. And I literally just followed step by step. I wrote a manuscript. I submitted an agent. I researched my agents. I submitted query letters to those agents who I felt were a good fit for me. I found my agent, Sue. Hi, Sue, if you're watching. And then Sue just took it away. But I was very lucky because I had that kind of mentor figure to help me with crafting the agency query letters, which are not easy to do. It's not just like, hey, I have this amazing book, you want to just represent me. It's a really it's a business pitch, and you have to do research and really couch it as a business pitch, why this book can sell, why this book can do well, so you have to kind of rejig your artists and your creative thinking. And so I would say get yourself somebody who has been around the block and can help you with that, and then just follow these steps, do your research, and eventually, no matter how many rejections you get, one will fit, and then the agents they just take it away from there and help with everything. They do everything.
And Caroline, I love the way that you kind of included this story in your wonderful novel.
I had to. Oh gosh, I had to big up Bocas.
Yes, yeah. Bocas is in South. I was like, well, we should really move Bocas from South. Boy, what happened to the library? So that was really, really well done. Now I'm getting a question for you that a lot of people are asking, and in fact, like I also really wanted to know, but it's put beautifully by one of the people who've logged on, and it's a question from Lefebvre Coburn via YouTube, and he asks you, did you have issues with your editor or publisher concerning your use of the Trini Creole? Were there any changes required to your original transcript with reference to the language that you used? We kind of touched on this, but maybe you can go ahead on now.
I didn't. I am not. Oh, sorry. Was this me?
No.
Oh, Ingrid.
No, sorry. This was for Ingrid, the Creole. And I'm sorry. I should have been clearer.
No, I had. Thank you for the question. I didn't have any problems with it. Nor did my editors have any problem with it. They didn't want a glossary, so there was no sense that anyone didn't accept it. And I think that is as it should be. It's written in an English which is our English, and if you are from the Caribbean, that is our English. It is not a dialect, it is our English. And if the writing has integrity, it will be understood. We have never asked someone from a Scottish writer to add a glossary of Scottish terms. We don't ask a Welsh writer to give us any particular, to do anything special for us. And I think we should approach our own language with the same, both the same confidence and the same humility, that it is a language which will be understood. And if you act from that premise, then I think you're going to be okay.
And that's so
I'm going to say one thing.
Sure.
Ingrid is being very, very humble, because it's only if you are able to write our English well and skillfully that it is easily understood. And it is not easy to do. And Ingrid, like, seriously, that is a skill and a talent that I've tried it before. It is not everybody who can do that. And I think that is such a testament to how well you do it, that your editors were like, yeah, great, let's go ahead, and that readers know. I've not heard any one person who's read it who's been like, ooh, I kind of struggle with this. And yes, I think that's really a testament to your talent.
Yes, that's very sweet.
Many props.
The whole kind of love-in fest,
That's been groundbreaking. What you did with Love After Love and Creole English, that's been absolutely groundbreaking. I'm not sure we're going to have much time for another reading, because people are just asking lots of questions, and here's another one for both of you, and this is from Anna Lucy Smith by YouTube, and she's asking, how do you feel about genre specific labels being placed on your work? Do you match with how you see your own work? I mean, are you placed in a particular genre, like literary, perhaps a literary novel, or perhaps yours could be perhaps similar? I'm not sure what genres you both have had to be slotted in for the marketing. Has that happened to either of you?
No? Okay, well, I have.
Okay.
And that was a little bit of not a shock, but I was kind of getting the rom-com, romantic comedy label, and at first I was like, I kind of recoiled, because you think romance novel, you think, ooh, Mills and Boons, Harlequin, that's not good. And then I stopped and I sat back and I said, you know what? I love romantic comedies. I watch tons of romantic comedy movies. I love romance. I love comedy. Why am I stressing? But for some reason, I was nervy about having that label. But I think it's just nervous. Anytime you have to get an objective opinion or label, you kind of destabilized a bit. But I've come to embrace it.
let's face it, Caroline. It's a fabulous love story between you and Romain, and the electric charge. And in some ways, it reminded me a little bit of a Hindi movie, because, every time the actual something almost pornographic was about to happen, you used a lovely adjective that took me away, but, like flooded my mind with what was happening. So it was really beautifully done. I mean, I thought he was a great character. He's someone that I think that like all women could fall in love with. He's
God,
no, it's a great love story.
Can I just say one thing about genre fiction, though?
Sure.
And I think it's an important thing to say in the Caribbean context, which is that we have been brought up in the shadow of giants like Walcott, like Naipaul. And so the notion of genre fiction has been given this very secondary role, and we're very scared of it. So, it's taken a while, and I think we're only now seeing a generation coming through who are like, genre fiction, call it what you like. It's a great story, it's well written. The genre bit is because somebody needs to market this, okay? But we have amazing sci-fi being written. We have crime novels being written. Jacob Ross's book, why should we not embrace this idea of genre fiction? So, but the snobbery of the industry remains that you're not doing, the right thing unless you're writing literary fiction. Well, who's determining what's literary and what's not? I think it's up to us to embrace that writing is writing, and we're going to tell great stories.
And you've shown it so beautifully, and you've both shown it. We don't have a whole lot of time, so I want to very quickly ask you, because I'm close to wrapping up, what next? And when can we have a Trinidad launch where we can all come and toast you both? Trini's, the Trini's want to toast you both. But very quickly, what next? Ingrid.
Well, first of all, I think the idea that we can toast each other and be with each other physically is not something we can control. So here's to everyone. Let's just embrace today, this moment. Great. We are together. We're together in a very difficult space, but it's fantastic that we're together. And I can't wait to do it in person, but I'm grateful that Bocas has gone ahead and that we've been able to come together as a community like this.
I'm going to ask Caroline to give me a 15-second wrap up here. Caroline, what next? And
okay, I'm very, very quick. Nearly wrapped up on my second novel. Very excited. Lots of vice, sex, drugs, bacchanal. It's going to be good.
Love it. Love it. So I want to really thank you both. It's been a huge privilege. I feel like you've peeled an onion, layers and layers and layers of Trinidad for us. Thank you so much for reflecting our society back for us in a beautiful way, in a literary way, the poetry, as well as the messages that come through with your writing. We couldn't be prouder. And I have to hold up your books before we go. So thank you so much, Caroline Mackenzie, author of 1 Year of Ugly, and Ingrid Prasad, author of Love After Love. And that's it from us in this session of the NGC Lit Fest.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
In the world of natural gas, Trinidad and Tobago enjoys an enviable reputation. This is not by chance. For over 3 decades, one company has led the way in shaping the country's unique energy sector and facilitating its growth. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NGC. NGC is a diversified energy company playing a key role in the development of Trinidad and Tobago's energy policy and increasingly sophisticated energy economy.
Stay connected and entertained with broadband bundles designed for you. With Flow, Starter and Advanced plans, you can enjoy faster speeds to stream more of what you love. Get free access to the best shows, series and movies with HBO Go, and connectivity on the go with free Flow Wi-Fi. Packages start from as low as $295 and no contract required. Visit discoverflow.co to sign up today. Flow, keeping you connected.
At every turn in Trinidad and Tobago, there's something new to discover. But during this period, we made another discovery. That we are resilient, that we are passionate yet steadfast, that our beauty shines through our people, our culture.
Hi, I am Penelope Spencer, Auntie Penny by some, and I'm reading you a story from NGC's Children's Bocas Lit Fest Storytelling Caravan. The name of the story I'm about to read is called How Kevin and Aurora Won the Poetry Competition, written by children of Port of Spain. The National Library of Trinidad and Tobago decided to have a national poetry competition in which contestants had to write about preserving the environment. Kevin was a Grenadian boy with a short rasp who had moved to Trinidad and lived with his mother. His father worked in environmental conservation in Grenada. Kevin wasn't your average boy, as he loved the environment and wrote poetry about it. In fact, Kevin loved writing so much that from a class of 17 children, he got chosen to go to the national competition. Here's a bit of Kevin's piece. Shout it! Pollution, pollution ain't the solution. Help out! Picking up garbage is a good contribution. Nice, huh? Kevin was very excited about the competition. On the way to Port of Spain to take part, he saw a travel poster offering a tour to Grenada, and he remembered the hurricane that caused his family to run to Trinidad and Tobago. At the National Library, he was told he would be partnered with someone selected at random. The judges wanted to see how the contestants could work together and to know that the winner would be able to work well with other people. Aurora was 9 years old and a Chinese doggler. meaning she had Chinese, African, and Indian blood in her. She lived with her parents in Aranjuez. From a young age, Aurora's parents recognized her love for nature and also her care of animals, and every Saturday they let her walk her dog around the Aranjuez savannah. One day, as Aurora walked her dog, she observed the plastic, metal, paper, and glass recycling bins. She watched people playing football, basketball, flying kites, and buying doubles. Aurora also noticed some pretty birds chirping, like the kiskadee and sam, and felt inspired to write a poem. Here's a piece of it. Plastic things are for plastic bins, paper for paper dustbins, paper clips and cans for metal bins, and glass for those glass recycling bins and things. The rhyme won her place in the final competition. On her way to the competition, traveling in a maxi to Port of Spain, they passed sapodilla, avocado, mango, and coconut palm trees. Aurora was very excited. Upon arriving at the National Library, however, she saw the crowds of people gathered for the NGC's Bocas Lit Fest, and Aurora was excited. She turned nervously to her parents. They left her with the children's library and went off to hear a famous author speak. She waited patiently. And soon the judges pulled names from a hat. Kevon was to be partnered with Aurora. They talked about many things for the poem, and that helped relax her, and they set about working on their piece. Some of the competing poets spoke about deforestation, sea pollution, oil spills, air and noise pollution, and even endangered animals. The two children decided to write about the scarlet ibis, the Carony swamp, hunting and litter. Eventually, they came up with their piece. It began. There once was a scarlet ibis who lived in the Carony swamp. His home was threatened by bottles and cans and lots of other junk. It told the story of a talking scarlet ibis who knew he was the national bird of Trinidad and Tobago, and about how he spoke to children who visited the swamp. In the end, the children spread the message of caring for the environment. No one else in the competition had written on the national bird and the Carony swamp and its importance, and the judges all agreed Kevin and Aurora deserved to win. It was indeed a great day for the children, as even Kevon's father came from Grenada to the competition. Quick crack, wire bend, story end.
Potong. Potong. Potong.
A mongrel of unknown mixed breeding, also known as a Caribbean Terrier. As in, that little potong, you afraid? I say it's a alley station.
Rubber slipper. Rubber slippers.
Singular and plural. Flip-flops made of rubber or plastic, also known as Piper Clarks and rubber ding-ding. As in, dies what she go put on she foot? Are rubber slippers?
Children. Children.
Plural of child. As in, how you make so much children? One child ain't no child, but joke is joke. See also, child.
Child. Child.
Either a juvenile human or a term of endearment. As in, child. When you going and make child? See also, children.
Up on Mount Pima Hill, you'll find her walking still. Up on Mount Pima Hill.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
I have been writing for about 5 years, and my piece was inspired by recent turn of events that has been happening for the last month. So yeah, that's basically it. Your daughter gone. I still here. Unlike the trim you take after months of growing it out, I still here. It ain't no growing out of me. Sure, you had me in lockdown, but now I'm going out at least. As the Prime Minister say election and give the order, I was released from your borders. You think you suffering from boredom? What you gonna say about me? It's years now these idle hands looking for colleagues. It's years I ain't gone viral and extend my reach. So here comes a revival of the most infectious disease. Number of reported cases? Not sure. Number of new patients? Much more. Victim after victim. Entire population witness, yet nobody could put me in the courts because it's you who set the standard by being my source. I ain't leave no American stores and American shores and come in as an outsider. And I definitely didn't come from no bat in China. Yet here I am. And there you are. Every 5 years we renew our vows till death do us part. You know me good? Yeah. On all your social apps without appointments, I just appear. If one bad apple spoil the bunch, I show up in a pair. Scroll through your Facebook friends on your Apple or Samsung, I will show up in your pairs. When they refer to your skin tone with distasteful remarks, you thought you passed the test on knowing them, eh? It might have to remark, yeah, you know me all too well. My name is Rachel. But you could call me Ray. I don't have a gender. To be a member of every creed and race is my only agenda. You want to know a secret? I don't care if you could keep it. I just like the commerce. Guess who I vote for? The PNC. People's Neutral Congress. I out here a long time, so I know the ropes. I stand with the Selwyn Kojos and sat with Mirage them. I playing for both sides. You might think I buy, at least I'm not biased. I tell her she could put contraceptives in his water. I tell him he could respond by threatening to rape the people's daughter. Both parties benefiting from my offers, so you could boycott your punch. Can't boycott me though. Boycott the starlights, but I am still the star of this show. You know when I just got an erection and develop a thirst for you? Whenever it is elections, because it bring out the worst in you. You worry about COVID infection, so you're protecting your health. Washing your hands often, putting on your mask as well. But I still show up in your status when you unmask yourself. Are you infected with me is what you need to ask yourself. People don't get discharged when they're infected with me. People just discard any kind of empathy. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. And I am the tune that plays from your mouthpiece. I see you keeping your social distance. Everybody stay inside. But you can't keep your social distance from the hate inside. Once this hate ignites is another case. Since all you don't meddle, I alone win in this race. So you could quarantine me now. Better show up next 5 years. Forgetting about me is not a vaccine. I staying right here. So you could sanitize how much you want and try to stay protected. But if you don't sanitize me from your heart, you will remain infected.
I've been here 3 times this week and place is always closed.
Can I help you, ma'am?
I need to do a vehicle transfer.
Counter 4. Counter 4, ma'am.
But there's only one.
Ma'am, just go behind the line there, please. You see the line? Go behind the line, please. Behind the line, please. Yes, thank you.
Next, please. I need a form.
What form is that, ma'am?
The vehicle transfer form you now send me for.
Oh, you want to do a vehicle transfer? You need a form, ma'am.
I know, which is why I'm here.
Here you go, ma'am.
Thank you.
You need some help filling out that form?
Yeah, I think this section right
Counter
here.
1.
Are you joking?
Ma'am, I am a public servant, not a comedian. Counter 1.
Nah. Nah. No. Nah. Next, I need you to help me fill out this section of this form for a vehicle transfer.
What kind of vehicle is it, ma'am?
It's a van.
I'm so sorry, ma'am, but this is for a car. You need a transport vehicle transfer form, ma'am.
And where would I get that for?
Counter 4.
Of course. Yes.
Counter 4.
Of course. Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Behind the line.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Next, please. I need a form to do a vehicle transfer for a van.
Sure, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You need any help filling out this form?
Yes, as I was saying, this section.
Counter 1, ma'am. They fill out those forms at counter 1. You know where the line is? Want to she, boy?
Boyfriend, come on, real videos. Them girls funny.
So I'll read this bit about my mother. Whenever my mother or her 8 sisters spoke of their childhood, it was with joy and fond recollection. Their eyes lit up and they became animated with tales of Tetron Bay, moonlight and games, storytelling, vats of steamed crabs, and other culinary delights. Yet, if I reflect, I realize that these girls must have had very few childhood years. The elder girls were married by the ages of 9 and 11. Small wonder they clung to their childhood memories and stories with so much warmth and passion. I believe that my mother and her siblings were sent to a Presbyterian elementary school in Chaguanas. Most members of the family wrote in the easily identifiable script of the Presbyterian teachers. Ma's school days were few but happy. Excelling in her studies, she seemed never to forget the poems, stories, history, geography, and arithmetic she learned at school. Her younger brother Simbunath was in her class, but never outperformed her. That fact, unfortunately, proved her undoing. Her mother refused to allow her to sit the bursary exam for Naparima High School out of fear or certainty that she would outshine her brother. It was a bitter pill for Ma to swallow. Her teachers begged for her to continue at school, but Nani would not budge. At the age of 11, Ma's school days were over. Until her death, she kept the handwritten goodbye page of poems and sentiments given to her by her classmates when she was taken or yanked out of school. My mother did not always speak grammatically correct English, although she expressed herself well enough given the limits of her education. My father, also weakly schooled, taught himself to master writing in English while she was busy raising their children. If Ma had been given the opportunity at school, which she would later seek for all her children, she would doubtless have learned to express herself with boldness, skill, and clarity. But her intellectual growth was stifled and stunted. Her ambition was snuffed out by a myth present in our culture that gave much more credence to the ambitions of males over females. I believe this to be essentially foreign to the deepest roots of Hinduism, which honor the feminine in all ways and forms in Trinidad. Ma should have had the opportunity to show her true ability. Instead, she developed, as Bo said, and I can skip it, she developed a compulsion to withdraw. My elder sister Kamala would always say that our mother was vain. It is hardly an adjective that I would choose to use. Ma had a sense of self, a dignity without being self-centered. She never wore makeup. Pond's Vanishing Cream was her only beauty product. Coconut oil was her only body oil. And Johnson's baby powder, her only talcum powder, during all her years. She sewed her own clothes, and my father forbade her to wear anything red or with red. Ma wore her skirts a little below mid-calf and liked high heels. In dress, she was different from her sisters. A pair of gold bracelets, simple earrings, and her wedding ring band comprised her only jewelry. Ma never left the house without her ohrani or veil, even to go around the corner to the grocery or to buy vegetables. For 30 years after her marriage to Pa, Ma devoted herself to her family. Looking back, I can see that it must have been a life mainly of drudgery, single-handedly doing all the things that one needed to do for the family. She kept busy and seemed apparently fulfilled in cooking, cleaning, washing, ironing, and sewing for her girls and herself. With little or no social life and interests, family weddings or organized family prayers by her mother's family or why others were her major outings. Then she would return home hoarse and happy from being part of the choir of her sisters who knew all the sounds that accompanied the various rites. Even there, however, her sister Tara, not Ma, was the star performer. Then in 1959, Ma sprung a surprise on us. Ma, who had never worked outside the house since her marriage in 1929, took a job with her brother Simbunath at his quarry in Bitter Valley. At that time, still a semi-rural area outside of Port Spain. But already much had changed from my girlhood days when we had lived there on my grandmother's estate. Now, with her new job at the quarry, Ma left the house at dawn and returned at dusk. The quarry lands lay on the opposite side of the valley from the great house and cocoa estate, both of which had been abandoned after Nani's death. I think I need a little water. Okay, thank you. Right, spill it. Thank you. Ma's job required her to check the trucks and loads, to take a note of the transactions, and to check on the state of all machinery in use. We all had to get used to her new vocabulary, which included D7s and D9s, tractors and crushers, overburden and blue metal, and all the various machine parts that had to be serviced, repaired, or replaced. Suddenly and quickly, our quiet Ma, usually in the background, occasionally murmuring remarks, was becoming chatty and authoritative. At the quarry, she would don her hard hat and Wellingtons and climb the ladders to peer into the trays of the trucks. She could tell at a glance how many yards of material the trucks were taking out. Ma loved her job. The men had to respect and answer to her, and that included the often fiercely independent truck drivers. At work, she knew the idlers from the good workers, and she never seemed to mind the dust and the noise. Ma also was in charge of buying and transporting sticks of dynamite to the quarry. This meant that permission had to be sought and given by the police to purchase and transport explosives. She became so well known over the years that pretty soon she was being invited to the annual policeman's ball. I am not sure if she ever accepted, but I would not be surprised to learn that she did attend at least once. About her salary, Ma remained tight-lipped. At first, because she was so secretive, we began to suspect that her pay was embarrassingly small. But the job made her financially independent and more secure than she had been for years. Also, she was clearly happy.
Stay connected and entertained with broadband bundles designed for you. With Flow starter and advanced plans, you can enjoy faster speeds to stream more of what you love. Get free access to the best shows, series, and movies with HBO Go, and connectivity on the go with free Flow Wi-Fi. Packages start from as low as $295 and no contract required. Visit discoverflow.co to sign up today. Flow, keeping you connected.
"2020 marks 10 years of TNT's National Literary Festival, and it's the first ever virtual NGC Bocas Lit Fest. It's packed with stories, talk, readings, extempo, poetry, new talent, and of course, surprises. 18 events, 80 participants. Friday 18th to Sunday 20th September. Catch it all via Facebook, YouTube, and on the Bocas website, bocaslitfest.com.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our session, Infinite Islands, where we have two astoundingly brilliant poets with us today, all from the astoundingly brilliant island of St. Lucia, which your host happens to be from as well. And we have a really, really great session here for you today with John Robert Lee and Canisia Lubrin, or should I say Lubrin? How should I pronounce it, Canisia?
Either is fine. I've been called both.
All right. So welcome, everybody. I will not be talking at the beginning of this. It's right to begin it with poetry. So we're going to go first to Robert to start us off with reading from his work. And just before we start, I'll just show you the two books. Robert's newest book, Piero, and Canisia's newest book, The Dysgraphist. Let's get into it, guys. Robert, take us away.
Yeah, thank you, Latimer. I want to start with congratulations to Bocas on this wonderful festival celebrating its 10th anniversary. So it's really a pleasure to be here with all the friends of Bocas. You know, 2016, I was at Bocas for the first time. I was a judge of the poetry competition. But there, what stands out for me, I met Dion Brand, Trinidadian-born Canadian resident. I had heard of Dion, but never read her work. I heard her read and was blown away immediately. I asked Shivani Ramlokan later, what books of Dion should I get? She suggested Ossuaries and Inventory. Since then, Dion has been a voice in my ear. So I want to read this poem called Letter after Dion Brand, a gloss of variation. It's a tribute to Dion, but it's also a tribute to Bocas, and you'll hear as I read the poem. It's a glossa poem, and I use 4 lines as an epigraph from Dion, and those 4 lines will appear again in my own poems. So from Dion Brand's inventory, here are Dion's 4 lines. All I can offer you now, though, is my brooding hand, my sodden eyelashes and the like. These humble and particular things I know, my eyes pinned to your face. And my poem begins. I must tell you how moved I was, astonished perhaps, like the wind's castanets in palms outside my window, like the shack of shells under the interfering proddings of surf. How you drew me close, yes, to brimming over your so unexpected full-veined lines that were the archetypal echo humming under my breath. And indeed, here you were, Brand. All I can offer you now, though, is my brooding hand. Parsing your notations, perusing your inventory of our blasted days, Aleppo now, and then Nice, and yesterday Orlando, tomorrow Laventille again, Trenchtown recurrent, Richmond Hill impossible to forget. Ossuaries, yes, of failed states and their politrics, babies broken on beaches, Mediterranean drowned in overladen caravels, our islands doomed alleys mocking my sodden eyelashes and the like. Exhausting, these postmodern certainties, no truth, no meaning, no author, no beauty, I suppose, in the old songs of remembering upon drum, string, and bones, dimpled laugh of the old woman who loves you, long arms of the dancer from San Fernando, sacramental light rimming the ends of sunsets, languid cruising of scissor-tailed seabirds through our horizons, reading a fine poet from Toronto. These humble and particular things I know. Add thresholds of jalousie, doorways I crossed, pursuing mystery love, drawn even then by the echo quivering on metronomes of evening softnesses, to find faith waiting in lines of dreadlocked canticles, pointing couplets of dark sayings, terrible chapters of mighty prophecies. Anyway, like some minor April epiphany, I'm downtown Port of Spain, corner Hart and Abercrombie, and you're reading tenderly at Bocas, my eyes pinned to your face, for Dion Brand.
Brilliant. Anisha, take us away. Thank you, Robert.
Indeed. Thank you, Robert. Love that poem. Again, congrats to Bocas, and a great many thanks to everybody involved in making this happen in this world of everything online. I will read some excerpts from the Dysgraphist from just a bunch of non-consecutive pages. It is difficult to live in the dark. I knows the dark is difficult as abandoned artifacts like graveyards of ships in the blueprint of wrecked wars known to Jejun as the 11 lost in deep water horizon, oil and gas, ignited for 48 hours in 60,000 gallons of the dark. Permit an escape to the engineers still alive and brave in this dark. Then stop immediately, man. Then hit I again. After 84 days, a facsimile. Be sure to offer milk. Then ask Jejun whether I will cry if you die. Whether something of the pirates and all the ones they sold live here still. De causa naturale. De causa nostra. Lay I, now the younger one, bare in thoughts, bare in eye complications. Jejun does not want it paid in simple tongue. But let I go, given the choice now to speak, after 500 years of dysgraphia. Let I approach the witness stand in any chosen language. Let I bend into a touch of the supernatural. Let that be all you need to know. Where the heart is bruised with unfeeling, to delay the organ's devotion to devotion is not belief, or it is. In the river's swelling urges, nothing drowns, but I sweep the perimeter, drowning in my study of dreams, spent in their ordinary unordinariness, their semblance of the world, their bargain to arrive judged by ended things, old money, new money, public executions, family before brothers, before sisters built as beach forts, before I found blue vines in the streets, crisscrossed to swoops. Swoops I would lie in and wait for onset, settled in familiar branches, branches with cold fruit, fruit for the shut mouth. How else to honor mothers who claim no hunger in order to feed their children? Here, a parade of haggard selves, in whose hands the machete has found itself to flesh. I walk along something still latent, dark, its embers prone to blaze suns. An ululating mouth here, a whimpering salvation there, passé saboteurs dragged through the dark. Is this where life can carry over? Is this the breeze through which whole worlds reorder, postpone themselves in the full speed collision of logic and opinion, the hard contradiction of missing persons, of sterilized smiles in waiting rooms, in every endangered language, and other ways to invent the water, 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 and other ways to invent. Thank you.
Yeah, so beautiful, guys.
Large poetry, man, big poetry. Come out
Indeed.
beyond Mrs. and many
Indeed.
others. Yeah.
I just want the audience to know as well that you know, there are books in my house. I know you see books behind Robert and books behind Tanisha.
Yeah, our libraries.
I just like to assure you that there are books in my house. There's shelves in front of me. Guys, one of the things, I mean, I had the pleasure of reading both these collections early on and afterwards, and reading them now side by side. And so many different things occurred to me, which I'm going to try to fit in and leave room for the audience after. But one of the things that I noticed reading both of your collections is the different ways in which the work accumulates itself on the page, the way it becomes whatever it becomes. And they're both dealing with, they both create worlds in that accumulation. The world that they're seeing, or the world that they're encountering or experiencing. And all of these worlds seem to be very, very, you know, crazy kind of dystopian worlds almost, in the proportion of the destruction and ruin that's there. And Robert, in your case, there's this kind of incantation of your line going forward and a belief in language still to convey and to bear witness. And Canisius bears witness to it through not a trust in language, but almost showing how it, you know, she undoes the grammar, you know, or she starts to bring in a new sense of grammar in it as well. So my question for you guys, these poetic renderings are a reflection for me of a view of the world that you guys have. And I'm curious, how do you see this world reflected in the kind of work that y'all are doing on the page, and or even your work in relation to it as a poet? What do you aim to kind of reflect of this world, if reflect is the right word? If not, how do you choose to interact with this kind of world that we're dealing with? And also, can it be redeemed? So I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. What I would say, Latimer, we are St. Lucians. We're from the parish of St. Lucia. I think we all consider ourselves people of the Caribbean nation. I think we see ourselves as a Caribbean people, Caribbean community. And I've always thought to myself and said in various ways and places, my parish is not the world. Whenever I even speak about things happening in St. Lucia, I say, but look what's happening in Jamaica or Guyana or Trinidad. Look what's happening in North America or China. And so for me, my view has always been of our place, my place in the larger world. And so when I reference a while ago Kamau and Dion Brand, I'm sure we can find other writers for whom they're writing. Yes, they start from the particular specific where they are. But for them, I think for us, both Canisius, myself, even you, Latimer, we are placing our work. We're talking about violin players down in Jacmel, or reggae singers for me, you know, playing outside my house, wherever it is. But for me, it is in the world, and how is that connecting with the world, and how am I a citizen of the world, tying with what's happening now. Black Lives Matter, of course they do, and I cannot put my head in a box here, and live as if that ain't true and write some arty-farty stuff. You know what I'm saying, to get to the point. But that's my general sort of response to what you asked. So can you hear?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think the provocation that it angles me towards is in thinking about the capacity of language to enact through a kind of psychic charge. And I think for me, there's a lot of disillusionment with the sort of romances that we carry around about language and its sort of essential goodness. When we have, and that we that I'm talking about is one that really needs to be disaggregated from a lot of the realities that actually interrupt, our sense of hierarchy in the world. And so what language does on a very granular level, and so when you, Vladimir, talk about, what is the grammar that's being sort of created or disrupted in the dysgraphist, it's really about trying to enact the kind of turbulence that is at the thematic core of the book, which is looking at the self and how the self is made and unmade and remade, and all of the performances that go along with that in this sort of in this modernist iteration of what the human is, and to move that away from human exceptionality and exceptionalisms that say, well, the human is European and Adamic and heteronormative, cis, whatever. When in fact everything that makes up the kind of world that we live in points to the opposite, or even well beyond, right? So to go beyond the explicit in that sense, for me, I had to disrupt syntax. I had to disrupt the grammar to move the the speaking lyric I, from first person to second person to third person, and sort of disrupt the kind of collective imagining that way.
But let's stay with language for a minute, because as I listen to Canizia talk, go back to Kamau again. We just having to touch him all the time. Nation language. How we, even in Canizia's new book, Dysgraphist, it is a Caribbean voice. It is a Caribbean nation language. However she is disrupting grammar, whatever she's doing, Jejune and the way in which the I is speaking. And I say for me and for us, it is a Caribbean voice. Yes, there's the standard English thing, but if you, as you know, I work very closely, you will find the Caribbean voice, the Caribbean sound, even as we work out, if you want, the epistemologies, the ideas, the analyses, but we are speaking with our voices. In our case, there's three of us, St. Lucian, but I know we are St. Lucian Caribbean. And so you'll find echoes, whether of a Jamaican twang or a Trinidadian something. But here we are, as she's doing in Dysgraphist, it is a Caribbean, Jejune is a Caribbean voice, speaking Caribbean language and working out, if you want, the deepest thoughts and philosophies and analyses through our own air and voice.
What I find interesting is that it arrives, Canizia, this is about you. What I find interesting about the collection is that it arrives at that voice. You know what I mean? In the disruption, it's interesting that it gets into the Creole, not necessarily the language Creole, but I mean the epistemology of Creole. You know what I mean? That enters the language is one of the things I found most interesting about it. And it's fascinating that becomes where we get sent by the kind of ruined world that we're dealing with, and that becomes the expert. So to speak, on navigating this world. And I guess what I was trying to say also, Robert, in Robert's work, there's a kind of a little more trust than Canizia has, I think, in the language. But Robert has a strong trust in the line. You would hear that incantatory feel of different things being described. It's not the sentence, it's the line. And with you, Canizia, it's like from word to word, there is that kind of disruption. And it's interesting too that in both of these new works by you guys, one of the things I found interesting to kind of have to contend with is the erotic, because there is a kind of experiential factor to reading Canisia's work that kind of harks back to Audre Lorde talking about life as something to be experienced. I think in poetry is not a luxury, and in you, Robert, a kind of strange searching that and I want you to talk about this, because the Pierrot character at the center of your book,
Yes.
I see,
Right.
and tell me if I'm wrong, I see a linkage between, yes, the costuming and the stripping
Absolutely.
that has a sexual
Yes.
connotation, and
Absolutely.
revelation.
Oh,
So tell us a
definitely.
little bit about that revelation / stripping and the connection between Jesus and the Pierrot, or whatever you want to talk about.
Right. Well, as you know, and Led, I think you know this, lad, the idea for Pierrot came from this drawing by Shalon Fadlin. When I saw this, I was blown away. And I thought that, Pierrot is an almost archetypal international figure, the clown, the man who makes everybody laugh, but his heart is breaking inside. And this inspired me to work on a cycle of poems with the Pierrot character. And what these poems are showing is the heart of the man. I imagine him as a masquerade figure in our experience. But also I draw on Trinidad, because you get Midnight Robber there. The Pierrot figure originally was Trinidad into Pierrot Grenade. Our own masquerade figures in Trinidad, Papa Jab. But for me, also, given my own sort of religious sensibility background, a Christ figure, the man of sorrows. Because this Pierrot figure, this masquerade figure, or this masked man, he's playing mass everything else. His woman just leave him. In fact, while he dressed up in his costume, there's a poem in there like that, jumping around, he sees the woman making legs in his very face. We use the expression making legs. It's a very sexual term. And running with some man in front of him, and she leave him there. So we see the guy exposing his very heart in terms of his heartbreak. His love child don't love him, but he's also observing the society, things in terms of Marvel comic characters that he sees around him. His Wayside Church godmother has given him a certain religious sensibility, which he brings to bear and everything else. But certainly there is a stripping. In fact, one section is called Desperate Notes. It comes from a line from Derek Walcott. Because I imagine this guy writing notes at the very core elemental of his being, which I think is what also Canisia is doing with this graphist. Jejune, as I'm reading through, we're seeing the stripping, the unmasking, the exposing. Let me tell you about this world in which I live, what's really going on with me personally, but also with me around, and the world around, what's happening to our people around. And so definitely there's an unmasking, a stripping, and the erotic has always been part of my poetry. Because for me, the complete human being, the intellectual, the emotional, the physical, and the erotic, and so these things always come out. And so the guy is very open about the erotic, even his own aging. I have a poem in there, White Side Shadow, talking about aging libido and things like this. So in some sense, Vladimir, that answers in some way what you've asked me. Pierrot is an unmasking, yes, mask, but also unmasking himself before us. And in that way, trying to touch not his personal self, which comes out of my own experience and Lucian Caribbean world, but also trying to unmask other things happening around us, as perhaps in some ways Jejune does too. I think that helps at all.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. Canisia, I think what I sensed as the erotic in your work was the experience it demands of the reader. There's one thing to be able to read something, as almost like a voyeur of words, that you have a kind of advantageous position. When we're in the dysgraphist, we're not in that position. It's a position where you are experiencing things, you're on the receiving end and the end of reading, which might be more, you projecting outward. I would love if you might tell us a little bit about, I guess, that aspect, if I'm correct in some sense, but also just the reading of the work as an experience, based on even what you presume the experience may be, what experience you might have been trying to create. And is there any connection between that and the erotic for you at all? If not, you don't need to take that part on.
Yeah, it's interesting. And, I think just this nod in Pierrot's direction a little bit, there's a certain anatomizing of the figure that I find really interesting in Robert's hands, in the way that he is weaving these those mythic figures, the Papa Jab and the carnival figure and the Christ figure. And they exist in a kind of generative tension, and it isn't a flattening. It isn't in a way that removes their dimension. So it's quite interesting to see just how Robert is creating that sort of intellectual and embodied space. With Jejun, the experiential quality of the book, what I hoped for really, is I hope for a particular kind of embodiment that would be both revelatory, in a kind of intellectual way, but also to demand the participation of the reader in whatever we like to think of as codification or decoding of the meanings that are inherent in addressing a perceived listener as a speaker, right? And so because I have Jejun, who, and I think because the conceptual space of the speaker, I think inevitably leads to the participation of the reader, because I'm using the pronoun I. I'm using I in these ways that sort of disrupt what we normally do with it, which is what we've been taught in so-called standard written English, which I don't even know what that is personally. And that's just my confession. I don't know what standard English is really, what it's
True.
And so because of that conceptual schema, let's say, if we go back to Poetry is Not a Luxury, Audre Lorde gives us a conceptual schema. She says idea then becomes reality through a series of imaginations, right? And or imaginaries. And Lucille Clifton says a similar thing: if you can't imagine it, you can't create it, right? And so if we enter the language on its own terms, and come at it with a certain level or a certain degree of generosity, the sort of embodiedness, I think, it does create a kind of erotics. And so for me, the way that I love to read, and certainly the poets that I learn from, there is a certain incitement of the erotic. And for me, just moving through, having figured something out by the time I get to the end, that's sort of euphoric. And so, but that kind of knowing is being interrupted throughout the Dysgraphist, as you know, so it will create a lot of frustration, while at the same time, hopefully, is rewarded by a kind of climax towards something. Yeah, but you don't get to stay in the climax for very long. You gotta keep going, right? Which is very, it's very, it's very much true to life.
Yes, of course, exactly.
Yeah. I think in very interesting ways, both of you are disrupting the lyric I in certain ways. Even Robert, who might probably see some kind of kinship also with the lyric I to some extent still. But one of the things Robert says in his work is, I have it written down about words must swing.
Yes,
and I found this idea of swinging very interesting because of its connection with music and jazz specifically.
Absolutely.
But also, forgive me for returning to it, but also erotically, also the idea of swinging, the general idea of swinging, broadly speaking, talks about a certain thing that I think is consistent when we're moving from music to sex, or even to poetry, now that he's talking about that. Canisia disrupts this I by disrupting everything in a way, and residing in that space that we're now in, really, which is of a certain kind of a lack of a standard, in the sense that the pronoun chosen, the way one is choosing to relate, is now kind of fair game for everybody. And it's good to see that on the heels of you talking about not believing in a standard. So in both ways, I want to talk about how this I is interrupted, and why are we trying to interrupt this lyric I, and what do we think is the result? What do we hope will be the result of it? Mostly that is for you, Canisia. Robert, I kind of want you to talk to swinging and that idea in your Ars Poetica.
Any tips?
So I do want you all to read some poetry. Sure. So maybe let's go to the poetry, and I could just return you to the question in a way afterwards.
All right. You want me to go? Go ahead. Since we talk about the erotic, let me read you some from a poem called Ars Poetica which I've dedicated to Esther Phillips, poet laureate of Barbados. And I actually have an epigraph there from Dion Brand and Robert Lowell. I won't read those. But let me just give you some excerpts from the poem. I won't read the whole poem. Let's start with from the second stanza, second section, Ars Poetica. Some would say, just one thing I want to say, as you know, Latimer, I've written a lot of ekphrastic poetry over the years. In fact, in many ways, the whole Pierrot cycle was inspired by this artwork. So in a sense, it's a long ekphrastic poem. But here we go. Some would say all poetry is ekphrastic, rising with intuition to theme, line, palette, pixel of painting, carving, photograph, the art of life, responding with literal or oblique synonymous meaning. How about erotic? The foreplay of lipping and tonguing seductive verbs, hard nouns, some flattering adjectives, erection of firm stanzas overflowing imagination, the coming together of the last line and exhausted conclusion. Learn from shadow, solitary mighty Kaiser Griot, how to put the story. Hear in your ear a prancing line, chant extension of syllables through waving melodies, phrase in the cave of your palate amazing phrases straight from the yard behind the galvanized. Ricochet and dingo lay down in the common life you come from, stand up jumping in the parade of stanzas with your rough voice. Let me do just one more from it for you. Not just the hard structure of logic, perfect architecture of turning line, clever caesura, lurking tone of meaning, not just extended smart metaphor, but how to bring the backward glance of the coupled heart with the tender fervor of Creole violons, Malavoie harmonies, Patrick Saint-Éloi, compare horns from Haiti, because words must swing to, must flirt to, whatever the story, whatever the mood.
So
There's more, but
why don't you tell us a little bit about why words must swing and what you mean by that, and then we'll go to Canisia and have her answer on the
Okay.
of her reading as well.
For me, I think I'm sure we discussed this before. I use 3, if you want, parameters for my writing to test what I do. Truth. Is this thing true to whatever I presume to be talking about? Does it ring true to, can the reader say, yeah, wow, I see what he's saying, man. Is it truthful in that sense? I'm not talking about ideological truth. I'm talking what I'm writing about. Does it ring true? Beauty. I know all these things are contested, but beauty. And for me, beauty in the poetry is the beauty of the line in terms of the music you put in, the rhythm, the techniques you use. The lines must swing too. They must flirt too, in the sense that as you're writing, the images you use, the rhythm of the line, what you're saying should swing, should flirt with the air, the sensibility of the reader, as well as what you're trying to do. There must be a certain beauty, even though you're writing about grim stuff. And the harmony comes from the composition, of course, how you put the whole thing together. But that's a personal kind of measuring rod for me. But for me, the swinging of the line, beauty, and I would say my master for that is Derek Walcott. Derek Walcott, talk about beauty of line. I love Come How. I'm Dion Brand, Lorna Goodison, all of these, Latimer Lucien. But Walcott is the one who taught me metaphor and taught me beauty of line and taught me the music. And there's something Kai Miller said, which I have written down somewhere. He said if people are showing him work, he's doing a class, he wants to know, where's the music? Where's the beauty in the line of what you're doing? So I think music is important to us. I like to hear Canisia read. Sometimes I read her work, I struggle to say, okay, what's happening here? What's going on? But I heard her read at Bocas last year. I just heard her read again. When I hear her read, it all comes together for me. I hear the line, I hear the rhythm, I hear whatever music, whether it is jazz improv she's doing, whether it's a Creole line, because she has Creole patois in her, in this graphics. And so hearing the thing read, you hear the music and the line. So that's what I think I'm getting at in terms of line swinging and flirting and seducing. And because the sexual, the erotic is very key to what we are creative artists, man. And creativity is a sexual exercise in the deepest sense of the word. And you know what I mean by that. The deepest of our creative activity. And that's a whole other eros matter here right now. Okay.
Okay, Canisia, the floor is yours. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Robert. I'll read from Act 7. last act in the book, Ain't I Again? I am held within these claims that I have kissed unlucky things, buried pets, eaten sugar-free ice cream, endured a first blood test, made friends without benefits and lost them, found new ways of saying what is not ever enough to say, ways to fish, to drink, to park, to burn into something new. But this life, I have been careful too much, disciplined to the extent of disremembrance, infrequent colors pissed into the wind. I don't remember when I decided to fold into myself, or when walking foot before foot to the feeding ground of murderous birds became a way to admit the words can be a giving up, outcome of years rearranging a subterranean scar. And I have been called many things late at night: greener grass, scientific utopia, dream of ancestors. What about rainy weekends? What about poltroons? The doomed cults full of hyper-rational people who've miscalculated the height of doors, how many stairs are left, and when stood up from a tumble, find polite applause, find the romance of liberal consumption on the news. Anyway, any sharp thing is a short distance from possible to voluble. Father, what about a foot laid down hard on the gloss of the business suited? The testing birds that remind me I am just as committed to expression as to freedom.
Wonderful. So tell us, Canisia, this disruption of the lyric I, you saw it as work that was necessary to do. And Robert put up the cover, and I think even in the cover there's something.
I was following with her.
But I'm curious as to. I mean, it's not that I'm not familiar with the idea, but I would love for you to tell me about your own kind of personal work that you've set yourself of disrupting this I, why you believe it is necessary, and what you hope will come of it. Come of disrupting this I.
So very idiosyncratically, when I started to write poetry, was also when I was in an institutional context learning poetry, and a lot of it was situated, what we were studying was situated in the sort of Europeanist traditions, the American traditions, that kind of thing. Nothing that really made sounds that I found deeply resonant with me. And so I really did not trust the lyric I, and I'm saying in retrospect, that's what it is. Although at the time I had no idea why I kind of refused to use the I in a poem. And so this was through my entire undergrad. I don't think I used I once. And then when I got into grad school, this is me sitting here in Dion Brand's graduate seminar. And at one point, she turns to me and says, "Canisia, where's my I poem?" And so, I've kind of never really forgotten that. I did attempt an I poem, but I don't think she was convinced by whatever it is that she saw in it. Neither was I. And so I've never really felt cohabitation with the I, especially in the lyric mode, that I could really say that I was confident with. And so, eventually I knew I had to reckon with that somehow, right? Because as Brathwaite said, if you don't implicate yourself and those you love, etc., in the work that you're doing as a poet, you're not really doing the work, and so I just always found a way to locate myself in a way that didn't rely too much on the ego logic components of that I. That's kind of one of the things that I found really disturbing in the kind of ethos of the I. And so this stuff that I had to learn. And this book is really just me working my shit out. I'm just working out my shit with the I, which is not because I have a lot of just brilliant examples and brilliant teachers who show how best it is to show up in the work. You have to show up in the work and see what's at stake for the speaker, for whoever the speaker is speaking to through, etc. And so, but the dysgraphis is located in Christina Sharp's conception of dysgraphia, and in her theorizing about the images of Black people that is really rapidly disseminated through the news and perpetuated again and again and again through all of these kinds of media, is usually one of criminality and pathology and that kind of thing. So I'm looking at taking taking her metaphor really and using it as a springboard for what all of these distortions mean when we are forced to inhabit these parameters for what it is to be a self, what it is to be human. And these very individualist schemas, they have a lot to do with capital and turning people into sources of extraction, right? And that disavow kinship, that disavow community, and and so that is primarily for me, that disruption is located in that project, located in this idea of why is it that we are that people are so conditioned in these hyper extreme ideas of individualism, and how very destructive it is to speak uncritically in these modes again and again and again. What it reinscribes, what it lets slip that shouldn't slip.
So, guys, we have some questions from the audience. Robert, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah,
Just
bring
in the audience
a quick word. A quick word. I don't think I've ever consciously thought of this matter of the lyric I. I was just looking at an interview that Khadija had with Ted Nolan, great interview, and which actually speaks about this again. But I began hearing it, even in conversations with you, Vladimir. I mean, the lyric. I've never consciously thought of the kind of things that Khadija is raising here. It may be in my poetry, I've been facing it more than I realize, but it's something I will think about more, because as I hear her describe it again, certainly in my poems, the I is there. Very often it may be a personal autobiographical I, but on the other hand, there are ways in which I am creating voices with an I. So I think I need to myself hear more of that kind of discussion, think it through some more to see what's being discussed here, what is matter of the lyric I. I say, I came on it again recently in Khadija's interview, but it's not something I've, concentrated on. Just one last word, just hearing Khadija read again. Don't know what this means, what I'm about to say. But I hear her read, I hear Dion Brand read, and I say, this is the kind of stuff I want to write. Now, I don't know what this means, what I'm saying right now. Maybe some deep subconscious, something I'm responding to in the work, which is a positive, because I'm saying, wow, that's what I want to get down when I'm writing. Now, of course, we will get to what we get to on our own, but there's something triggering off which says, wow, this is how I want to say it. Maybe this was struck when I first heard Dion Brand reading in Trinidad. And it's like an echo of a familiar sound you hear, and suddenly it is taking shape before you. So I think Kamal Bradley has a lot to do with it deep down at our roots, at our base, Anyway, this may be two unrelated thoughts. Not sure.
So some questions from our audience. So we have a question from Franca Phillip via YouTube. She says it's very interesting that all three of you, I'll kick myself out of that, but very interesting that all three of you are from St. Lucia. I love the language, and she's asking, I love the language. Is poetry more popular there? And who or what are the influences of the writers for the writers there? For the writers, I guess, meaning you guys. Who are your St. Lucian influences?
Yeah. Well, I think certainly in St. Lucia, definitely Walker, and I can say the Walker generation. Derek Walker and Roderick Walker, his brother, in terms of theater, Dar Center with a novel, Stanley French in terms of plays. Later on, you have people like MacDonald Dixon, Kendall Hibbert, myself. And for many years, most people were writing poetry. There's still a lot of poets, people writing. I mean, George Goddard, and there are man called Anthony Averill, Egbert Lucian, your father, lad, Jean Medrick. There are people still writing. But I think I'm seeing more and more prose appearing, especially in nonfiction. Because, I also do bibliographies as part of my work. But I'm seeing more nonfiction appearing, more fiction. Not sure I'm seeing as much poetry as we used to see. 80s and 90s, man, everybody was producing poetry. A lot of it self-publishing, and some of it was good. So I think the main influence would have been, in a sense, Walcott, and that could have been not even a direct way. I often wonder how many people in St. Lucia even read Derek Walker's poetry. How many even of some of the young writers coming up today even bother to find his work and read it, or even read our work. So there are those disconnects, but there are people who, yes. But I think just the fact of having that Walcott figure in terms of poetry has done something the very fact that people can consider themselves poets in St. Lucia, or writers, I think we cannot dismiss that, not overwhelming in a negative sense. I don't think we have been overwhelmed by Walcott, but in a sense that landmark is there. Kendall Hepler speaks often of the literary tradition of St. Lucia. He always says, don't ignore it or whatever. So I think that is responsible in many ways for the undercurrent, whatever it might be, running through the side of St. Lucia.
No, I'm thinking what you're saying is almost like there's a poetic atmosphere that's kind of the influence,
Yes.
not necessarily a person directly. Am I correct in thinking that?
I think the Walcotts have Derek Walcott has an influence to do with that. And others have come along, of course. And of course, our patois poets like George Fisher Alphonse. So the idea of poetry is not strange and foreign to St. Lucia. You see?
What about
I know
you,
Canizia lives in Canada and grew up there, but she comes from Jacmel, rural St. Lucia. And I'm listening to some mighty poetry there. And she's not going to disconnect Jacmel from what she's doing now,
No.
So, yeah.
Well, now, certainly she can't do it after you just said that.
No, and she wouldn't, she does not. Read some Creole in this graphics, man. She has some Creole in there. Anyway, but I think that helps with an answer, Latimer.
Yeah, definitely.
And certainly, Robert, you're the one who can really give people a sense of what's happening. I mean, Vladimir, you as well, because I've been here longer than I lived in St. Lucia. So
true.
I don't know what's popular and all that.
Right.
But even from my own personal experience, growing up and going to school, I went to primary school and secondary school in St. Lucia, and I don't think we did a single Walcott poem.
There you go.
In my thing, we certainly did Walcott's plays.
Tijan,
yeah, Tijan, definitely. And I, so there's that sort of, and of course, definitely, I learned a lot from Walcott and continue to learn a lot from Walcott. And when I found the broader writing community, the broader writing ecosystem with Robert and Vladimir and Jane and
Kendall,
etc. Right? There's certainly a lot of confluence and a very wonderful richness there. But certainly my grandmother and her wicked folk-tale,
right,
and her storytelling. Cécile Descartes certainly was part of my my folklore.
Indeed.
So let me just insert another question from the audience that kind of is important here. This is from Nicholas Lachlan, and he asked on YouTube, and he asked, for both poets, did growing up in proximity to Creole shape your sense of language, and more precisely the spectrum of language and possibilities of language available to a poet from a place like St.
Absolutely.
Oh yes.
I would say even more for Canizia than me. Canizia grew up in what I call rural Jacmel. Patois. I grew up just outside of Cash, a place called Vibutel-la-Clairie. My grandparents were Bajan, I always say. My mother and father were like, I guess, first generation St. Lucians. So the language in my house was English, okay? I was aware of Creole. It wasn't until later in my teen years or early 20s, I began to speak Creole, and with my work with Focuses Center later to get involved in my Creole culture. So I did not grow up in the Creole culture, just our connection. I've been listening on a CD today to a musician called Yves Simeon. And this guy is fantastic. He's like a Cécile Descartes of Florito Marquis, Mamai Creole. I was saying to you, lad, these are the poets that you and I and Canizia are learning from. The things these guys are writing and singing and adding the music. And if you go in a place like St. Lucia or Dominica, Creole countries, you cannot help but have that sound in your ear. And so for me, even though I write mainly in English, yes, the Creole language, the Creole music, the Creole rhythms, the Creole idioms are definitely there. And my poems are filled with violons and la comète and the dances. And even Pierrot is a Creole character, even though I'm writing in English. So for sure, Nicholas, the Creole is real in our ears and there, as it was for Walcott. And he always said so to the end of his life. He was always praising that. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Kanisha, can I connect it with you in a different way along with what you're going to answer?
Sure.
Because I remember Robert spoke about the words and so on, the adding of music,
Right.
and you seem to think about things in the opposite almost. Because you talk about music. I think I read in that same interview Robert referenced earlier, you talking about your associations between language and music and how it. I'm thinking of the way music is also an enactment in the way that you talk about language being an enactment or performance. So could you talk a little bit about that?
You know what? Yes, the sound. My goodness, we have 10 minutes left-ish, but and we could be here for another 5 hours talking about this. But Creole definitely, for me, I think my cohabitation with language is very musical. The sound of language for me is a huge part of how I engage with meaning, with how a thing means and what it means. And so anytime you hear, like, for example, we can talk about tone. You can say the same phrase using 5 different tones in English, and it would mean something different. Yeah. And that is without having to disrupt the syntax at all. Yeah. And so language and the way that meaning aggregates through the correlation of sounds between phrases and between words, for me is a very, very rich kind of thing. And I can try to say something that will make sense, that will sound accordi café science, that makes sense. But
as if it makes sense. I'm just saying for the audience, that's what she said in Creole.
As if it makes sense. But it really is something very, very innate for me. So the way that Creole will, the way you would put a verb in front of a noun or a noun and shift things backwards. It's almost as if you can speak in reverse in Creole. It adjusts your lens. You don't perceive the thing in the exact same way, right? And so for me, the music that is generated is a way to abide meaning, how a thing means, and so Creole for me, definitely, I grew up in Creole, and I am part of that generation that was still told not to speak Creole. Speak English.
Me too.
Right?
I was never told that yet.
Oh yes, and even in school,
right, yeah.
we had that one day in which we were allowed to speak Creole in the school, which is on Creole Day.
Je ne Creole, yes.
Yeah, and so I'm really glad to see the sort of reclamation of Creole that's happening, and to be more encouraged. But everybody who was an adult spoke Creole around me, so of course I would speak Creole, and I would speak it with my friends. But
I want to ask Kanisha, in terms of this graphics, how much does that Creole sound Creole sensibility? Because even to what you're doing with your syntax and the language there of the dysgraphics, seems to me I'm seeing a lot of creolized linings going on there.
Yes, so I mean, because again, the sound that I inherited, like I was just saying, is with you both Creole and English happening at the same time.
Great.
Right, and so again, the way we sort of access meaning when you have these two sensibilities side by side, and sometimes they're in tension and they're doing opposite things, but other times there's that confluence. I think it just it encourages a certain abiding with a sort of complexity, a certain it's both subtle and overt, and that can have many different results, many different effects, right?
Goes very deep, goes very deep.
It goes deep, but I think the music that is encouraged by engaging in that kind of creolization is really part and parcel of how poetry does its work.
Yes, I like that connection. Yes, I like that.
Robert, there's a question specific for you in the chat.
About swinging?
No.
No, sorry.
But speaking of swinging, I think maybe we could end the session singing a Creole song. I was thinking we could say, I could lead it. Robert, I think you could lead it as well.
Well, I don't know
if you don't know the words, you could play the beat. If you know the words, join in. Anyway,
let's take the question.
The question is from Sylvia Roseanne Walker, who I think
I know Sylvia.
is Roseanne Walker, who was my teacher.
Trinidad, I know her. I know Roseanne.
Via Facebook. So she says, Robert, and she's quoting you here. The times aren't good for poetry or for faith. What is this saying about the poetic sensibility?
That was written around many years ago. It's like Auden saying, poetry changes nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And that nothing can either be a pun on poetry changes nothing into something, or it is changing nothing.
Yes.
Sometimes we do feel, hey, what the heck am I doing, man? What's that all about? Why am I writing another book? Why am I hustling this? What the hell is that all about? The times sound good for poetry, But at the end, I forget the whole poem now. At the end of it, though, we do come out and say, at the end of it, we still write a poem, though, even though the poem starts that way.
Mm-hmm.
We still write, we still paint, we still dance, we still sing, we still compose. We go up against the nothingness, against the nihilism, against what's happening in North America now, against the knees and the necks of our Black brothers, of the attacks on our sisters. We go up against what's happening in our islands now. We go up, we say, poetry changes nothing. What's the point of it all? But we do it. And the graphics will sing, and sounding ground will sound, and the Pierrot go stand up and he go blood fire. So maybe that answers the question. I don't know. Give me a chance to just blow something there.
Yeah. One of the things I think, to go back to an earlier question, and not to answer it really, but I'm looking at you, I'm thinking of my own work, I'm thinking of Canisia, I'm thinking of Kendall, etc. And I do think in some sense, I have the sense that apart from individual influences, there's something in St. Lucia that at least allows for a certain kind of, demands a certain kind of excellence because of the Derek shadow.
Absolutely.
And also, I don't know what it is, but sends people very, very much to poetry. And that's why I think of it as almost like an atmospheric influence, including and apart from individual influences, etc., that are there. So, yeah.
Maybe it comes back, lad, to what Candice just said. Is it the language? Sometimes I wonder whether that also strong Catholic influence on our Creoleness, the quality, which is all manifest through the language, has a lot to do with that poetic sensibility. Although Walcott was Protestant, he speaks about it in his writings, But that Creole sensibility, that Creoleness, why does St. Lucia stand out so much? I mean, Amilcar mentioned that, or somebody mentioned that in another online thing the other day. Yeah, we have Dominica, we have other islands, we have Trinidad, we have Ghana, we have Jamaica, Barbados. But St. Lucia seems to have something unique. And I think it is rooted in the Creolite, the language, the music, the dancing. I often wonder how much it has to do with the Catholicism too, because your own poetry, Chebwa, and these things you are writing, Vladimir, there's something happening there which is creating a mix, which may be throwing up, it must be poetry. I don't know what you think, Canisia.
Yeah, it's a big question.
It's a big question. It's deep
It's
stuff.
a big question. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Creolite is its own texture. It's its own is its own sort of psychic space. It's its own ecosystem.
Yes.
So yes, and this is why I always harken back to language and certainly what are some of the permeable layers that exist between language that creates a unique thing when you bring them together somehow. And if that is part of the dominant use of your language, you're almost always coming up against invention again and again and again, because really that is what it propagates, right? And that's really what poetry is. When Auden says poetry can do nothing, he was mourning. He was mourning the death of his friend. So yes, up against that sort of finality, up against that kind of mortality, yes, we will say, poetry does nothing, because you can't bring the person back. There's nothing you could do, whether it's poetry, whether it's science, whether it's, I don't know, sorcery, there's nothing you could do, right? But clearly we're engaged in poetry that has been around long before books, long before any of our
The griots, yes, exactly.
And we continue to do it because it is, we are enlivened and enriched in this language, in this way of making beauty and music and language that is really capacious for us in the way that we imagine beyond. We imagine.
Poetry is a life force. As you speak it, I'm thinking it's a life force, which in spite of your despair, your pessimism, in spite of, if you're a poet, I believe again, you ought to be a poet. If you're a poet, that's what's going to come true. You can't stop it. If you're an artist,
We're approaching the end of our time, so I do have a plan for you guys that you have to go along with. But I'm going to use this as an opportunity to say this has been a great discussion. I'm sure everybody out there has enjoyed it. Sorry for those whose questions we couldn't get to. Happy birthday to Bocas. Happy 10th birthday. And we hope for, 20, 30, 50 more. And thanks to Canisia. Thanks to Robert. Thank you for this wonderful conversation. That's been very rich and should continue somewhere else and hopefully will. And we'll continue to talk to each other. So what I thought we could do is end with Sessen's song.
I don't know what you have in mind. Let's go.
Dis-moi ça fait-moi la peine. Can I
Dis-moi
indulge
d'où
right?
ça fait-moi la peine. Où ça
You
dit ça
can give us a
ouais.
beat if you want, Kanisha, if you don't know it. Dis-moi d'où ça fait-moi la peine. Mais oui, ça oui.
Y'all too slow, man.
Dis-moi d'où ça fait-moi la peine.
If you think
Mais oui, ça oui. Mama
They don't make love for nothing, folks, like Sparrow said years ago.
And folks, this is a song Derek Walker was obsessed with.
Yes.
Last days. So you see where some of the influence is coming from. The song says,
that's right.
What does it say? If I tell you that made me sad, you'll see that
right.
it's true. If I tell you that broke my heart, etc., you'll see that's true. Children nowadays, you don't make love.
Your love for nothing.
Yeah, so that is.
I quoted that in Voodoo Hypothesis. So
yes.
There we go. So
I think
that is the connection with the poetry.
I have a translation of that too somewhere.
So we have 8 seconds left. We say bye
Thanks
to everybody.
Bye.
Thank you, Kanisha. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Bocas.
Thanks, lad.
Bye.
Take care.
Look away encore. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Look alley. Bye-bye.
"2020 marks 10 years of TNT's National Literary Festival, and it's the first ever virtual NGC Bocas Lit Fest. It's packed with stories, talk, readings, extempo, poetry, new talent, and of course, surprises. 18 events, 80 participants. Friday 18th to Sunday 20th September. Catch it all via Facebook, YouTube, and on the Bocas website, bocaslitfest.com.
Dog.
Either an animal of the species Canis familiaris, as in mash dog. A villain, as in he's a real dog. Or a close friend, as in dog, when we liming.
Cat.
Either an animal of the species Felis catus, a moody or difficult person, or a female anatomical feature. Examples in popular culture include the calypsos My Pussin' by Lord Kitchener and Hold the Pussycat by Lord Blakey.
God.
Either a higher power, anyone named Gordon, or a god, as in, oh God, God have the God.
Chingum.
Latex-based candy for chewing, derived from an ancient practice of masticating sticky tree sap, as in, if you swallow that chewing gum, It go wrap around your guts and kill you.
Exorcist! Exorcist!
One charged with expelling demonic spirits. As in, he mother bring a exorcist for him because she figure he possess.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Use success through advancement. We encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
I've been doing poetry since 2016. I'm not good at math, so you all work that out. What inspired me to do my piece? Well, I think that right now, the way men view women, just assuming that they have to follow everything, like they lead all the time, especially during sex and outside in the streets. So I wanted to paint that picture from a female perspective. Hopefully men get it. And that and $50,000 inspired me to do this. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I've been practicing this pretense, holding in intent like waist deep, waiting to be released, but cause I never knew when was the right time to spill truth like puke on white lies. Porn lied. The climax of the woman is fiction. We do what we know to boost your ego, let your way to pleasure, feel hips move, to beats, lips, me teeth, to scream. We'll do what we must to speed up their 4 minutes. 1 hour. Moan your name. Bury our nails in your skin so you could brag to your brethren, eh? If you hear why make she scream last night, eh? And neglect to tell them you foreplay like you forget how to count. From first base straight to fourth, ram your pipe inside and think that should be enough. Can't find the clit like the next side to a pair of socks. Our bones reject the bending of our bodies, but for you, we'll arch our backs like inverted commas. Legs skyscrape so you could hero the sex game. S on your chest, you is super sex man. The pom-pom conqueror, the king of the dagger, you is the boss. Or so you thought. Because we let the words you want come out of our mouths. We bow our heads with no resistance because our prayer day keeps the blue balls away. And though we hate the taste, we work our necks till you whisper obscene. And though we hate the way you DJ between our thighs, we still grip the sheets because your pleasure is a must. And this is about you, not us. So we fake orgasms for you. Like smiles to catcalls for you, we stay silent. Our bodies reject the bending of our wills, but anything to not provoke you to anger. Your pleasure is a must. And this is about you, not us. We had to lie down and take it. Whether it be a lifetime or 4 minutes. It's fright or fight. But our fight is a flight destined to death, and that is just how it is. So we settle for the terms and conditions that come with being female. Do as he says and respond with curved faces. Failure to comply results in facing sentences. Smalley, good morning. Smalley, good morning. Well, don't answer. You don't ugly anyway. Them was right about you. You's really a hoe, yes? Oh gosh. It's just head. You is a little girl hour. And we have to pretend to be okay with the mornings that aren't good mornings. And we have to pretend to accept the black and blue gifts on our skins. And we have to pretend to be okay with the men who forget that sex between two people is sex between two people. And how long will we say they don't know the meaning of no? Boys will be boys. When women accept men's biology as the backbone of their behavior, we become theirs. This isn't the Pornhub. We shouldn't have to fake our way for your comfort. The same way we, we could no, and not have fear lock our tongues behind our teeth. Our pleasure is a must. And we deserve a bedroom. We deserve streets where it's not just about you, but about us.
This guy wants me to read a passage that I specifically never read because I hate crying. Okay. So, for a time, the two sat quietly together, contemplating the houses, the sky, and the world. The people who passed saw Majnun in one of his usual spots, staring fixedly ahead as he usually did. They did not see Hermes. The dogs, cats, and birds, on the other hand, saw Hermes before they saw Majnun, and all were spooked. There were 1,000 questions Majnun would have liked to ask. Are dogs greater than humans? Which beings are smartest? Why is there death? What is the purpose of life? Most of these questions were interesting, but the answers were now unimportant to Majnun. Majnun wished to know one thing and one thing alone, Neera's whereabouts. But he was afraid to ask the question, or rather afraid of the answer. And Hermes, out of respect for Majnun, did not speak of Neera. He waited rather to be asked. Despite being unable to broach the one subject that mattered to him, Majnun was more or less at ease in Hermes' company. They spoke silently of a number of things, the god at home in the mind of the dog, and the day passed in what seemed moments. As the sun set, Majnun reluctantly left his station. He and Hermes wandered along Roncesvalles, drifting towards High Park. Majnun sniffed at things on the ground before Hermes led him to an alley behind a delicatessen. There they found stale bread and a link of Polish sausage. Majnun ate as much as he wanted before wandering west to High Park. He was now well past the age of moving quickly, and in warm weather he rarely went much further than the park's perimeter. The playground, the duck pond, the trees near the streetcar roundabout. When at last he and Hermes sat beneath the boughs of a pine tree, the question he'd avoided forced its way into his thoughts, and Majnun could not hide his anxiety. I can see, said Hermes, that you'd like to ask me something. Can you tell me what love means? Asked Majnun. The sun had almost completely set. A crimson line lay just above the trees. The noises of night, subtler but more intriguing than those of day, had come, and the park was lit here and there by streetlights and moonlight. The shadows deepened. Your bodies are so graceful, said Hermes, and your senses are magnificent. I regret that you've been changed, Majnun. If you were as you'd been, a dog like other dogs, the question you asked would not occur to you. You would know the answer already. The word reminds me of Neera, said Majnun. I understand, said Hermes. So let us make a pact. I'll answer your question, but in return, you'll consider leaving this place. I cannot leave without Neera, said Majnun. I ask only that you consider it, said Hermes. Majnun agreed, then he sat up straight. What you want to know, Majnun, is not what love means. It means no one thing and never will. What you want to know is what Neera meant when she used the word. That's more difficult, because Neera's word is like a long journey taken by one woman alone. She read the word in books, heard it in conversations, talked about it with friends and family, Miguel and you. No other being has encountered the word love as Nira has, or used it in quite the same way. But I can take you along Nira's path, which the God of translators did, taking Majnun in a handful of heartbeats through every encounter Nira had had with the word love, allowing Majnun I'm sorry, this reminds me of home. This is why I don't read it. Allowing Majnun to feel her emotions and know her thoughts each and every time she had heard, thought about, or spoken the word, from the tiniest flicker of recognition to the deepest emotion and all points between. As Majnun's understanding of Nira's love deepened, so did his distress. Nira was restored to him as if she were there with them, but she was far from him as well, and it was suddenly unbearable to be without her. Majnun could not even keen, so overwhelmed was he by grief. All he could manage was a sigh. He lay down on the rust-colored pine needles and put his head on the crux made by his paws. "There's no need for you to wait any longer," said Hermes. "I will take you to her." At that moment, Majnun would have done anything to see Nira again, and so, trusting in the god of thieves, he gave up his vigil, and his soul traveled through the evening with Hermes for its guide.
Rebellion is saying no and saying yes. No, I am not accepting this. I am going to fight. I'm going to do what has to be done to overcome it. Right? That is our starting point. Our starting point is not independence. Our starting point is not crown colony government. Our starting point is rebellion. That is essentially what I'm talking about.
You do another reading for us.
Right. And I will end, I think, yes, by reading, well, you know, I always like to read this. The title piece here is just a movie, right? Right after Carnival, a fella from America come down here to Trinidad, say he making movies in the island. Big announcement, big write-up, front page. He building up the movie industry. Big talk. Local talent wedded to foreign technology. This set of shit you hear already. But with the help of the government and the business community, the movie gets underway. They have auditions. I set out to go. As a well-known composer and singer of calypso, a real calypsonian, not just a fella who sing other people's songs, I don't expect a problem. I will show them. Forget calypso, I will be a movie star. So I go down at the Caribbean, they're picking people for the parts: Stanley, Errol, Claude, Wilbert, Ralph, fellas who act with the theater workshop, all of them there, fellas from Strolling, players, Best Village people, the talent. The fella from America, he have his people, foreign industry that he bring with him. They give all of us a little test, the audition, to recite from a literary work. Ralph do something from Hamlet, the big speech, to be or not to be. Errol do something from Derek Walcott's Dream on Monkey Mountain, the great macaque speech. Sirs, I am 60 years old. I have lived all my life like a wild beast in hiding. And I do for them a piece of my Midnight Robbers speech. My name is Kankala, maker of confusion, recorder of gossip, destroyer of reputation, revealer of secrets. Bam, 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 bam. Marvelous, the director said. You fellas have talent. Talent, yes, so they pick me. So I have this role. The role they give me, the same one they give the locals, is a role to die. Local talent, our role is to die. The rest of the people they bring from America, There's the stars, the ones that have lines to speak, lives to live in the movie, of course. Go to read what the newspapers have to say, you would swear I had top billing. Local Calypsonian featured in foreign movie, yes. And now when I walk in the road, people looking at me, the featured, pointing me out to the friends. Woman who never talked to me, waving at me, going out the way to come and ask me for my autograph. Nice woman. Local movie star, me. So I get this job to die. It's a kind of jungle picture with a river in it and a trail and a rope bridge and a love story. And natives with headdresses of colored feathers, their splendid bodies bare except for grass skirts, carrying guana pack over the mountains. And they have donkeys. I mean, we have donkeys. Some of us tow the loads and we head. Around us is the enemy. Another warring tribe in the bushes, crawling on their bellies, shooting with expert marksmanship. They just shoot you and you're supposed to fall. These shooters, they're missing at all. The script. When you're a little boy and you're playing stick 'em up, the shooter does miss a few times at least before he connects. It is part of the convention of the game. The shooter shoots, you fall or dodge the bullets and make your escape. And since it is not real, since it is make-believe, it is left to you to confirm his marksmanship by agreeing to be wounded or shot dead. There's a certain give and take reasonableness, like in a fiction, rooted in the idea that life gives everybody a chance, that leaves everybody satisfied, whether you are the one shot or the one doing the shooting. The shooter must miss a few times, since it is quite fatal when he connects. But here in this movie, the fellow who's shooting, they're not missing at all. The only people they're missing is the fellows from the States. Their lives are charmed. They're always smiling, talking about the stars. Their lives are charmed. Errol is an actor who looked on at the rebellion of 70 and kept his distance. He feels deeply. So much of life pains him and delights him. He's alarmed, astonished, outraged. And for him, that is enough. I mean, he doesn't feel the need to go beyond feeling to action. His job is to feel, to bear witness with his heart. He emerges less a moral superior than a barometer of emotion. Now he had taken grief to a new height. His words sound like poetry. His laughter is deepest pain. Their lives are charmed. I going over this ravine on a rope bridge. Blam, 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 shots all around, fellas falling, except fellas from the States. All around me, fellas falling left and right, blap, 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 like flies, like how you see natives fall in a Tarzan picture. As the people shoot, they fall in, they drop in dead just so. Then I get shot. Even in a movie, I don't want to die on a rope bridge with Buana pack on my back. But this is the script. They shoot you, you have to die. That is what they paid me to do. I get shot, I hold my shoulder wounded, and I scramble across the bridge and blam, they shoot again. And I start to fall, I have to fall. But something holding me back, my conscience, my pride, something is not right. And I look across at Stanley and Errol and them for a cue how to die. Since they are experienced actors, real actors. But Stanley and Errol, all of them, all these fellas, good men, good actors, they're just falling down and dying just so. And I in confusion looking at them fall, thinking, how could an actor, a man like Errol, fall so? But wait, I say, when it hit me what was happening, wait. What is this? And for a moment I am torn. I don't want to upstage Errol and Stanley and them. But at the same time, there's a voice in my mind shouting, no, I ain't falling so. I can't follow fellas and them. I ain't dying so. No, man. No. Even when I was a kid playing stick 'em up and I get shot, I composed my dying like a poem. There was poetry in my dying. When I get shot and I start to die, I hear the theme music of the movie. I turn to the bite of the bullets. My knees buckle, my hands reach out, and I hold on for the last, a little piece of the world, the sky, the air. My eyes open, and I fill them with the wonder of trees, singing birds in the verandas of their branches, the roar of women in the marketplace, the noise of children at the playground, people quarreling, lovers undressing each other. I move into a dance, feeling the blood of life leaving my head. I breathe in the fragrance of ripe guavas turning to the smell of crushed corally leaves, hearing the last drum roll, cymbals crashing, seeing the lights growing dim, waves beating onto the shore, fish leaping silver. That was when I was a little boy playing. Dying was a performance. I was at the center of my own dying. Now here was I, a grown man in a real movie, and I was dying like an ass, like a fool. And I actually see myself beginning to fall, following the lead of fellas who I respected. I see myself falling when out of the corner of my eyes I glimpse this fella, one of our fellas gets shot. And this man flings up his arms as if he's thrilled, as if he's lifted by the shot. And he holds them spread out there above his head like a stick fighter whose charge is arrested by his parrying of a blow. And he sways, stretching them away from his body like he crucifying a cross, or like his carnival there and he playing a big mass, a big hooray of a wild Indian. Thank you.
You know, people are always curious to know the facts behind the poem. You know that, and whether it's autobiographical. Mervyn Morris has a great little poem called Data or Data, which is simply this: facts lie behind the poems, which are true fictions. Anyway, the carpenter's complaint. Now you think that is right, sir? Talk the truth. The man was my friend. I build it. I build the house that him live in. But now that him dead, that Margafoot boy, him son, come say him want a nice job for the coffin, so him give it to Mr. Belnavis to make, that big belly crook who don't know him ass from a chisel, but because him is big shot, because him make big shot coffin, for him coffin must better than mine. Boy, it hot me for true. Fix we a next one, Miss Fergie. That man could have knocked back him waters, you know, sir. I remember the day in this said same bar when him drink Old Brown and coxswain into the ground, then stand up straight as a plumb line and keel him felt hat on him head and walk home cool, cool, cool. Them was water bird, brother. Funeral, me, sir, that boy have to know that a man have him pride. But bless me days, good enough to make him the house that him live in, but not good enough to make him coffin. I would have do it for nothing, for nothing. The man was my friend. Damn Margafoot boy, his university turned him fool. I tell you, it burned me for true. Well, I don't like doing this, but I'll tell you. It's about me. I am the damn Margafoot boy. When my father died, which was long, long years ago, 1962, and I was the eldest child in the family, and my mother wasn't good at these things, so I was the manager of arrangements. And there was no funeral parlor in our hometown in those days, so you had to get a man to build a coffin. And I decided to use the man in the town who was quite a paunchy, very highly respected I don't know himself as a carpenter, but he employed people and to get them to do the coffin. And then I realized that the man who used to drink with my father in the particular bar in Port Antonio and who built the house that we lived in from when I was 7 years old until I left Port Antonio at age 18, that the man was hugely vexed that I had done this. So that for years I lived with this inner unspoken sense of guilt and thought, so this is how poems come, and thought that I'd make it up by writing a poem. But the trouble was, years and years, and I couldn't write the poem. And I realized, looking back, when I did write it, that the trouble was I was trying to write the poem in my own voice, me speaking and saying how guilty I felt. And then you don't know where it happens or when it happens. But suddenly, one day, out of the blue like that, it clicked in my head that the speaker of this poem should then be the man who was offended. So I put him on a stool in the bar, talking to another man or two whom he perhaps doesn't even know, but where he used to drink with my father. And when he says, "Fix we our next one, Miss Fergie," actually, Miss Fergie was the actual name of the bar lady, a very respectable lady, the sister of the doctor in our town. You couldn't get a bar lady better than that. and so that's how the poem. So that's, in other words, we're talking about poetry. For a poem, I might have an idea for a poem. Very often I get a line and say, that would be a good last line for a poem. And then I wait for years before the poem comes. But what is crucial to the poem coming is that I have to find the voice. The voice. And it's when I got the voice of that man. So I think I paid my dues.
2020 marks 10 years of TNT's National Literary Festival, and it's the first ever virtual NGC Bocas Lit Fest. It's packed with stories, talk, readings, extempo, poetry, new talent, and of course, surprises. 18 events, 80 participants. Friday 18th to Sunday 20th September. Catch it all via Facebook, YouTube, and on the Bocas website, bocaslitfest.com.
Hello, and welcome to Home and Away, a session where we will discuss the latest short fiction by two brilliant Caribbean authors, both women. I'll jump straight into introducing them to you. Elizabeth Walcott Hackshaw was born in Trinidad, and she's a professor of French literature and creative writing at the University of the West Indies. She has co-edited several academic works, but today will be concerned mostly with her creative writing. So her first collection of short stories, Four Taxis Facing North, was published in 2007 and was named one of the best works of 2007 by the Caribbean Review of Books. Her first novel, Mrs. B, was published by People Tree Press in 2014. Mrs. B was shortlisted for the Best Book Fiction in the Guyana Prize for Literature Awards of 2014. Her short stories have been widely translated and anthologized, and she presently lives in Santa Cruz Valley in Trinidad with her family. And today we'll be discussing her second short fiction collection, Stick No Bills. Our second writer is Zuleika Reed Benter, who is a Toronto-based writer, and her debut short story collection, Frying Plantain, which we'll be discussing today, won the 23rd annual Danuta Gleed Literary Award and the 2020 Kobo Emerging Writer Prize in Literary Fiction. The collection is currently longlisted for the Toronto Book Awards, and it was shortlisted for the 2020 Trillium Book Award, and as well as longlisted for the 2019 Scotiabank Giller Prize. Zuleika is also the winner of the 2019 By Blacks People's Choice Awards for Best Author, and she's currently working on a young adult fiction novel, drawing inspiration from Jamaican folklore. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
How you all feel today?
Good, very good.
Same, yeah, very good, very excited.
So we're gonna jump straight into your reading from your collections. Zuleika, I'd like you to go first and just, whet the audience's appetite with some of your great collections, Frying Plantain.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm reading from the second short story called Snow Day. I'm starting a little bit within the story. So basically my main character, Kara, she and her friends leave school during a snow day. Kara's not supposed to. And it's basically just about their journey outside of school. Our school was right at Vaughan and Oakwood, hidden in one of the residential pockets in the center of the area where the Caribbean and Europe converged. Once you left the playground, you could turn right toward downtown and head to Little Italy on St. Clair West. But we were turning left up toward Eglinton West and Marley, Island Town. The walk in either direction was mixed with both groups though. Bungalow windows boasted the colorful banners of the island flags, red, yellow, and green for Guyana, black, yellow, and green for Jamaica. Nonas and nonos crowded every other porch, teetering on rocking chairs, drinking beer or brioche noto, their pit bulls snarling in the backyard. I can't get my hood to stay on, said Jordan, bunching up her jacket at the neck so the snow wouldn't get through the gap and melt on her chest. White girls can get their hair wet, said Rochelle. Stop fronting like you need your hood. The rest of us laughed and Jordan gave us the finger. She was mixed. Her mother was Black Guyanese and her father was Canadian. 7th generation Canadian too, not Italian Canadian or Portuguese or anything. She'd come out a light milky brown, almost beige, with a small pointed nose, hazel eyes, and hair that was short and auburn and kind of curly, but mostly straight. The year before, she'd done a home spray tan to make herself darker, but ended up making herself orange instead. I was the only one who knew that. I don't know if it was because I didn't go to school with everyone yet, or because she knew I was too nice to say anything to anyone, but she told the others she couldn't go to school because of the flu. The snow was up to our shins now, and the wind had started slanting its fall, blowing it in our direction, so that snowflakes pelted into our eyes and stuck our eyelashes together. I nuzzled my nose against my scarf and trudged forward. Some of the boys in our grade had decided to stay in the playground, whipping snowballs at each other, their screams and laughter too stubborn to be drowned out by the wind. Let's get fries from New Orleans Donuts, said Ashani. I'm starving. It's too cold to walk around. We can order pizza at my place, said Rochelle. With what money? You've got like $2 to your name, said Jordan. That's $2 more than you. And anyway, my mom left me money for an emergency. We're good. But I feel for fries, said Ashani. No one had said anything about stopping anywhere. I turned to them but tried to keep my face buried in my hood, more as a way to hide my panicked expression than to shield myself from the cold. Can't we just go to Shell's house? That's what we said we'd do. If you're gonna be this way, you should just go back to school, said Anita. Well, I actually don't care where we go, said Rochelle, as long as we go Vaughan Way. What's so special about Vaughan Way, said Jordan. You always want to walk that way. I just like it, said Rochelle. Yeah, but why? The high school was on Vaughan Road, and Rochelle was seeing a guy who went there, Chris Richardson, grade 10. Every girl knew Chris, every mother too. He never kept himself out of trouble, trespassing, taking buildings, mouthing off to cops who spot-checked him and his crew at the park or in front of the McDonald's or by the bus stop. But he was always quick to carry your mother's grocery bags to the door or help your grandmother find a seat in church. And he did it all with sly silences and toothy smiles, and if you were lucky, a wink behind your mother's back. Be careful of boys like him, they tell us. The day Chris and Rochelle first said hey to each other, we were at Vaughan Road Academy for a tour, trying to see if that was the school we wanted to spend the next 4 years at, me pretending like I had a say in where I ended up. He'd stopped her in the hallway, took her by the hand, and guided her to him, putting his hands around her waist as she stood in the space between his spread out legs. It was a move she was used to. Rochelle had that really fair rose brown complexion, the kind of red skin and shapely heaviness that made cars slow down and girls up down, and she'd been dealing with hungry-eyed boys since she was 10. While they were talking, I pretended to flip through the notes my mother had told me to write down, far enough behind Rochelle that I wasn't interrupting, but close enough that if she wanted out, she could just turn to me and we walk away together, our arms linked. Chris had thought she was a transfer student, a sophomore like him, and only when he took down her number did Rochelle tell him she'd just turned 14 and was in grade 8. First he got quiet, then he left without even saying bye. But later on that night, she called me and said he'd rung her up and they just finished a 3-hour conversation. Just don't tell anyone, she said. It's a secret, okay? Sometimes we both picture the lick she'd get if her mom ever found out about Chris. And Rochelle's mom didn't play around, she used the belt. My mother didn't like to use objects. She always said her hands were sharp enough. I try to imagine keeping something like a boy from her. If a boy ever showed any interest in me, and I felt my body turn in on itself, even the backs of my eyeballs throbbed as if they'd grown strained from searching for an open palmed hand. It was how I felt when I let myself think that the storefront boys were smirking at me. The panic would creep up on my body like a slow moving fever. And then for a brief moment, I'd feel glad I wasn't sexy enough to keep a secret like Rochelle's.
Thank you, Zaraika. Elizabeth, we'll go to your reading from Stick No Bills, which is,
Okay.
I believe, your second short story collection.
Great, thank you. The collection is a little different to what I normally do. It's part of it is just the regular short stories, and then another part of it, a lot of like very short pieces. So I'm just going to read from a couple of the short pieces today. The first one is called Saturday Mornings on the Hill. I like to run. I call myself a runner, and this one is sort of inspired by that. And Zalika, thank you so much. I enjoyed your story very much.
Thank you.
Saturday Mornings on the Hill. Most Saturday mornings, I run up that hill, sometimes alone, sometimes with friends who have become bright lights in my life. When I am alone, the hill is always harder, but there is more space for thoughts. Sometimes too many come at once and I lose my stride, my rhythm. Thoughts can do that, affect breathing, running. Like life, it's all about the breath. On Saturday mornings, the hill is crowded with all types: runners, walkers, riders, children in prams, groups, loners, couples, all trying to get to the top. There are luxurious homes tucked into the hillside and trees shade us from much of the climb. Morning, we say, or simply nod to acknowledge a fellow climber. With each bend, especially on a sunny morning, the savannah down below glistens, and even the charmless buildings of that charmless capital with its dirty harbor shine. The other morning, running alone, I saw someone I knew. She smiled in her wide, usual, lovely way. She wore a wide-rimmed black hat to protect her pale skin from the sun. In her black t-shirt and long, loose black pants, she stood out as she walked past a group in fluorescent gym wear. The hill has no dress code. We all belong and are free to wear whatever we like. No one really cares. My friend was heading up as I was going down, having already run to the top, performed my ritual at the top of the hill of touching the spot on our magic tree, always taking a moment to look at the pines along the ridge on the next hill. The pines, like soldiers, stand in a line, protecting the valleys below. At the top of the hill, when I'm with my friends, after we touch the trunk, we always congratulate each other, as though it were our first time to get to the top, even though it's been many years since we started to spend Saturday mornings together. They don't know that these days, when I get to the top, I always think of you. My friend in the wide black hat had recently lost her husband. I used to see them out together. They were always together. Black is our color of mourning. The words morning and morning, their sound is so unfairly similar. On the way down, I pass others I know. This one has just lost a brother, this one a mother. My friend is not alone. We all share in some loss and these glorious Saturday mornings on the hill. I'll just read another one from the collection. This is the last story, and I actually dedicated it to Jeremy Pointing, who's the editor, as you all know, of People Tree. Because when I finished the collection, he said I needed one more story. I didn't think I needed another story, but Jeremy thought I did. And then I wrote this one, and I'm glad he made me write it. I hope you're glad he made me write it too. It's called Lost and Found. In order to help him, I had to enter his dream. He was sitting, looking out at the bay from his chair, his eyes the color of sea, fixed on some spot that only he could see. For a moment, we were all there with him, children and grandchildren, standing behind him for a grand family portrait. But he didn't seem to notice. He was looking for her. The battle, he said, was not with the loss, but with the forgetting. That is the fear we carry with us. Another scene. We are all around the table in the valley, laughing and arguing ideas to the death. This time she is there, and so is he, younger versions of themselves. The bougainvillea, purple, orange, fuchsia are overgrown. The table has a long crack down the center like a broken spine. It balances on 3 legs, the 4th fractured like an injured dog. We act as though we will be sitting at that round table in our glistening valley forever. So we don't see it coming, too careless with our happiness. And soon the plants claim it all. House, chair, beds, and the sound of our voices. What fades first? What do you lose first? Forgetting is the fear we carry with us. Tap, tap, tapping as we have breakfast, playing your music on an imaginary keyboard. She is making scrambled eggs. We sit quietly and wait. You start a sentence and then you leave us. She completes it for you, fills in the space you left while you sit tap, tap, tap. She measures sugar for your coffee, you measure lines. We wait and eventually you come back. We knew you would follow her, only a matter of time. The loss spread through you like a cancer. Your words worked magic, but only for a time. Even your pyramid gods couldn't bring her back. What fades first is what we fear most. The little things we want to hold on to. Battles at the breakfast table, pecks on the cheeks, the hellos and goodbyes, healing and losing, finding peace in forgetting. Misty, cool, damp dewgrass, sun coming up over the hill, my perfect morning. No longer running away, now I go towards it. Here and not here. I have stopped looking, call off the search, sit at the table in that other valley with other voices, fresh and green like my morning found. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
You're welcome.
Tell me something about that story that you just read. Was it by any chance inspired by the relationship between your parents?
Yeah, I mean, this last collection, I lost 2 parents, one in 2014 and one in 2017. So this had to be one of the hardest collections I ever worked on. So yes, it was inspired. It's very autobiographical because we used to sit at that table in my mother's house in the valley. So yeah, a lot of this collection comes very much, I mean, in the first part, like I said, there's stories that, come to me like how stories normally come. But in the last part of it, when I lost both of them within that time frame, it was unavoidable. It was right in front of me. So instead of running from it, I tried to see if I could get it out,
Yes, I picked up on it because, well, for our viewers, for anyone who doesn't know, Elizabeth is actually one of the daughters of great poet laureate Derek Walcott. So I picked up on it because I remember having a conversation, very casual conversation with your sister. And she talks about how your dad would always kind of tap, tap, tap when he was doing his poetry, when he would kind of tap the rhythms out, of the poems as he was composing them in his head. And so when I read that, I was like, maybe you're talking about him in this. That kind of leads me to another question. So like, I'm going to get to you shortly. I don't want to leave you out, but just to kind of continue this train of thought, Elizabeth, a lot of the, I mean, you talked about the fact that this came out of, a lot of these stories came out of the deaths of their parents. And there's really a sense of grief in a lot of these stories, in the vignettes that you talked about, as well as these stories themselves. You know, they are linked by grief, by waiting to lose someone, waiting to lose something, waiting to, you know, the process of losing, as well as actually dealing with the aftermath of loss. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit more about that and how that has permeated even the stories that are not inspired by autobiographical events. Sorry.
Yeah, a lot of it is about loss, but the thing is, I think what's interesting is the way in which Jeremy helped me shape the collection. It was really quite useful, because some of the stories predate having lost my parents, so those kind of come at the beginning, and then I kind of go through a process of I don't know, dealing with illness and all sorts of things, and then I come to the end. And I don't want people to think it's a totally depressing collection. There are moments of light.
Yeah, definitely.
But the last story, that's why I read it, and Lost and Found, it's supposed to take you through that trajectory of pain and loss, which I think is good to be acknowledged, but also about not forgetting. And the thing about not forgetting is that it's both painful and I think necessary, because you know, the pain makes you remember. So in a strange way, you have to work with both the pain of feeling that loss all the time, which helps you to remember, which I think is good. So I guess Lost and Found kind of deals with that. You're dealing with a pain, but also the importance of that pain. And then the second valley that I talk about is where I live now. I mean, in Santa Cruz. I've lived there for a long time. I live next to my sister. She has kids, I have kids. So it's a valley that I grew up in, and now I'm in the Santa Cruz Valley, which I love. So that's the Found. You know, there's another valley. You know, there's a lovely, to me, an arc to it. So yeah, so that's why I like that Found, that sense of you know, finding something else to move forward. You know.
I got you. It's not a depressing book. I want to make that clear.
Thank you.
Even though grief is definitely a threat, it is not a depressing book at all. And there are stories where there's a lovely, it's not a happy ending, but there's a lovely uptick at the end of them. You know, there's always hope. There's always a looking forward, as you mentioned. And I really do like that about the collection.
Thank you.
So like Frying Plantain was a excellent read. I actually, you know, I mean, you read stuff on collections, you put them down. This I sat down and I read in a 2-hour split. I don't know if I just didn't have the time. My daughter was leaving me alone. I don't know what was happening, but I read it straight through. And I think one of the things that kind of helped to compel that was that even though it's a short story collection, your stories follow one narrator from young girl to nearly university student, I think. But it isn't what the reader would expect. It's not chronological, generally speaking, you know? Did you know that you wanted to kind of experiment with that kind of texture, that kind of almost novelesque type treatment when you started?
Yeah, so it's actually quite funny because when I first started writing the collection, I thought I was writing a novel. So I wrote it, and my workshop and my instructors were like, so you just wrote a story. And I was like, oh, okay, so I'll just like try to write another chapter. And then I wrote another story, and they're like, so that's a story, you're writing stories. You're basically just writing stories. And I was like, okay, I'm just, because that became, or that was natural to me, I was like, well, if I'm writing stories and that's the form that it's taking, then I guess I'm just gonna write stories. And then later on, you know, because one thing you get with collections a lot is, why don't you just make it a novel, especially if it is one narrator or one, or you follow the same characters. And I didn't want to turn it into a novel because, like you said, it is sort of chronological, but it's not chronological. And I didn't want to fill in spaces. Like if Kara is, you know, at one school and then she goes to the other school, I didn't want to write about how she got to that school. I just wanted to be in that moment. So I really wanted to write snapshots or moments of Kara's life And so it was easier to do that in a short story collection as opposed to just a novel where you have those linkages and things that you need to kind of write out.
Okay. So at the end of it, the last story is, I don't want to give away too many spoilers, but it is a beautiful ending, and it is a resolve in a sense. A lot of these stories kind of deal with your protagonist's relationships with her mother and with her grandmother, who are both from Jamaica. Did you write that story last? Did you know that that was going to be the ending? How did that story come to be? Because I'm really interested in that story in particular.
That was actually the first story of the collection that I wrote.
Wow. Okay.
Because I think that story has a lot of the themes that are throughout the collection. And so I think that writing that story first was just kind of me being like, this is what my book is going to be about. Because you have the mother character, you have the grandmother character, you have Kara's friends, you have the setting of Little Jamaica in Toronto. You have just, Kara as a child, you have Kara as a teenager. So basically like everything that I get into more detail with individual stories, it's all in that one story. So I think that was just kind of me being like, this is what I'm doing. And for the longest time, that story was actually in the middle of my collection as a sort of just the centerpiece, because I thought it was the centerpiece of my book. And then it wasn't actually until I talked to my agent where she was just kind of like, there's a very elegiac quality to it. There's a very resolved quality to it. I feel like you should end it that way. You shouldn't put it in the middle, and that made like complete sense to me. So I kind of just moved it to the end, closer to when it got a publisher.
That's excellent. It just goes to show how much, as much as you are the author, other people have their hands in your books, in your collections, and make them what they are when they go out into the world. I mean, absolutely. Elizabeth talks about Jeremy being her editor, and I think it's so important for people who are not published to remember that books are not, I mean, they are your babies, but there are other people that help you birth them, That's a really interesting story. Elizabeth, your collection as well, the middle section, Stick No Bills, about 6 stories, they share a narrator in common as well. Who kind of morphs from a very young girl's voice into an adult's kind of looking back at the same situation that the young girl talked about. And I thought that was interesting as well. And then you referenced, you talk about the title of the collection, obviously, Stick No Bills, and you referenced 4 taxis facing north as another kind of sign that the young girl would have seen. Why that reference? I saw it and I was like, that's interesting. Why kind of make reference to that first collection like that?
Well, I don't know why, but I really have been always fascinated with signs. So I do remember seeing the Stick No Bill sign growing up. I don't know if you remember it on the Ice Factory.
I do.
And it's still there.
And other places as well.
Yeah, but I just associated with that. I mean, that point of departure came from something when I was young, and I did used to go in there with my mother, and then it kind of took off, as you said, into a whole, new family that kind of came together in my head. The reference to the 4 taxis is just like a sleight of hand, just a little bit of fun to link it to the past collection, because I have friends who write and tell me that it's not 4 taxis, it's 5. Obviously, the sign says 5 taxis. Facing north. It was a sign next to the Queen's Park Hotel. I don't know if you remember, near to the Savannah. I changed it to 4 because it was like an internal reference to like a family, etc. So it's really just a sleight of hand linking the collections together. Nothing too deep or profound really about it. Just a kind of link, you know.
Yeah, I guess I was hoping for more there, but no problem.
I'm so sorry to disappoint.
That's completely fine. I'm fine. Yeah, too much.
Yeah,
trying to find too profound things in
But maybe you
Things
could
that are
tell me,
just what they
tell me
are.
what to say next time, so I can sound a little more, a little more erudite about it.
No. We are fine. We are okay.
Yeah.
So, ladies, both collections are really rooted in Caribbean identity. You know, even though the like is set in Canada and well, Elizabeth, yours is in the Caribbean. It jumps between Trinidad and St. Lucia. And I wanted you all to kind of talk about some of the ways that you consciously grappled with the idea of Caribbean identity, the Caribbean identity of your narrators in the collections.
Well, for me, it was interesting just because it's from the perspective of a Canadian girl. And so yeah, it was just kind of this thing that when I was growing up in the schools that I was going to, and the friends that I had, you didn't want to be Canadian. There was just something about being Canadian. You just did not want to do it. You wanted to rep the islands that your parents or your grandparents were from. And so we had our own ideas of what it meant to be of those countries. And a lot of us had gone back and forth between Canada and Jamaica or Trinidad or Guyana or Barbados or Grenada. But obviously we weren't of those countries. So I wanted to kind of talk about that identity there and how in Toronto, you can kind of have this third culture thing where your parents and your home space is very like they bring their culture, they bring their identity from home there. And then you have this Canadian or specifically Toronto identity at school and how they can kind of mesh and become this other diasporic thing. And so that is what I wanted to kind of explore, just like what it would be like for a second or third generation Jamaican Canadian girl in a specific time period at a specific time, because Toronto is a little bit different now, especially like, with Drake or with the Raptors and things like that. There's more of like a Toronto pride. But when this is taking place, that wasn't quite a thing yet. It was just more like you're proud because you were from, or your family was from Jamaica, or you were proud because your family was from wherever in the Caribbean. So I just wanted to explore that, and I definitely wanted to make it clear that it's like a specific experience. I wasn't trying to talk or speak for every Black girl in Toronto or every Jamaican Canadian or for Jamaica. It was just like, this is how she specifically experiences identity in this collection.
And it does feel very unique and individual because she's going through a kind of double identity crisis in that, there's the wider sense of being an immigrant or child of immigrants in Canada. And then there's the sense that she's not even really accepted by her group because she's not Caribbean enough,
Yeah, there's like this whole idea of whose accent is better and who can say certain slang and who can say certain this, and like if you really know what certain things mean. And yeah, so I really wanted to play with that. And I also wanted to play with the idea that in her community she may not be accepted, but if she goes out of her community and she puts on this performance, they think that it's the most genuine thing. So she kind of becomes a spokesperson, even though she's not really a spokesperson. So yeah, I just thought that, the idea of identity in that sense was really interesting, and the conflicts of that. And also there's like a lot of joy in that too, I think I probably explore the joy of the identity mostly through food. And so that was, it was really fun for me to write those segments. And I didn't even realize that I did that until someone pointed it out to me. She's like, do you realize that like every time something great happens, like Jamaican food is involved? And I was like, oh no, I did not notice that. But after she pointed that out, it kind of became something that I intentionally did. So yeah, it was just, those parts were also really, really fun.
Elizabeth, I don't know if you want to kind of deal with that same topic, but for your collection.
I was just listening. I mean, that is such a fantastic answer, because I do, just switching hats a little bit. Of course, at the university, we look at Caribbean women writers, and we also talk about writers outside of the Caribbean and trying to deal with sort of negotiating that space of, being, living in well, we do Dantica, for example, a Haitian identity, then you're in New York or you're in Brooklyn or you're in Miami. And just the way in which you responded to that, I wish I could have taped it from my class, because it really speaks to that. In terms of what I'm doing, I just find the Caribbean and even the Trinidadian identity such a complex. I think it would take generations to try and figure out what that identity actually is. So I find it a gold mine. I mean, I find this small place, and my dad being St. Lucia, and my brother is born in Jamaica. I mean, we're very Caribbean. My grandmother, one is from Grenada. I mean, a very Caribbean family. So I've always found it, just even trying to understand small groups. And I like what you said, Salika, it's not representative of the entire group. It can't be. You're speaking about a particular character from a particular location from, Trinidad is a small place, but it's huge in terms of different identities and its pluralities and issues and conflicts. So I think, I'm just touching, a very, very small part of it. And I think it's not even Caribbean, it's a part of Trinidad that I may be looking at a particular group, etc. So I actually think that there is so much more to write about it, and from your perspective outside, looking in, moving back and forth, I think it's fascinating. And I think that's why we have so many writers, and it's such a gold mine, of things to still discover, because it's not static, it's dynamic, and we keep changing. And it's, so to say it's an identity, I don't think, I think it's something that keeps changing all the time. So it's not one identity. We can't say a Caribbean identity. I think we can say, this is where we are now today, but in 5 years from now, we don't know what that is going to mean exactly. So I find it actually very exciting.
I understand what you mean. And I do agree with you in terms of the sense of Caribbean identities rather than one collective identity. We are not at all at any point in time one thing, even from one island, even
from within an island.
From one island, there's so many different identities that happen within that island. I mean, as small as Trinidad is to as large as Jamaica is, people in Jamaica would say, well, no, I'm from Portmore, and Portmore has this particular identity. People from Sando are like, well, South people different from North people, and so I totally understand where you're going with that. I think we're going to jump into some questions from our online audience. Yeah. So the first one is from Ira Mathur via Facebook. And she says there are two ideas of short stories that do the rounds in the literary world. The one is that short stories are hard to sell. And the other is that they are harder to write than a novel. And of course, poetry is said to be the hardest to write as well, as you have so few words to play with. So I'm gonna let you guys deal with the short story part. She kind of chickened the poetry part for me because I'm a poet. And I'll add my thoughts in a little bit afterward, but I'd really love to hear what you all think about them being, short story collections being hard to sell and harder to write than a novel.
Well, I'm writing a novel now, and I actually find that much harder than writing short stories. Maybe that's just also because for the past 10 years, I've been writing short stories, but I can't get used to the idea of the length of a novel, because the thing with a short story, and it was a maddening process writing the stories for Frying Plant, and also just because I'm a perfectionist writer. So if I didn't like a sentence, I wasn't going to continue on. I had to make sure that sentence was perfect in my mind. So that meant that it could be like 6 months to finish a story. But because every single word in a short story should mean something, I have that in my head because you need to get your point across in a certain amount of pages. The fact that I have a freedom of the novel where you can kind of meander a little bit, that's something that I'm still not used to. And I find that very difficult. I find that very difficult to just like let myself go without it becoming word vomit. So it's kind of the opposite for me, where I'm just like, I don't know, this is like a lot of pressure to just like write. In terms of harder to sell, that's definitely something that I heard. That's also why I was like, are you sure you don't want to make it a novel? So I got a lot of rejections just because it wasn't a novel. But you know, my publisher, Nancy, House of Nancy, and the imprint Astoria, which actually deals with short story collections, picked it up, and I think it's going okay. So, you know, that's, yeah. There's also this idea, at least, that short stories are kind of coming back, that people are writing them more and more, and kind of combating this idea that nobody reads short stories. That's the other thing that you hear, like nobody reads short stories, and I don't think that's true. So.
I don't think it's true either. And it sounds like you might have a couple poems in you, Zuleika, since you're so careful about your word choices, you understand? Because, I mean, obviously, poetry, you have to be extremely meticulous. But sorry, Elizabeth, you were going to answer as well.
Yeah, no, I think I agree that I find short stories, they're difficult to write, but they're easier for me to write. I actually find novels quite difficult because I find you need a sustained period to write a novel. I mean, I think it's hard to stop a novel and to go back because sometimes you lose the voice. I remember when I was working on Mrs. B, there was one character that I thought, this is who I'm writing about. Then I left and came back. Then I realized, no, this is not who I'm writing about anymore, because you need that time. You need to keep that voice going. If you have a lot of characters, it's almost maddening because you have to make sure that you have all of these people in your head and that they're not, you know, mirroring each other. They're distinct. So I have to agree with you. I actually think the novel is harder, at least for me. This is not to say that short stories, some come out easily and some are more difficult, but I find a novel I mean, I gained tremendous respect for novelists when I finished Mrs. B. I mean, tremendous, because it's incredible. Poets, on the other hand, I mean, I have my opinion of poets, but I'll keep that to myself. I think they're a different group altogether, poets and playwrights. Because I mean, yeah, that's very difficult. So you can talk to poetry. You tell us.
Poetry. It definitely is. I feel like I lean more towards how Zuleika feels, in that I am constantly cutting. And to write the amount that a novel would take, I don't know if I have it in me. I have wonderful novel ideas. I have beautiful ideas, and they always turn out into extremely short stories or they end up into a prose poem. So I would definitely, I think writing a novel would be one of the hardest things that I would do if I ever do attempt it. I've done short stories, I've done plays. All my plays are really short as well.
Mm-hmm.
They're like 10 minutes. So I think it really depends on the person, because there are people who have all three in them, you know, like your dad, Elizabeth, or like, you know, like a Kai Miller, or, you know, we have a bunch of people who are able to, they just span, they do everything. But there are those of us who have a, you know, genre specific feel, you know, this is how we want to use words, this is how we want to use language, and we tend to stick to those. Yeah. I noticed in both of you guys' collections that these stories have a lot of these stories have their conflicts in relationship clashes more than an external event. Not that they don't have external event conflicts as well, but you know, they just a lot of them was relationship clashes, whether it was a sort of an old clash that had been, you know, was being rehashed, or if it was something new. I wanted to find out, you know, what kind of led what were those like deliberate structural choices, or did that just come with the characters that you were trying to speak about?
Like, yeah.
Sure. I really like dynamics. I really like relationships. I watch a lot of movies and I watch a lot of TV, so I like seeing people interact. That's So I also really like dialogue, and I really like what dialogue can bring about, to the point that when I was doing this collection, people were like, okay, you have like 5 pages of dialogue and I have no idea where they are. Are they sitting? Are they standing? Like they're just talking to each other. So anything that allows me to do dialogue, I like to do. I also really like how relationships can manifest itself or themselves in interiority. So like you said, there is a lot of external clashes and external conflicts. But I feel like those shape my main character, those shape Kara, and she's a very interior character, but she's also a very private character. So they manifest in how she reacts and acts to things. And I think that I was just really interested in that cause and effect, where it's just like, okay, so she witnesses, for instance, in one of my stories, there's a neighbor, a couple, and they have like these very violent arguments, and she listens to them, and she's trying to figure out if these arguments are like, they're toxic, but she also finds them a bit romantic because she's also like 14. And, you have this kind of warped idea of what passion is at that age. And so her trying to enact that, or her trying to like work that out by listening to those two people, like that kind of thing was what I found really interesting and really fun to write. So that's how that sort of happened. I think it's just because I have a really great interest in dynamics and relationships.
Yeah. What can I say for mine? I think for me, what I find interesting is a lot of what people actually say is not actually what they're thinking. So I always find like there tends to be that little gap. I mean, even if you have a conflict, sometimes the words that are actually uttered have nothing to do with the actual thought of what the person actually wanted to say. So I guess that kind of gap in between, I have one story where 2 friends are talking, and what one friend is thinking, and there's a lot of jealousy going on, and one friend is almost totally unaware of how jealous the other friend is of her, but the other one is seething with this jealousy, but what's coming out of her mouth has nothing to do with the feelings. Those kind of dynamics I find interesting in human nature, this sort of fragmentation between thought and words, would actually come out, because a lot of it to me is not direct. And then I like internal battles, sort of like battles that you kind of have, with yourself, things actions that you would like to do, but you're prevented for all sorts of insecurities and all those things. So for me, a lot of it is internal battles, but also when there is dialogue, I'm very interested in what is not said as opposed to what is actually uttered, if you know what I mean. It's the silence of what somebody holds back, what they really want to say, and what is uttered. I find that very interesting.
Yeah, actually, when I came up with that question, that's exactly that story with the jealousy.
Yeah.
That story is exactly what I was thinking about, because it's so, on the surface, so calm, and it's so
vicious,
just bitter underneath. She is so bitter, and it just ends so calmly, and I'm like, oh my god, this woman is so toxic. This is can't be your friend. This is not the kind of friend that you want to have in your life.
No.
If that's what, and so the fact that both your characters have a lot of internal dialogue. They have a lot of the conflicts are sometimes they're internal. They're just conflicts within themselves, and nothing is happening on the outside. I found that really interesting, and it's not untraditional in terms of short stories, because people have been doing it for a while, but not a lot of, it's something that I feel it tends to be something that women writers latch onto a lot of the internal thoughts, what is happening inside, what is the internal conflict, rather than what is happening on the outside. I think we have one more question. Sorry, you wanted to say something, Elizabeth?
No, yes, I wanted to add, yeah, you're right. A lot of women writers, I mean, one of my favorite writers is a Haitian writer called Yannick Laons. I don't know if you know of her. But,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, she's excellent. And a lot of her the same thing. I love her stories for that. Very much, not much is going on the outside, but on the inside, I mean, there's so many battles and wars being fought, you know, and she does that well. Dantika is another one who does that really,
yes,
yeah, you know, really well. You know, the kind of subtlety that comes, the kind of restraint that she can have, you know, in her writing, where these battles are going on, but what is actually uttered is doesn't necessarily reflect the internal war that is taking place, and that I find, that tension I find very interesting in writers.
Yes, I do as well. One more question from the audience. So we have a question from Nicholas Lachlan via YouTube. So Elizabeth, you spoke about the role of remembering in stick no bills. And he wants to know from both writers, how do you think fiction can deal with memory, personal or collective, in ways that maybe nonfiction doesn't? I.e., how and when does remembering become imagining, and vice versa?
For me, it's actually quite interesting, because when I first started writing Frying Plantain, I didn't base it in Toronto. I wrote a book of the collection when I was in New York. So it was just kind of this amorphous city that could kind of be anywhere. And people were kind of like, I don't really know where this is. And I was just like, I don't know, I just want to have like this sort of universal appeal, whatever I thought that meant at the time. But every time I came back home, Toronto was changing. Toronto was changing very fast. All of the landmarks that I grew up with were being destroyed and turned into condos, and especially Eglinton Western Marley, or Eglinton West, the little Jamaican neighborhood. It's now like under total construction. It's barely recognizable. And that really hurt, just because there were so many, like I attached so many memories and so many feelings to that neighborhood. And I mean, like we have our Caribbean festival, Caravana, Kitty Carnival used to be there, and it was like all of these different things. And so I ended up putting that Toronto in my story, and all of my different stories, where I was just kind of like, I kind of want to commemorate this place. And at least, I'm going to be honest, I don't read a lot of nonfiction. But in terms of the fictional idea, I just liked having that from the perspective of a character and her emotions attached to it, and how she views that particular space. And I found that can make things very personal, just because it's just like, yeah, this is how this character is navigating a neighborhood that I feel is no longer around. And so that's kind of where it became, and that's how kind of Toronto, and that area of Toronto became kind of like a character unto itself. And that was really interesting for me to kind of go back and do, because I did that with intention, whereas a lot of things that I did in my collection kind of came out, and then afterwards I have to edit it for intention. But going into something with the intention, like this is what I'm going to do, that was a very different process for me, and I wanted to make sure I got it right. So in that sense, where the place can kind of become its own character, I think that's kind of where it came.
Yeah. In my case, first I want to thank Nicholas for such an easy question. It's always so kind. But I think once you do, I think with memory, and once you're trying to pull memories, I think all memories kind of end up at some point as fiction, at some point. Because when you're writing, there's a process that, I mean, otherwise it would be autobiographical, right? Or it would be a biography. But once you're moving into fiction and you're drawing from memory and you're drawing from your life, then I think going back, you can never go back and get it right. I mean, my sister always jokes with me saying, well, how do you remember it this way? I remember it this way or that way. We all remember things differently. As I said, there's no real right version, although I think my version is the right version and not my sister's, but there is no correct version. But I think all memory eventually leads to some form of drawing from the imagination, because how we remember an event, there's a process of, there's a temporal, there's a space with time. So you cannot go back exactly to that period and draw that memory back. You can remember fragments of it or bits of it, but it's like the sequence of it may have changed and your perspective would have changed. So I think fiction allows for the slides that might take place in memory and imagination. But it's very interesting because I do think about that. You know, when you draw from a particular event or take something, it has to pass through that process of imagination and time. So to me, those two filters work well for fiction, not so much for nonfiction, but I think definitely for fiction. But it's a great question. It really is, because it is something you think about, you know, when you pull from memory and remembering. Yeah.
It is because, I mean, for nonfiction and for poetry, you don't, for fiction and for poetry, you don't have to stick to exact events. I actually recently read Elizabeth Nunez's memoir, one of her memoirs, not for everyday use, and she was talking about a lot of difficult things about her parents, the beauty in their relationship as well as, you know, the cracks, and that she remembers certain things that her siblings would rather she didn't remember, or they don't remember it the same way, you know, they don't remember those cracks that she remembers. And so to come out and to say that is actual memory is difficult, because if someone is always challenging it, you know, whereas in fiction, you could remember whatever you want to remember and however you want to remember it. You can portray it however it is in your mind, however your memory looks, without necessarily being challenged, because you can, you know, just say, well, it's, you know, it's a fictional event. We have one more question for both of you guys from the audience, and then we're going to wrap up. From Robert Huggins. I'm not sure where it came from, but he wants to know, as women, how challenging is it to write in the voice of a man?
There are hardly any men in my collection.
There are hardly any men, but there is a lovely short where your protagonist goes out with her grandfather, and
Yes.
I thought that was well done. Yeah, you want to talk about that? Yeah,
sure. So with that, I really like interesting dynamics and interesting tensions. And so, you know, the grandfather in this particular family is the cause for a lot of tension and a lot of conflict, but he has this kind of spiritual connection to Kara, and they kind of, you know, they have this understanding of each other that she doesn't necessarily have with the other members of her family, and she doesn't like that because she doesn't like how he treats the other members of her family. So I think that at least for that case, I just wanted to portray something genuine and portray something complicated, and I didn't really think about it in terms of like, he's a man and, you know, she's a girl or anything like that. It was just kind of like, here's a person who she has this connection to that she doesn't really want to have a connection to. And so I kind of just approached it from that perspective. But yeah, I don't really know if I really answered that question, but that's just kind of how, but I remember one time a man interviewed me, and he actually picked up on the different male characters and says, you write them with like actually like a lot of sympathy. And I was like, that's great, thank you. I've never heard that before, but I'm glad you think that way.
Yeah. For me, I'm a bit of a coward. There are not a lot of men in my stories. They're more populated with, I think they're more women, but the men I do have, I think Zalika has a point. You look at it more in terms of, you know, human nature. And again, you're trying to capture what would a person do, male or female, within that particular situation. But it's difficult. It's not easy to get easily into the head of the male characters. I'll be quite honest. It is a challenge. I do have some, but if you notice, they're less. They're more women than men in. And again, I go back to Dantika. She's excellent with male characters. If you look at the Jewbreaker, it's fantastic, you know. But it's a challenge, and it's a good question. It's a good question. Yeah, it is a challenge. I'll be honest. Yeah.
Okay. I do notice that you draw some of your male characters, particularly grandfathers, in a very sort of a romantic light, Elizabeth.
I do.
Very.
Oh, good.
I felt they were. Yeah, I felt they were quite romantically drawn. They were. It was always with a lot of fondness, with a lot of you know, kind of nostalgia, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they accuse a lot of Caribbean, you know, women writers of, I've seen it written of just men are either absent or they're horrible or whatever. And that has not been my experience. I mean, you meet horrible women all the time too. So I think it's not so much gender. I think it's experience. Yes, there is the absentee issue, but I do think that there's enough, a lot of good, you know, Caribbean men around to be included in texts that are not necessarily, you know, portrayed in a negative light, because we've seen that and I've read that, you know. That's why I find it's an interesting question. Yeah.
Agreed. Well, ladies and audience, that brings us to the end of Home and Away. We can wrap up here. Elizabeth and Zuleika, I really enjoyed having this conversation with you. You guys are both brilliant writers. I've enjoyed both of your collections, and I hope that everybody gets a chance to go out and get them either on, you know, either hard copy or a soft copy, depending on, you know, where you are in the world. And thank you, everyone, for joining us.
And thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this was
You're a great host. Yeah,
Yes.
you're a great host. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First Citizens Helping Paint, Uprighter, TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
How long have you been doing spoken word poetry, performance poetry, and what actually inspired you to do the piece you're about to perform for us?
This is actually the first time I'm trying out this kind of poetry. Always interested in the arts, have a love for technical theater, so stage management, lighting, that kind of thing. For me, what led to this particular piece is that at the beginning of the year, I don't know if you guys remembered, a lot of domestic violence in the news, a lot of women being killed because they were either in very violent relationships or they tried to leave and that led to their deaths. So this was me kind of trying to figure out, you know, like how did we get to this place? At the same time, I was doing a course in gender and the law. And so everything was just kind of happening at once. And this is just me trying to figure out, well, how did we get here?
Thank you, Sophia. Take it away. It's all yours.
One plus two is 3. I love the way math has a pattern of predictability. 2 plus 2 equals more. Pour into numbers the magic of manipulation. Create a distraction with simple division, like make 47 disappear into 14. Do you understand what I mean? Think about it. At 47, the 10 fingers on this man are bigger, heavier, stronger than the ones on my hand. This fascination I have with numbers started at 6, and mixed in with this love is a dread that starts at my feet, travels up my spine, and seizes the voice in my throat. So instead, in my head, I add, subtract, multiply, and divide as a way to distract me from reality. I live in a world where numbers are my prize. But that was when I was little. Numbers have grown up with me. Now I get to see how different they can really be. 1 plus 2 gives you 3. One mouth that speaks the truth and pushes back the dread that took root in my youth. I stand my ground, my 2 legs locked into position like a brace. I strengthen my spine. I find my voice and reveal the woman who would not succumb to this. 2 fists then enter and shatter the thoughts in my head before they form themselves into words. 3 minutes it takes for me to regain enough consciousness to see that I'm down on the ground looking up at the flight of stairs at the top of which I was perched. Then so elated that my numbers had sprouted wings and were going to take me up taller, higher, stronger, better than I've ever been. I give myself time to recover, so I count to 10 in my head as he looked down at me to see if I was dead this time. 1 plus 2 gives you 3. My numbers are different now. Older, more afraid of the mind manipulation I used in my youth. These numbers are different somehow. It's hard to distract me from the truth. But you see, you can take numbers and make them say things normal words can't. Like 8 could be the sign of infinity. Number 7 is always lucky. Number 1 is always to be on top. Number 3 could be a back to front capital E. Number 5, the letter S, then 9, then 10. This has to end. We leave with nothing more than 2 change of clothes for me and my 4 children. No weapon in my bag but a ballpoint pen. No knives on me to raise suspicion, but the sharpened tip of the pen is enough to make a deep incision. This is it, no time for indecision. But what if he finds me again? What then? What if he finds me again? What then? Do I bend to his will? What if he finds me again? 1 plus 2 is 3. I love the way math has a pattern of predictability, that you can take numbers and make them say things normal words can't. Manipulate them into distraction, starting with a simple division, like making 74 disappear into 14. Do you understand what I mean? On the edge of a cycle, you don't know where it ends. What then? It never ends. Can it ever end?
I have been performing spoken word roughly for the past 10 years. The piece that I did was called Zessas, and it was inspired by, it seems like negativity seems to be trending, and I don't understand why, what is this fascination, the particular lifestyle. So that's what inspired the piece.
You want to be a zessa, real hot stepper, big bad bretta, but do you know better? What is sweet in goat mouth, in the behind it gets bitter. Extended clip, you rather grip. Medusa head is on your chest, your boss, how it make a boy head flip. But is Medusa staring through your soul? Is it the reason why your heart is heavy like bricks, comatose coal? How could you gun down a man in front of his 9-year-old and then call yourself blessed? You are a pest, a stressor, like them wicked recommend and them, you are going to dead bad. I hope from self you recover, cause you're bad but always hungry, suffering from the choices that you made and you quick to ball out obia. You know what is obia? Obia is when you walk around with the price of a wet man in your mouth and no tea that it's living your life out the contents of a ringtone of a cell phone that you just stiff. It's you cannot leave your turf because real monsters your life they do seek. But you are Zessa, real hot stepper, more like a little pest, a little stressor. How could you pray to the Most High, then reach for your Glock on the dresser? It used to be that over dishonor. Now you get that over designer, that over Prada, and fake Gucci slipper. No amount of Balenciaga will make you bulletproof when the copper burn your skin like pepper. Not because we are living in 400 years of slavery means you have to act lesser. These slave bands and gold chains that wrap like a serpent around your neck, it is the real suffocator. They tell me it's the 1% I should fear. But when I look around, it's only my kind I see that do all the killing here. So tell me who is the real oppressor? A zessa, a little pest, a little stressor. Knowing fully well, music is a drug that influences the youth. Music is our therapist. It can talk to you. Music is our ether. It can alter your mood. So I go on radio and hype up tunes that justify drug dealing, teaching, forget hard work, Jack Robinson to justify irrational reasoning. Because if I don't sing about taking another man's life with a knife, then radio, your music, they will not be playing. I am so sick and tired of these artists that keep singing about a life that they are not even living. Nothing with substance, only zesting. Like zesters don't boom out their frequencies to silence their stomachs that keep rumbling. Poor pious but no pride. I thought hunger supposed to be humbling. It's troubling. Then these radio announcers that are so short to the point they can't see outside the borders of their own mind. There's always some myopic view, always going on radio and talking about a topic they have no idea on or just have no clue, knowing fully well, Trinidad needs so much love and Tobago too. They scream, free world boss, but your mind is incarcerated. Maybe that's why they just play 8 more gunman tunes and then they say, Jah have a blessing for you. Woo. Young ladies, I am speaking to you. I need you to explain to me why so many of us want gunmen deep down in our esophagus. Is it because our mind trapped in a sarcophagus? It is BDMS. Is it 50 Shades of Fully Done? Do you get turned on by seeing him in handcuffs? I mean, boom, bang, wake up before you get drape up. When you're going to realize it's really real. When shots come through your walls like asbestos giving birth to something more cancerous, because go Paul luck is not see Paul luck and a Glock neatly tuck. Do equate to be courageous, claim to be ravenous. But you want to be a zessa, real hot stepper, big bad bretta, but do you know better? What is sweet in goat mouth, in the behind it gets bitter.
Well, I think it gets displaced. There is a component that is about, well, who are you? But there is a deeper component about the notion of belonging, and that is tied to the idea of identity. Finding that place where that question no longer troubles you, where you no longer have to ask where you belong because you are in a place where the question doesn't occur to you, is deeply important for me as a human, but also as a writer. I think most of my work has been either a meditation on the idea of belonging and home, or in some ways an effort to create for myself a place that is hospitable to me, even if it's only that place that I go to in my mind. I find it, as I get older, more and more interesting in terms of my relationship to the Caribbean. I remember I was in Key West, and it was partly a celebration for Derek Walcott, who is a writer that I dislike. And it was also, everybody was talking about how much they like V.S. Naipaul, another writer who I dislike. It's not a personal thing, obviously. I'm engaging with their work. And I mentioned this, that I found how Naipaul writes off-putting. And I can give you literary reasons for it, just as I can give you literary reasons for my having doubts about Derek Walcott. But I think the deeper point is, when I was at the age to read Walcott and Naipaul, I was searching for the Trinidad, that small flame that I kept within myself. I was searching for some remnant or some version of that in their work and couldn't find it. Something was in between the Trinidad that I had inside and the Trinidad that I could see within their work. In Naipaul's case, there was a kind of attitude towards Trinidadians that was removed, and it just didn't work for me. And in Walcott's case, there was a kind of formality and a language that was formal that moved it away from the place inside. And so I realized that in some ways my dislike for Walcott and for Naipaul is based on this fictional Trinidad, this fictional place that I have had within me that comes from the first 5 years I was here and that I lost when I was 4.5.
Is there a writer that you can point to that?
There is. I should have mentioned him too. The first time, and I think it's significant, the first time, the only time, no, actually one of two, that I saw Samuel Selvon was at the literary festival in Toronto, and he was reading not from a work about Trinidad. He was reading from Lonely Londoners. I think it was the first time that he had read in Canada, and he was reading from a book that he thought people most likely to know. That was like a shock, like being given an electric shock. On that stage at that moment was the voice and the presence of my home. Samuel Selvon was my parents' age. He spoke like they spoke. Everything that he gave in that reading meant something of home to me. And it was the first time that I had that current, that direct feeling that the literary could exist in that way. And I think it's significant because I'm not sure that if I had read Lonely Londoners, I would have come away with the same sense of necessity. But Selvon's work, in point of fact, I don't really think I had to read him after that in order to be floored by it and to use it as a guiding light, because it was simply a form of permission, a sense that where I came from has a reality and a depth out there, and that somebody is doing that.
In the world of natural gas, Trinidad and Tobago enjoys an enviable reputation. This is not by chance. For over 3 decades, one company has led the way in shaping the country's unique energy sector and facilitating its growth. The National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NGC. NGC is a diversified energy company playing a key role in the development of Trinidad and Tobago's energy policy and increasingly sophisticated energy economy.
2020 marks 10 years of TNT's National Literary Festival, and it's the first ever virtual NGC Bocas Lit Fest. It's packed with stories, talk, readings, extempo, poetry, new talent, and of course, surprises. 18 events, 80 participants. Friday 18th to Sunday 20th September. Catch it all via Facebook, YouTube, and on the Bocas website, bocaslitfest.com.
Lime.
Either citrus or rantifolia, a small tropical citrus fruit, or an informal social gathering, or a circle of friends, as in the whole lime under the lime tree.
Chocolate. Chocolate.
A candy made from the fermented beans of the cocoa pod with added flavorings, sugar, and milk. Note, unless specified as chocolate tea, this is not to be confused with the beverage hot chocolate.
Bake and shack. Bake and shack.
A sandwich of fried bread and the batter-fried flesh of the cartilaginous fish of the Elasmobranchi family, closely associated with Maracas Bay and Anthony Bourdain, often served with tambran sauce. See also tambran.
Guava. Guava.
Psidium guajava, a tree producing a round or oval fruit which is eaten fresh or processed. A young, flexible branch of the tree was often used in the past as an educational tool called a guava whip.
We living in chains.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2020 NGC Bocas Lit Fest, our first festival in an entirely virtual and online format. Everyone is, I'm sure you've been hearing people saying about, we're in unprecedented times, but this may be probably one of the few things of these unprecedented times that I quite welcome, which is the ability to have so many more people hear about Caribbean literature and hear about work from these amazing writers wherever you are in the world. So I'm going to welcome you to Tales of the Islands, new fiction by Monique Roffey and Jacob Ross, two Caribbean writers, Caribbean British writers. We'll talk about how that works and how you feel about that also a bit later. And so thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. whether you're in your living room, in your bedroom, on your front porch, if it's still daylight where you are. Thank you for being here with us. And thank you very much to Jacob and Monique for being here and taking time out to chat. Neither of you are any stranger. Oh, before I say that, I want to remind you all of our hashtags if you're following along and you want to tweet or you want to do any social media from this session. Our hashtags are Bocas2020 or Bocas at 10. So feel free to use the hashtags and follow along and tweet up a storm and Facebook up a storm and Instagram up a storm about these two wonderful books we're going to talk about today. You would have seen them on the screen already. Mermaid of Black Conch by Monique Raffi, and Black Rain Falling by Jacob Ross. I'm going to introduce both writers very briefly because they're no stranger to the Bocas stage. Monique Raffi was born in Port of Spain, Trinidad, and has lived most of her time in the UK, back and forth. She's the author of 6 novels and a memoir, and has been shortlisted for, and this is a long list, the Orange Prize, the Orion Award, the Anko Award, the Costa Fiction Award, and has been longlisted for the OCM Bocas Award. Her novel Archipelago also won the OCM Bocas Award for Caribbean Literature in 2013. 4 of her novels are set in Trinidad and the Caribbean region. They are Archipelago, The White Woman on the Green Bicycle, House of Ashes, and her current novel that we're going to talk about today, The Mermaid of Black Conch. Jacob Ross is a Grenadian-born writer living in the UK. He is the associate fiction editor at People Tree Press, the author of several story collections, and the editor of 5 short story anthologies. His first novel, Pinter Bender, was shortlisted for 2009's Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the Society of Authors' Best First Novel. His 2016 novel, The Bone Readers, which is the first of the quartets, the Kamaho Quartet, won the inaugural Jalak Prize and was shortlisted for the Association of the Caribbean Writers Award. Black Rain Falling is the book 2 in this quartet, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. So, having said that, without further ado, welcome, guys. I'm going to ask both of you to read for 5 minutes from both novels, and then we'll get into a nice chat. So, Monique, if you'd like to start.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ayana, for such a wonderful introduction. It's funny about reading because I've been sitting here deciding what I think I should read, and then it just became really clear to me because there's some really exciting fighting catch scenes to read from, and and I've read from them before. And I thought to myself, no, I'm going to read. So this book is written in an omniscient narrator. It's also written in an epistolary form, which is like letters looking back retrospectively. And then we have snippets of the mermaid talking in this newfound language that she has. And initially, when I started to write this book, I just wanted to write the book from the point of view of a mermaid. And because I was so impressed with Robert Antoni's book, Divina Trace, where he uses this kind of monkey language, I just wanted to write from the point of view of a mermaid. And my good friend Anthony Joseph persuaded me not to, and he was right. But I think I'm just going to read a very, very, very short piece from her voice. And it was such an experiment because I'm not a poet. And it's a bit of, it's kind of blurring the lines here. But this is the first time we hear from the mermaid, Aikaiya. I disappeared one night in a big storm, long, long ago. Island once where Taino people live. And the people before Taino, north in this pattern of islands and west too. The island I remember was shaped like a lizard. I have seen the sea, and I have seen its glory. I have seen its power and the power of its kingdom. I have swum its angers, and I have swum its misery. I have swum its velvet floor, the corals, the cities underneath. I have swum under islands. I have swum close to the shore in shallow waves and seen children playing. I have swum with a slow-steamed canoa. I have swum everywhere in this archipelago. I have swum with large pod of dolphin. I have swum with shoal of fish, big like the size of one whole human being. I have dived into walls of ocean. I would have dead very soon as woman. 40 cycles, children, husband, life of land and life of birth and death. Instead, I live for more than 1,000 cycles inside the sea. I was not alone at the time of my cursing. An old woman also cursed, and she disappeared too the same night. Long, 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 so long, I don't know the time, only that they called up a hurricane to take me far away and seal up my legs inside a tail. That's it. That's all I'm going to read for now. That's me done.
Thank you very much, Monique, for that. That was very moving, amazing. Jacob, would you like to go ahead? Tell us a little bit about, as Monique did, tell us a little bit about the novel and then go into reading. Jacob, you have to unmute your...
Mute, okay, sorry.
Ah, there you are.
Right. Yeah, I decided to write this crime series because looking around, I didn't see many writers doing this kind of writing, genre writing, which focuses on crime. And I was particularly concerned to write these kinds of books because crime features so fundamentally in Caribbean life, especially these days. There are writers who write about crime, and I can name quite a few of them. But in terms of the genre, I didn't see much coming out there from the region, and I thought that, well, the French Caribbean islands have their crime writers. Cuba has its crime writer, the Spanish. Why not the Anglo-Caribbean? So this is one of the reasons why I sat down and decided to study the understructure and to attempt this book, which has turned out to be the way it has turned out, this particular series. There are many big questions which I address in my writing about Caribbean society, and I'm sure they're going to come up. Some of them are going to come up in the discussion we're going to be having later on. But this here concerns a real incident that I experienced when I was in Grenada 2 years ago, when a woman was run over by a policeman driving his minibus, and he didn't stop the bus, and it was a terrible, terrible death. And in this particular scene, the detective, the protagonist of the novel, he witnesses it, which he didn't in real life, of course, and he arrests the police officer. And to arrest a police officer, another police arresting a police officer arresting another police officer, that's asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Anyway, he gets called in to work, and he's taking his time because he's very, very upset about it. Because the police officer who ran over the woman said he thought it was a dog, so he didn't stop. So he got arrested by Digger, and Digger threw him in jail and took the keys home. So this is where he is returning to the office now. The whole department was there when I walked in, clearly waiting for me. Detective Superintendent Chillman sat near the door, his elbows on his knees, his mouth twisted in a tight and worried knot. The two office admins, Pet and Lisa, were side by side, their desks facing the door. Chief Officer Marlan had wheeled his chair out of his office. He sat straight back in a pressed blue shirt, following my movement with steady, vicious eyes. An officer in uniform was on a chair next to him. Miss Stanislaus, in a beautiful sea green dress, looked relaxed at her desk, her gaze directed through the window at the marketplace below. And for a moment, she rested those big brown eyes on my face, then turned back to the window. What takes you so long? Madame grated. I lifted my shoulders and dropped them, pulled a chair and sat down. What's the upset? I said. The chief officer exploded. What do you mean, what's the upset? That's the best you could do? You lock up an officer, you take the key and you walk, and you ask him what the upset is? Well, what makes Officer Busso different from any other person out there in Camaho? Because you can't go arresting officers just so. You're doing the same blasted job. Marlon, you're shouting. Chill. You didn't answer my question. Answer it. He shot to his feet, pushed out a hand. Give me the keys. No, not yet. And get out of my face, Marlon. Yes, Chillman cleared his throat, a wet, threatening sound. Marlon retreated. Miss Stanislaus turned from the window to take us in with an irritated, sidewise look. Answer my question, I said. Will you ever hear about police arresting police? It's the same force. You want to start a civil war? A flush of anger ran through me. A police officer, stinking drunk and driving, run into a woman on the roadside. Woman went to buy some milk for her 2 children. The youngest child is 2 years old. The other one is 6. Officer lost control of the vehicle and hit her. He so drunk he said he thought it was a dog. Didn't stop for half a mile. Recovery had to scrape her off the road. Put yourself in my place, Marlon. What you would have done? Why you didn't take him aside? For what? Enough of this, Miss Anastar's voice cut through. She pulled her handbag, plucked a tissue and began to fan her face. I still say he deserves a different treatment, Marlon said. Not from me, I said. I'll stop here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Two very, very different readings. And I'm going to draw 2 questions. My first 2 questions are going to be sort of very much related to what you've just read. The first thing, obviously, that I think about is as you mentioned earlier, Jacob, that there weren't a lot of people writing crime fiction about the Caribbean. And Monique, obviously, I think when people hear mermaid, there's so many sort of references to choose from sort of fantasy, magical realism. And I just wondered about both of your relationships to the genres of your books that are sometimes seen as, unfairly seen, I think, as sort of crime has a way that you write a crime novel. Fantasy has a way you write a fantasy novel. But neither of your novels are totally wedded to those conventions. So I wondered if you talk a little bit about the ways that you make those genres or those conventions fresh with your work, or if that's a deliberate thing that you wanted to attack or kind of come in at the side with.
Okay, Monique, you want to go first?
Yeah, thank you for being, yes, okay, I will. Well, you see, I don't necessarily think this is, you see, I think it's more in the line of Caribbean magical realism to the 10th degree. So so when we were, so one editor who looked at it said, listen, it's off the scale, in terms of what you're asking the readers to swallow. And it is off the scale. I mean, it's about a mermaid. You're either gonna, you just don't. You're not even gonna buy it. So I don't really see it as a fantasy novel. I see it as Caribbean magical realism. To be honest, really ramped up. And there's a lot I could probably. I'm doing this panel for Brooklyn Caribbean Festival about folklore, but I'm using the archetype of a cursed woman from the sea. There's a lot there, and as I've been writing this, and since I've published it, I mean, mermaids are everywhere. They are everywhere, all over the world, everywhere, every ocean, every river. They're everywhere in our collective unconscious. So I'm much more interested in using archetypes and rewriting a myth that needed a good feminist update, in my opinion, and really stretching the reader in terms of what they're willing to sort of like go. Are you going to come with me on this? You're going to come with me here? So really, yeah, I don't think it's a fantasy novel. I think it's literary fiction, but it's hyper weird. Yeah, that's what I would say. In my response to your question.
I agree. I think it's a way to go, and more and more now I see Caribbean writers, working as an editor who receives a lot of Caribbean fiction, and not only the ones that come in, but begin to write from a different epistemology, and by this I mean drawing very heavily and very deeply in a thoughtful way on Caribbean reality, Caribbean culture, Caribbean folk narratives, the Caribbean system of beliefs. And I remember when I first saw your manuscript, because People Tree Press published it, and that's where I was and stuff, I was really struck by what you were doing, Monique. I thought it was a remarkable reworking of a universal trope, but that has resonances in the Caribbean. In the Eastern Caribbean, we have Mani Water. Mani Water is a mermaid figure. Within the Yoruba, the kind of Santeria, Shango, religion, we have Yemaya, we have Oshun, and these are orishas of the waters, of the sweet waters. We have Olokun. So I think that I was really struck by what you were drawing on, and which I more and more as I continue to think about fiction and thinking about, in a way, I've heard Lovelace talk a lot, with passion about that, but at the time I didn't know what the hell he meant, But I have begun now to get a deeper sense of what he's doing. I think you're doing that, and I can name quite a few other writers now who are drawing on those deep, profound kind of tropes that are also part of the Caribbean cosmosophy or cosmology, whatever you choose to call it. Well, with regard to me and my book, there are a couple of people. I have a very good friend who is a crime writer, and he's very successful crime writer in this country. And then I gave it to him. He said, "This is not a crime novel, Jacob. It's not a crime novel. About a crime, right. Because he saw." Later on, he kind of recanted because, for a whole range of reasons and stuff. But I did sort of threaten him and said, "You don't dare go out there and tell people that I'm writing a book about a crime. It's a bloody crime novel." But what I'm trying to say here is that as a writer, I knew that I couldn't do what I saw happening with the manuscripts that come in, the crime novels which come into People Tree Press. All they've done, these writers, and I'm sorry to say this, but it's true, they've sent in books where they've taken a Raymond Chandler character like Philip Marlowe and they've painted him black. Yeah? In other words, what they have done is creolized. Not even creolized, because that's a process. What they've done is they've blackened the white metropolitan urban character and placed them in Trinidad, because you get a lot from Trinidad in particular. And that is that makes no sense to me. What I had to do was to completely rethink the crime novel. So, and undermine, the book is full of perversions. For example, we have my main detective, a character, that's Digger. Yes, he is male, but he has very, very strong womanist views based on his experience of what happened to, he was brought up by a woman. In the kind of masculinist tradition, you have your hero like Philip Marlowe or whichever one you want to choose. He walks in and he starts beating people up and he gets very physical and he's macho and he's women and, he calls women a broad and all of that. I just did not want to do that. My character, Digger, he cries. But have you ever heard of a detective crying, because, he actually witnesses that crime. He's terrified of becoming desensitized to people dying, and he says so to his father. I mean, and also Miss Stanislaus herself. She's no sidekick; she's his partner.
Well, can I interject? I love Miss Stanislaus. I've read the first book, and I just think she steals the book. She's not a cameo. She's not a sidekick.
Yeah, exactly.
At the heart of your work she's great.
And
Exactly.
she's extremely feminine, which I find is so interesting. In a lot of these notions of there's always a hard as nails woman who's sort of almost desexed, whereas Miss Stanislaus is colorful. She loves her dresses, but she's a sharpshooter. And I think she's quite amazing.
I love what you said about she took her tissue out of her handbag. Miss Stanislav has a handbag.
Yes.
And it's like,
whoa,
whoa,
yes, of course. And she's very, as you said, she's very feminine. but you don't mess with her, you know. And a lot of men. In the first book, there's an instance where she arrested a guy, the coconut man they call him. And coconut man decided he doesn't want a woman to arrest him, you know. And you know, for him, he doesn't mind being taken to jail, but a woman arrested me. You understand?
And a nice looking woman like Miss Stanislaus to boot.
And a nice looking woman like Miss Stanislaus, you know. And also, you know, you have and what I decided to do in writing the book was to give her equal agency, you know, as Digger. And there are times when she leads the case, she leads the investigation. I was totally surprised that the book resonated so strongly with so many readers. I mean, the book was published first by People Tree Press, which is a small independent publisher, and it was taken up by this, one of the big crime fiction publishers in this country. And you look at the reviews, you see. But I decided to literally turn everything on its head and to actually make the book a Caribbean crime novel, you know. And there is going to be action, and it's a society, as we know, Caribbean society. Sorry, those of you who might be listening to this, is extremely toxic at some level, especially to do with masculinity, the ideas of what it means to be a man, the way men deal with women, the kind of the careless violence that we have, not only physical violence. So, and I decided that and also we do live in profoundly corrupt societies. It's the same here in England too. I mean, you know, but I'm not writing about England. My business is the Caribbean. That's where I'm from, and that's where my heart is. So in many ways, what I was doing there was literally, I deconstructed the crime novel, the understructure of it, what they're doing with characters and I said, I'm just going to go a completely different way with it. And
both
you know,
you sort of have said that you sort of decided, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I might as well go full 100, you know.
And you know,
you both said something that I was going to ask a different question, but your responses led to a different direction. One of the things that I thought about with both books is how much they present an alternative way of knowing. And let me explain what I mean about that. You know, a crime novel is about facts. It's about procedure, traditionally. Facts, procedure, evidence, clues, right? And that's how you get to the heart of the truth of anything. And we already said that this is not a fantasy novel, and it's a magical realism novel. It's a literary novel. But it also presents a whole different way of knowing and understanding the events that sort of have shaped the Caribbean. In this case, you've taken a mermaid who is crafted from an indigenous woman who has been transported through time, through space, and is now living in the same, in a sense, the same Caribbean, but an entirely different Caribbean. So I just wondered if you could both sort of talk a little bit about the ways that that, like, for instance, Jacob with Black Rain Falling, as much as this is a crime novel and they have to collect clues and evidence, that, you know, there are the woman in Cara Island who presents an entirely different way of knowing things. Miss Stanislaus has an entirely different way of knowing things and solving things. So maybe if you could talk about that a little bit, and Monique, talk a little bit about how you present or deconstruct space and time to present a different way, perhaps, of understanding the Caribbean region. It's a long question, but let's see if we
try.
can.
I'm happy to go. Okay, so I definitely, in order to pull this off time-wise, the mermaid, I wanted her to re-emerge in modern times, but not today, because if anybody caught a mermaid today, it would go viral and the social media. So it had to be before turn of the century, I thought to myself. So I like the 70s. The 70s in the region is a time of political upheaval, of nation building, of Black power, revolution, feminism, ting ting. All of this is like happening in the region, so it's bubbling. And of course, it's a feminist novel. And so if she was going to appear at any time, I thought, okay, the 1970s.
Would be
So that already gives me when I want this mermaid to appear. So nobody is going to take a photograph of her that is going to end up on the newspaper, and everybody is going to be drunk. Everybody's going to be drunk. They're all going to get so drunk. The only people who see the friggin' mermaid are these drunk men, and then she disappears. So nobody's going to remember.
No one knows she's even there.
There, she just she's up one day, they lynch her, and then the next day she's gone, and 2 weeks later they all moved on, and nobody's hiding no damn mermaid in this small village. But the other thing is that she is a first person. She comes from our ancestral, these are from the Taino people. It's a Taino legend. And so there's a big question is, how would we take care of somebody like that? How could we connect with, the region before Columbus, before the conquistadores, before the germs, the warfare, the barbarity, the killing, the mass genocides that took place, slavery, all of this, before it all happened? How would we take care of the people who are very civilized people? And what would she think? How, it just, what if was the big thing, she wouldn't know about slavery because she would be dead a long time before then. So she's like, what's happened? Why is everybody black? And where are all my people? And what happened? And who are you? And where is everybody? But she also has a shamanic, she reads the skies, she can speak to the trees, she's got a very quiet understanding of how everything works. She's a completely different type of human being. And for a writer, that is like, whoa, I get to write. I get to imagine, I get to let myself off the leash and try and imagine what it might be like for somebody who had strong connection to nature, completely different understanding, no language. So she's disremembered. Nobody really knows what that they spoke, the dialects. It's all been forgotten. She's forgotten it. She's trying to, and then I'm setting her up. I had a big stumbling block with the fact that there's a white woman who is going to be reintroducing her to language, but there's also a deaf boy who's reintroducing her to sign language. So she's acquiring language. I mean, I just had a ball with it, really, because you really have to gift that to yourself. You have to really, really, really want to write and enjoy and like what you're doing and get lost in it and then explore all these possibilities. The other thing, I don't know if you're going to ask us about it, was with place. I don't know whether that might be another question.
Yes. But go ahead. Go through.
Well, just place-wise, Black Conch, somewhere I found out it's another name for Tobago, but I spent a lot of time in Grand Riviere as well as in Charlottesville. And so it's kind of, again, there was, as you know, Ayana, there were these magical people called the Earth People who used to live, you know who I mean, don't you?
Yes.
And they used to live in Grand Riviere.
And every now and again, there'd be some sighting of they'd sort of come down and come into the village.
Like Juve. And they had a matriarch called Mother Earth, and she got cancer, and they were like extreme Rastas who were naked in the bush, and they're all called things like life and nicer country and breadfruit and pepper and Jacatan and Lacatan and all
so
these
that's
things.
where the names came from.
That's where they all come from. It's like, in Trinidad, in the Caribbean, you don't have to make anything up. It's all there. You don't have to make a thing up. It's all, you just have to look.
And I think that's sort of the heart of what I was what I'm interested in with both of these books, that they present an entirely different perspective of knowing what is real, what's not real, who decides this is the facts, or who decides that this is the true thing.
Exactly.
I just wanted to ask Jacob as well. I'm conscious that I have a double consciousness. So the split between being diaspora and Trinidadian and British, I wonder whether that is where this different knowing comes from, the double lens. another lens. That's all.
Yeah, in a way, I was touching on that earlier on. One of the great cons of history and one of the great fallouts of the experience of empire is this whole idea. In other words, the part of the curriculum of empire has been to convince those of us who have been colonized that there is only one way of knowing. There's only one way of understanding. And one of the things I say to people when they give me that kind of bullshit, I say, well, okay, if you knew so much and you're so accurate, why, and you having had to curate the world over the past 400 years, why are we in so much shit at the moment? Right? Why are you messing it up? Do you call that success? But that is another kind of narrative. So you have the character like Benna, the woman that Digger meets on Cara Isle.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a wonderful phrase that Peter Kalu used to kind of explain it. He called it, for example, they don't have any scientific way of locating a dead body, but they have a way of locating a dead body, right? Mm-hmm. And he called it affective cartography. Yeah, and in the Caribbean, for example, I'm a twin. I always know when my twin. Yeah, I always know. Yeah, but you know, we're very different. But I always know when my twin brother is very ill. You know, when he always knows when I'm in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we hardly speak. He's in the British Virgin Islands, right? And that's
amazing. That's magical realism. That's magic.
Yeah.
But the fact is that these are realities that exist. These are truths that are there and that we know, but we have in a way been educated to think that it's not scientific, therefore it's not true. Mm-hmm. And it becomes true only when people from the metropolitan centers of the world say it's true. Mm-hmm. You understand? And that's what I'm talking about. I mean, I was very interested in Monique's, the premise of Monique's book, The Mermaid of Black Kong, because I had a similar kind of question for one of the short stories I wrote quite a few years ago. I think it's in my last collection, and it's called A Way to Catch the Dust. You know, and it's basically based on this idea of the zone. This ship, you know, that dumped all of these Africans into the sea and went back to claim the insurance. And I asked myself a very simple question. What happens if one of these characters, let's say it's a girl for a whole, what happens if she, I don't know, the Cubans have a metaphor which is very powerful when they want to explain the devastation of the Atlantic slave trade, because so many people were thrown aboard. The Cubans say that there is a road of bones beneath the sea that leads from Europe all the way to the Americas. So what happens if one of the characters, a young girl, is thrown into this, you know, she's dumped, and she walks on this road of bones and emerges 400 years later in the Caribbean and gets met by those of us who have lived there and grown and evolved there. How would we receive her? That's at the heart of the story. Yeah. And then another thing I wanted to point out is
that's very like what I was.
Same thing.
It's the same.
Yeah. I mean,
how would we take care of these people from our past?
Yeah, exactly. In other words,
how would we care for them?
Contemporary Caribbeans, how do we confront our history if our history materializes in front of us? That those of us who want to know anything about it. Yeah. And in other words, and how has that kind of myopia, that willful myopia, got in the way of a kind of self-understanding? And who is it among us that deprive ourselves of this this kind of understanding of self? Or because I know that the Benners of the world, that is the character in the Bone Readers,
yes,
she knows who she is. She has a very profound sense of herself and her place in the world, you know, and that is what my character Digger has to learn. So yes, I asked very big questions. And I saw that I saw the premise of your book, and I say, yeah, that's a very interesting question that that a story question that you were asking in your novel, which is one of the things that attracted me to your book. Because sometimes you and I kind of synchronize without realizing it. When I look at your work, I say, "Oh, a minute, yeah, she's doing, yeah, asking the
But
same kind of
really,
question."
it's a fundamental question, though. If you ask something, if our past walked onto the sea and came to greet us, how would we treat it? How would we respond? And Monique, what I find interesting about that, you've arrayed the characters that you've chosen to be this mermaid's protectors or champions in a way. A fisherman who is sort of a little bit he's not the Bajon masculine trope of the sort of stereotypical Caribbean man, very much like how Digger isn't. There is, the father who abandoned his child and, for a lot of other reasons, but, comes back. There is the white woman who is the inheritor of all of this land and who has made very conscious decisions and I don't want to have too many spoilers, but she's made conscious decisions for how she's going to deal or how she has dealt with that. And a boy who can't speak. And so I'm wondering, what are you, this sort of points away, who are the people that are most poised to provide some sort of redemptive path to us dealing with our history? You're looking at 4 semi-marginalized characters, and I thought that was quite an interesting choice there.
Oh God, you're a good questioner. I can tell you that the white woman is based on 2 people that I know who are both landowners and who are, I would say, benevolent and part of things, and very much one of them is very much the remnants of the plantocracy, but also an environmentalist and a feminist and a bad, she's a badass, and people know who she is. I'm not calling names. And something to do with wanting to take the white woman who traditionally has this history of being crazy and mad and bad and all these things that I just think, can we put that aside? I'm not saying it's a wrong trope, but I did want to, I do write about white people. I write about white Caribbean people. I'm not interested in white English people. I'm always fascinated about white Caribbean people and who they are. So I wanted to take de-stereotype the white woman and see if she's going to be able to live. And then the deaf character, I have hearing loss. I suffer from hearing loss. So I thought, I know what it's like to be, I can write that. That's going to work for me. And he's a poet. He's a deaf. But the men, I mean, like Jacob, I think there needs to be a lot of writing around Caribbean masculinity. And I feel as though I really hope, I'm writing about Black men. I'm a white woman. I was expecting to get like completely shot down and shredded up, but I went there and I wanted these men to be good. I wanted them to be lovers. I wanted them to be, I think life is a man. And David is a boy. He's the immature masculine who has a massive impact on him and vice versa. So the feminist rewriters is that she's cursed. There's a jealousy thing going on and she doesn't get to have her erotic rite of passage. She doesn't get to be, she's stuck with her sexuality sealed up. She's a virgin for life. That's the curse. She's banished. And David gives her the rite of passage. They come together. He springs her into her full womanhood. But in return, he is never the same. He has never met anyone like this person. He's completely dazzled by her. And so I wanted to give her a good little clutch of friends who she can rely on. And I had such fun with it all. When with the policeman, Porthos John, and the getting kidnapped and sprung and the SWAT fatigues and the broken down Jeep and the police cell. I had such fun. You have to, in the end, you just have to go, you know what? Fuck it. I'm. This is good. This is what I want to do. Yeah, she needed a good clutch of friends. I thought she needed the right. And Priscilla, you know, Priscilla is everybody knows a Priscilla. Everybody
Oh, I love that
comes across
character.
somebody who is like real bad, and she could really fuck things up for everybody. And yeah, really need one villain.
You know, in both novels, as much as and actually this just occurs to me that there is a crime also at the center of your novel, Monique. Or there's literally the taking of this woman from the sea, the attempts to sell her, who owns her body, who has control over her, who doesn't. And then there's, as you said, the sort of springing her from her captivity sort of at the end. And in different ways, and I want us to go there. Both novels also look at the way that crime is very, very, very linked to privilege, skin color privilege, wealth, who gets to get away with crime, who's not seen as a criminal because of, you know. So I want us to talk about that a little bit, how you've handled that in your novel, Jacob.
I was very interested in almost without thinking too much about in what I call the chromatics of the novel. I'm writing about a small Eastern Caribbean country, and I think that Trinidad has, and perhaps Jamaica to a certain extent, that sort of the colorism we talk about, that sort of conflation of wealth and privilege with, you know, the descendants of Europeans, that's undeniable. It's there. So if you look at the Luther King character in my book, you know, who, you know, I refer to as a Caucasoid Negro because he has black blood. You never accept anybody telling him that, you know, but Digger sees that in him, but Digger detests him. And Digger's father, interestingly enough, is from the upper class too.
Similar.
Yeah, and Luther King, he will get away with murder, and he almost got away with murder precisely because of his you know, where does the judiciary come? You know, and the whole issue of policing and the criminalizing of the kind of amplification of sentences for the small petty criminal, and you know, it's all there. It's all there, of course, in the narrative. But I come up. There are two things which I find difficult to avoid when I write a novel set in the Caribbean. One is class. The other one is policing. For me, in other words, authority. And now I think corruption has become quite an important element in Caribbean society. Now, I'll just give you a quick example. I have always been struck when I go to the Caribbean, and not just the Caribbean, but largely when I go to the Caribbean, I'm struck by how the extent to which crime has not only impacted on the society in terms of people's fears and the sense of insecurity that women and, you know, men also feel, but the extent to which the very architecture of buildings are built with crime in mind. So, for example, the average house of somebody with a little bit of money or a lot of money, you know, they have grilled windows, iron grills on the windows, and people literally lock themselves. The phenomenon of gated communities in the Caribbean have, you know, sprung up, you know, exponentially within the past.
And people are armed and they have big guard dogs. Chihuahuas, they have big dogs and all of that. Yeah.
And so I do think that we're missing a trick if we do not address, you know, there are big themes in literary fiction that, you know, we've addressed from time immemorial, from the 1950s and even beyond, you know, history and all that kind of stuff. But I do think that the crime novel, by its very nature, is perfectly placed. It is so contemporaneous. It is so dynamic. It is so relevant. It is so articulate. The articulacy you have with a crime novel, you just don't have easily or readily with a literary novel because, you know, a reader accepts that the writer is going to look at the underbelly of society, almost the way a journalist will do, you know,
Right.
and that they expect that kind of digging. And we have, I think it's important, and it raises big questions, which we are confronted with. For example, the distinction between justice and legality. Sometimes the law doesn't work in favor of justice. You know, and I tend to look at it rather closely. Quite often the law is in favor of the people who have power, who are in power usually.
And just to stick a pin, Jacob, this is the thing that I think that is so so clear in your novel as a distinctly different sort of crime novel.
Yes.
None of the solutions that actually the way the plot is resolved are rights or legal or
morally.
just.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. There's a scene in the book which I'm very proud of. It's when Miss Stanislaus confronts the man who raped her.
Oh boy.
You remember that scene?
Oh,
and
boy.
and there was a moment of realization. I wouldn't tell you, but I wouldn't give it away. A moment of realization from Digger, you know, and he realized that all that sort of stuff, you know, was leading inevitably to her confronting this man, you know. And I you know, it's probably it is one of the strongest scenes in the book, but I have not met anybody who has read that, you know, not, well, spoken to me about it and not mentioned that particular scene. Now, that is justice. It's a kind of justice. Any woman would understand that.
Yeah.
You know, her life being so profoundly damaged. Yeah? But the law will not understand that. And the book is about that. The law says that a police officer, you know, should arrest
Yes,
a person
should be treated in this.
and bring them in for you know, to be sentenced by a judge. Yeah, and it's just not happening.
And very much like in your novel, Monique, there is technically these two men have a permit. They make a very big deal about they have a permit to carry home what they caught. And this person has stolen their property. Doesn't matter that their property is a human being. Doesn't matter that their property has
I
agent.
love that. I love that. I think it was powerful, Monique, for me. That was powerful.
What do you see?
Go ahead.
What I think because I now know what I did, which is I think if you have a mermaid and she is an archetype that is embedded in our unconscious, she is a big metaphor that does a hell of a lot of work for me. Everybody knows she's other. Everybody knows she's cursed and tragic. I don't have to explain that shit to the reader. So she's already somebody we're rooting for because she's seriously, you know, she's transgender, or is she non-binary? She's definitely been cursed. How long is that going to last? All this sort of stuff. But God, what was I going to ask the question? What was I saying? Where was I going with this?
We were talking about the whole idea of what is just as opposed to what is legal. We were talking about violence against women.
Okay. So what happens is when they first see her, I often read the catch scene, and she just jumps out of the sea, and you can see her, and it's a boatload of men. The first thing they think about is how much she's worth. Millions. They are like, and this whole thing about, and the Tobago boys or the black conch men are like, nah, boy, cut the line, put she back in the sea. What? Nah, just cut that, put her back. But eventually, even on the way back, because they hit her over the head, they bind her up and they get her back. Even on the way back, Nicer Country is thinking, you know, I wonder how much she's worth. So this thing about corruption of, like, money corrupts. Money can corrupt anybody, even though the black conch men are not proud of what of catching this creature. They all disappear. They don't want to have anything to do with it. Even they, you know, everybody wants a piece. Maybe she's worth millions. And then Priscilla is telling Porthos, you know, look, these stupid men from Miami, let's catch her. We'll split the fine. She becomes commercialized. She suddenly, and I wanted it to basically to show how anyone could suddenly look at somebody as a viable financial, this is a crime. It's a crime. And like you've done, Jacob, is subvert things. I mean, how can I write something where a landowner, a white privileged landowner, is a good guy, is springing the money from? She has the lover, and because she's part of things, she get horn real bad. Everybody knows she get horn real bad. She's up there, she has a deaf son. She's pretty isolated, run down estate.
Let me just stick a pin. The thing I think that has made her, and this might be a spoiler, but I think we've gone into territories of spoilers in many ways, that she has deliberately tried to divest her power. She has almost sort of sold off, not even sold off, the land.
Doesn't collect
she
rent.
said, here, this is not my land. I live in this house, but I don't own this space. And I think that's part of what is able to make her a complex character, but also one that we could say, aha. That's why I was saying that the novel, in some ways, both novels really are pointing to, okay, so this is Tales from the Islands as a panel, but what does this Caribbean future look like? What could it look like if we have sort of accepted or said, okay, these are islands that have been crafted by a set of economics that is about, that is wasteful. Plantation economics is wasteful. We have these very abundant spaces described in both novels that have been sort of divided up and used and worked in a wasteful way that is just to send money out, and hasn't been about development and hasn't been about all of these things. And so I think that choice that this character makes to say, you know what? I live here. We all have to live here. So we all must get some. One person can't have all. Is an important.
Listen, I didn't make this up. If you go up to Northern Tobago, that's exactly what's gone on.
Yeah.
I don't want to call names and things, but that is exactly what happened up there.
Yes, Jacob.
Yeah, sorry. No, it's my headphones acting up.
Okay.
I think for me, when I read the book, your book, Monique, one of the things that really struck me, it was, if you like, two conflicting ethics, two conflicting ways of interfacing with the world in a way, even though, but we see through the mermaid, which is the readiness with which these Americans in particular are prepared to monetize a human being, right? That for me, that was one of the things that I found rather chilling about the book, about that particular trope in the book. The monitor, and of course the others decide to fall in line to a certain extent and start thinking about how much a human is. And for me, it dug up so many resonances in my head about the history of the Native Americans and whatever, the whole idea of monetizing, and so I thought that was a very, very powerful. The word you use is metaphor in the book, and why I think the book will actually last. I think personally, as I've said to you before, I think it's your best book. I think so. That's my, but that's a personal view. You may have a different view about that. But getting back to the societies we have inherited.
Yes.
Yeah. I had Chilman say that in Black Rain Falling when the Minister of Justice is doing everything that he could do to stop them, to block them. He wants to run the police force, even though you have a police commissioner. And Chilman explained that to Digger, and he says basically we are still on the plantation. It's a terrible thing to say. And Chilman says he's not really a minister; he's an overseer.
He's an overseer.
Yes. There are ways in which we articulate and express power in the Caribbean that replicate the old ways of deploying power. We may make it more sophisticated because we have sophisticated tools. But when you look
the structures are
part of it, these systems are still in place. And I'm talking about and when I go to Trinidad, which I love very much, I have a great affinity for Trinidad and so on. I see that there you see it in terms of the kind of valorization of gradations of color, the chromatics, of the region. That is changing now, but it is still very much
the structures are very much in place.
Yeah. And these are things which even Jean Rees was observing. Elements of white Tagatosi people have, no, is it white Tagatosi? Yes. That people actually missed, because she did address that in a very, very interesting way in that novel. But what I'm getting at here basically is that the more I write about the Caribbean, the more I write about my Caribbean, our Caribbean, the more convinced I become of the necessity to step back and completely rethink the society and what the society is still premised on. I think that our intellectuals, our thought producers need to sit back and again look at the world from which the mermaid comes, from which Anna comes.
Yes.
That which is there, which is powerful, which is Latin Americans have done, like Gabriel Garcia Marquez, and that they've done a lot of work on that.
That is a very, very good way for us to sort of, because I'm conscious now we're down to so much towards the end of our time that has gone so quickly. But I think that is such a wonderful way for us to start to wrap up, that this is where we have to look towards. What is that knowledge? What is that sense of the knowing and not knowing, that space sort of in between, I think. I was hoping we would get to read a bit more, but I really think the time was very well spent talking through a lot of these issues. I just have one question. I don't know if you might want to sort of lead off on that. What's next? Are you writing another book? Are you deep in the midst of another project, both of you? But I know you have yours is a quartet, Jacob. So you are.
I have here, this is my next project. This is the treatment that I've spent a long time working on of a crime novel.
Interesting.
Which I'm set in the East End, and it's occult. It's got a witch. I'm very, very comfortable in the land of magic, basically. So the idea, like we've just been talking about, that crimes are solved all sorts of ways. There's layers and layers of injustice. London is an incredible place. If I drill down under my chair 10 feet, I might find a Roman barge or,
yes, you
God knows
would.
down there, dead people. There's hundreds of thousands of dead people under our feet,
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, so it's, and I just wanted to say, as me and Jacob have talked about it, I've written a lot, and I thought it would be, how much time do we have?
Yes, we're done.
Oh, we're done.
But I really want to tell you about my next project. It's very exciting for me at least.
Yes.
My next novel is a literary novel, is a second in the Pinter Bender series, and it's called The Village Above the Wind. Now, and what I'm doing with that book, which I find exciting and which I'm hoping to get some response from, is completely getting rid of Western ideas of creating characters, and I'm bringing a completely different approach to creating and constructing character, and it's working. So,
very excited.
It's working.
We're very excited to see how those
powerfully for me. Damn! And when you read it, well, let's see.
That's a good way for us to end off. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much for tuning in. As I said, wherever you are, continue to follow along on the other events from the Bocas Lit Fest, the NGC Bocas Lit Fest. Follow along our hashtags, follow along on all our social media, and we hope to see you at the next session. Thank you so much to Monique and Jacob.
Thank you,
Wonderful job,
Ayana.
Diana. Wonderful,
And
wonderful. I
all
think
right,
you're the bomb, you know?
yeah.
See you later.
Okay.
Richard! Richard! Richard!
A male name of Germanic origin, popular across the world. Unlike in the UK or US, in Trinidad, Richard is never shortened to Dick.
I day, you day, he, she, and it day. Day.
Either a positional adverb, a plural third-person personal pronoun, a plural third-person possessive pronoun, or a 24-hour span of time. As in, day the day I the day.
Paw, 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 paw.
Pendulous bright green, orange, or yellow fruit, eaten to help digestion, not to be confused with an expression of extreme indigence, as in, he paw or just paw.
Broth. Broth.
Soup made by boiling fresh fish, green bananas, and dumplings with large amounts of pepper and the occasional vegetable. A favorite of fishermen and limers. See also lime.
Stop your bow, Mr. Fiddler. Oh, ha, hi. This country so colorful and truly diverse. We're doing our best to put TNT first. Youth success through advancement, we encourage. We proudly supporting the rich cultural heritage, promoting development in the sporting arena, and empowering women for equality of gender. We sustaining the environment and strengthening the society. First citizens helping paint a brighter TNT. Drag your bow, Mr. Fiddler.
Title of my piece is After the Finish Line, inspired by the increase of racial tensions after the 2020 general elections, and it was basically a call for change. Thank you.
Change. Change. So you have any change by chance? Change. None? Huh. Sometimes I wonder why it don't come, especially after general elections done. It's almost as if somebody separates we cosmopolitan country. That's a big word. Write it down. All you remember heat number 2020? The race between Tanti Cams and Uncle Rowley. On your mark, set, vote. Welcome to the place where all we talk about is race. Race to the rum shop, race to the mass camp. These parties are obsessed with race. Well, after the finish line, and you see there's still a divide. Since your question is why, let me tell you, the Ganges have left the Nile. Red, yellow, yet my mouth still white because I $1 hungry, $2 thirsty. Blame the government for my syndrome of dependency. But this system of race is called tribal politics, sucking the innocence out of the youth. In a sense, if you don't have a red cent in your pocket, you get caught up in the dispute of who's better. So you better hit that track running, cause in this meat, fresh meat gets slaughtered and devoured like the grass they say I go eat for the next 5 years. But no amount of bush tea could heal the level of sick and tired I am of the politricks. Stacking multiple tactics that take the cleanliness out of the thing. And if my last name ain't Sing, then a song about suffering ain't go change a thing. Blank man, Indian, disparaging the next man in this loveless little island. This situation calls for some serious reconciliation. Both sides a cycle not disrupted which lasted for generations. When the classists meets the racists, it's apparent that the parents have shown their true selves through shelves of transparent apologies. Headlines. Don't crucify, cries the orange juice which cometh forth from the mango trees. And they say education is key. Then somebody must have changed the locks on she. How dare you tell me to go back to slavery? Girl, you so lucky I can't cuss on national TV. In a time of information, ignorance is bliss. Hate, however, only needs this one thing to survive. A host with an empty mind. Taking up residency in that psyche of that body whose heart is filled with envy. The very essence of this track meet. Anyway, it's about time we end this race talk, because I still have a long ways to walk till every creed and race could find an equal place in this country. Because I ain't no slave, beggar, cockroach or bush monkey. I am the man on the ground just asking for change. Change. Anybody have any change?
Wake by Kamal Brathwaite. Ship, house on the water, I salute you. I am a bale of straw, swish of your cask's laughter, darkest cling of the gudgeon.
There are shadows about me, eyes like mine, paws sweating fears like mine, souring wine. Wind carves the shape of the journey. Sculpture of sails is softer than a stone. Along the dolphin's trail of cloud, there is no native land.
There is no grey on the sea with wind. There is no grey in the sky with rain. There is no sky to fall down on, no hill to run up to, and no night with its swimmers of whiteness.
It was all so sudden. It was also very sudden when your spirit said, I am going away. I am gone. May your journey now be straight going. May your road be a peaceful one.
And on arrival, if someone should ask you how you left us, we on these islands, with their lockets of grief, say that you left us, eyes still closed, fists still curled, bones still lapped with milk.
You know the rock's teeth. You know the pathways leaking up from the beaches. You know the wall with its cracks. Frangipani blossoms, grave of the soldiers, tales of the sandbox tree.
May your journey now be straight going. May your road be a peaceful one. And on arrival, tell our never returning ancestors of old that now they have left us, the land is unbearably dry. Let there be rain.
Tell our never returning grandfathers of old that the houses are damp, the verandas are cold with the wind weeping in from the sea, that the hedges are dusty, that the tubes of the cane are dry. Let there be rain.
Go, be a beneficent spirit, and return to us in the morning. Let the cock know when you are around. Crow loudly, royal-headed bugle of the corn. Let your wings embarrass the shadows, lengthening for us.
May your journey now be straight going. May your road be a peaceful one. And on the 9th night, staring out of the moon's wrath of flies, wounds uncovered, toothless gaps gaping to mouths, the drilled flesh will begin to speak.
Out of the dark I will call you, my warned dead, Ibo King Kata, priest of my silent bread. Bless me with shadows, white calico of mutters. Mother me with words, gems, spoken talismans of your broken tongue.
I am your squat young confidence again, though the air breeds ruins. Sing, cutlass edge of rain. Kill, destroy, restore me. The mud of dark breeds lilies. Crabs' eyes rise over the cisterns of ruins. Voices take on flesh.
And the flesh, stripped by the sun's rod, by the slaver's rod, by the gumboots of conquerors, hardens the spirits that will not be revealed. Atibon legba, ouvrez baye pour moi. Amen. Ouvrez baye pour moi.
Thank you, Kamau.
Thank you, Kamau.
Happy birthday, Professor Brathwaite.
Thank you, Kamau.
Camel Brathwaite, how great thou art, how great your art.
Give thanks for the life and work of Kamau Brathwaite, whose dialectic inspiration, some of the most important thinking of the 20th and 21st century and all time, continues as past, present, and future are one without end. Give thanks.
Professor Brathwaite, thank you for all the work you have done in your life. Happy 90th birthday. Without your dedication to poetry and people, there would be no writer called Roger Robinson. Happy 90th birthday.
Thank you so much, Professor Brathwaite, for everything that you have done for our language and for us.
Onwards, Professor.
Happy birthday, Kamau. We're going to look for you in the web of the croton bush, the sky juices, the bearded fig tree, the cryptic little emails that you used to send us, signed lowercase k, lowercase b, and all those words that you loved and you made us love. Thank you.
Kamau Brathwaite, we are honoring you, we are honoring you. Listen, may we succeed.
Thank you, Kamal. Thank you, Professor Braithwaite, for inspiring a whole generation of writers like me. And happy birthday.
Thank you, Kamal, for everything that you will and everything that you are and everything that you forever will be. Modupe, Modupe, Modupe.
One Caribbean Media celebrates 10 years of the Bocas Lit Fest and of the OCM Bocas Prize for Caribbean Literature. As we mark this important milestone, we recognize the invaluable role that the National Festival has played in advancing the careers of Caribbean writers, and indeed, reigniting worldwide interest in Caribbean writing. As we enter the next decade, the OCM Group looks forward to the continued growth and influence of the festival, and, as it has from the beginning, will continue to support its development.
Thank my publishers. I want to thank Jeremy, Hannah, the whole People Tree crew. You know, Jeremy, we sent this book to Jeremy, and within a month he'd accepted it for publication, and you know, it's a testament to the power and the strength of People Tree Press to put this book out. I think it's an important book. There's no other biographies of Kitchener. You know? So yeah, we're going to finish with something that you know. Brown skin drum beat and it blow. The beat is the blood and the heart and the road and the wood and the rhythm of people walking so many miles in the grinning heat of Port of Spain on Carnival Monday, pushing up from Marine Square up through Frederick Street. The beat is the queen perspiring in her second skin of beads and sequins, the Coscal, the Dame Lorraine, the glitter bands passing, the lascivious lovemaking of lovers leaning against walls that stench with urine, where some coxman burst or some head run blood from blows and bottle. But that is carnival. The sacred and the stink, the profane and the sin. You sit down on the culvert spewing rum, frustration, while the tar band, the mud mass, the oil band, the bourriquets passing, or the fancy sailor in a tasseled sombrero playing real mass. So he throwing talcum powder on anyone who joined the band. As you pass near the midnight rubber on the corner of Park and Frederick, in his black cape with the skull and crossbones glittering with embroidered stars, with his mouth spitting convolutions of language that twist your head for coins to fall into his collection box, until he goes, until you reach by Royal Jail, and you hear that song that Kitchener sing.
I hear how they're planning for Carnival coming. I hear how they're planning for Carnival coming. They say they go beat people, and they don't care about trouble, but tell them don't worry with me, it's a different thing, 1960.
It was so we going up Frederick Street with music and people from every street and alley side until we reach the cenotaph at Memorial Park, and we see the dust rising in the savannah ahead. From a steel band coming to come down from Belmont through these narrow avenues and gingerbread yards, across the muddy ravines that wash down swill from the shack hills of Laventille. The murmur of the steel getting louder as it coming, and Mammy still a few steps behind, carrying a basket of fried chicken pilau, Kool-Aid and coconut drops. She turns when she catch the sound of the band and she says, "Hey, I hearing Kitchener tune." So her walk is different now. In its pivot and pelt of hip, it anticipates the swing of the approaching band. She is oblivious to everything but the pan, oblivious to the small iron and spoon contingent outside the museum, oblivious to the Mokojumbi's wooden feet knocking on the hard road make to walk, to the trebly speaker hissing from the Chinese restaurant. No, Mommy like nothing more than pan. Leave the old master, pretty master, jab jab, the oil master, brass bands and the mud. All Mommy want to hear is iron, and only iron could make she dance like this.
The road takes a walk on Carnival Day. I don't want to talk, but I have to say, any steel band man only venture to break this band is a long funeral from the Royal Hospital.
The road like it really make to walk, eh? Look how far I reach and me I even realize. A vap stake me last night. I was sitting down in my battery up on Salvation Hill listening to the radio. I never intend to go in their bacchanal, because once I hear Pan in the Savannah on Saturday night, I satisfied. But as I sit down there in the gallery drinking my stout and smoking my thing, I hear Bob Gittins say, "Radio people, this is the song that everybody talking about. Lord Kitchener is back with a road march contender. This is the road." And when I hear that song, like I get a spirit in me. And I put on my clothes and I grab a flask of Babash I was holding since Christmas. I pass through Cobo Town, come down by Marine Square, and when I reach there, I meet fellas beating bottle and spoon and the Lego rum, and it's there I bounce up Rosalind. I hook she and she hook me, and it's so we going through Port of Spain. When we meet up with music, we take a wine. Juve morning, we coming down. We leave Marine Square and we ease up Frederick Street. We follow Pan and Brash 3 miles around the Savannah. Then we go down to Newtown by Bradley, was white rum and Gucci. But Rosie says she don't want no old man lime, so we go through the back of St. Clair, down Traggery Road, and we bounce up a old mass band. Men with posy on their head and rum in baby bottle. We jump with them and the Lego grog, and from there we going down by Harvard. It's as we coming over the bridge for St. James, Rosie bunks up she child father, and she going with me. So I follow Invader's steel band through Woodbrook. Sun come up on me and my head twists and I end up back by the Savannah. Lord, I really walk like a jackass all about town. I had to lie down a little bit. Anywhere I pass, I hear in Kitchener, the road. They're playing Sparrow and they're playing Blakey, but you're hearing Kitchener more. It's a good song for when you're walking on Carnival Day. You take a little dance and then you walk again. But Kitch, like he put something else in that song. What it is? I don't know much about Africa, but if you listen close, you could hear like people beating big African drum with bone in there. Well, I drink till I stupid and I lie down in the savannah like a mook, sun beating my back, and I'm watching all them tall ass women pass.
The road takes a walk on Carnival Day. Unstoppable, I don't want to talk, but I got to say, any steel band man, only venture to break this band is a long funeral. I get information.
If you know the words, you can say it.
Situation.
I know you know the words.
They tell me Tokyo is a danger with desperado. They even call Sun Valley, Trinidad, All Stars and Tripoli. They could play the mass as long they don't tackle me when they pass. What? The road takes a walk. Unstoppable, I don't want to talk. I've got to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it again for Anthony Joseph, Kiwan Landreth Smith, Mikhail Salcedo, Eleanor Ryan, and Chrison Joseph.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us. Today I'm talking with Loretta Collins Clover and Maria Grau Perejuan, and they are the editors and translators of this wonderful volume, The Sea Needs No Ornament, El Mar No Necesita Ornamento, a bilingual anthology of contemporary Caribbean women poets. So I'll start by introducing them. Loretta Collins Clover lives in San Juan, Puerto Rico, where she is a poet and a professor of Caribbean literature and creative writing at the University of Puerto Rico. Her first collection, The 12-Foot Neon Woman, was published in 2011, and Recantations in 2018, both of them with People Tree Press. Maria Grau Perejuan holds a doctoral degree in cultural studies with an emphasis on Caribbean literature and literary translation. She's a lecturer in the Department of Spanish modern and classical languages at the University of the Balearic Islands. So welcome to you both, and thank you so much for being present today. And we'll start with 2 readings, and Loretta will introduce our 2 poets.
We're going to have a poetry reading now in a bilingual format. So we're beginning with Puerto Rican poet Glorian Sacha Antoinette Lebron, who will be reading her poem Gloria in the original Spanish. Then Jamaican poet Anne Margaret Lim will be reading our translation of the poem in English. Following that, Anne Margaret Lim will read her poem on reading Thistlewood's Diary Part 3 in the original English, and our Puerto Rican poet Glorian will read the poem in the Spanish translation.
Y también voy a estar compartiendo con ustedes de mi poemario Hebras, un poema muy especial para mí. Está dedicado a mi abuela materna, Gloria Cruz Ayala. Se titula Gloria. Madrugaba la noche, me separabas los cabellos hasta trenzarlos, mientras me contabas de bailes de sociedad, vestidos y costuras en francés, sombreros pra y serenatas. Me cantabas sones cubanos, boleros y danzones, fascinada, no dolían los jalones que sanabas con bálsamos de coco. Me escondiste tus pesares, fue un secreto ser la amante, dama matriarca de barrio, centenaria. Hacía tiempo que no me peinabas, ya me hacía falta vivir en tus manos arrugadas, la sabiduría, sentirte nostálgica. Amanecía, abrí los ojos, con mi pelo listo, renovada. Mientras tanto, se derramó la sangre debajo de tus canas. A mi abuela Gloria. Gracias.
Gloria, by Glorian Sacha Antoinette Lebron. Pre-dawn hours of night, you parted my hair to braid it, while you told me in French of society dances, dresses, and sewing, pra-pras, rabota hats, and serenades. You sang to me Cuban sones, boleros, and danzones. Fascinated, I wasn't hurt by the pulling, which you healed with coconut bars. You hid your sorrows from me. It was a secret to be the mistress. Centenarian, matriarch, dama de barrio. It had been a long time since you pulled my hair. I'd miss living in your wrinkled hands, the wisdom, feeling your nostalgia. Dawn, I opened my eyes with my hair finished, renewed. Meanwhile, blood seeped underneath your gray hairs.
Saludos, buenas. Glorian Sacha Antoinette Lebron, desde Puerto Rico, por acá para compartirles 2 poemas de la antología bilingüe El mar no necesita ornamento, The Sea Needs No Ornament, editada y traducida al inglés y al español por Loretta Collins y María Grau. Para mí es un honor ser parte de esta antología de poetas caribeñas contemporáneas, y voy a estar leyendo 2 poemas. El primero es de la hermana poeta jamaiquina caribeña Anne Margaret Lim. Se titula Al leer el diario de Thistlewood. Tiene un epígrafe que lee y dice: las canciones del esclavo representan los pesares de su corazón y le alivian, solo como las lágrimas alivian a un corazón dolorido. Frederick Douglass. Parte 3. Estimada Fiba, tu nombre casi rima con Siba, el paso de baile que está de moda. Así que cuando pienso en ti, digo, Siba, 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 como en la canción, y tú sabes, Fiba, no es una mala comparación, porque cuando las mujeres hacen Siba, se agachan para lanzarse, despliegan las alas y vuelan. Cuando ellas hacen Siba, Fiba, sus pies recuerdan las vueltas y giros que hacías en los velatorios de compañeros esclavos, cantando, cuando yo muera, aleluya, adiós, adiós, echaré a volar. Y el levantamiento, cuando el cuerpo entra completamente en acción, es para romper y liberarse de los grilletes, y yo canto, Siba, 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 y pienso en ti, Fiba, en la miserable esclavitud. ¿Cuánto sufriste por la culpa de cada infección que Tisebú te pasó? Al llenar de su esperma cada falda con la que le apetecía joder. ¿Cuánto debes haber sollozado cuando el hijo de él, tu niño mulato, murió? Esto no estaba en el diario. Él lo mantuvo digno. Y en la descarga de Siba, 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 cuando las mujeres levantan las manos como alas de albatros, pienso, Fiba, ¿en qué momento tramaste tu plan para ser liberada de este hombre condenado? Gracias a Margaret Lim por este poema.
Dear Fiba, your name half rhymes with Siba, the dance move that's in. So when I think of you, I say Siba, 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 like in the song. And you know, Fiba, it's not a bad comparison. For when women Siba, they squat for takeoff, spread wings and fly. When they Siba, Fiba, their feet remember the wheels and tons you did at fellow slaves' wakes, singing, when I die, hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. And the takeoff, when the body comes fully into play, is the throwing off of shackles. And I sing, Siva, 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 and think of you, Fibba, in miserable slavery. How you suffered through each infection Thistlewood gave you. As he comes, every skirt it crosses mind to fuss. How you must have wailed when your son, his mulatto child, died. It wasn't in the diary, he kept it dignified. And as the women release in Siva, 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 their hands like albatross wings, I think, Fibba, in what moment did you hatch your freedom plan on this confounded man?
So if I could start, I'll ask, how did the idea of this volume, of this book, originate?
Maria, should I start?
I guess I should have.
Yeah,
I guess I should have asked.
I guess we had preliminary discussions before 2017. The actual project began in 2017. One day I was at the university and Maria showed up in my office to consult with me about possible translation projects because she has a background in translation of Caribbean literature. And I had been having a lot of conversations with Caribbean women writers at the literary festivals and other events that brought us together. And amongst the women, there was a feeling like it would be better to get the regional connection between women writers. I had those conversations fresh in my mind when Maria wanted to see if we could propose together a translation project. So I suggested that we try to do an anthology of contemporary Caribbean women poets, especially those poets who had emerged and started publishing since the year 2000. We did research on which poets to include and which poems to include. But we actually got to the translation itself 3 weeks before Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. And we did most of our work face-to-face in Puerto Rico. Maria, do you want to add anything about the genesis? That's my memory of how
Yeah,
we
sure.
started.
We decided that we wanted to focus this project on women, contemporary women poets, and as Loretta was saying, even though a small portion of them had published and had some kind of recognition before the 21st century, most of them started publishing in the first decades of the 21st century, and so we decided to emphasize on what in Cuba has been called La Generación Cero. So with this idea that we had in mind of favoring and boosting a dialogue between those women writers from the English-speaking Caribbean and the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, no? And as Loretta was saying, translations were face-to-face, and this is very important. So we worked collaboratively, Loretta and myself, and I think that was very enriching for the project. The fact that we translated into Spanish and into English with four hands, both of us together, right? And then we started by looking at previous anthologies, right? Reading many collections, deciding who to include, who not to include, which was very difficult, to leave people out and decide, what poets we wanted to include. And as Loretta was saying, we started a couple of weeks before Irma, the Hurricane Irma, and so that made it difficult at the beginning, the process of starting and so on.
But we could say too that we ended up at the end of the day with 33 Caribbean women poets, 12 coming from Cuba, the Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico, and 21 coming from the Anglophone Caribbean and the diaspora. We didn't want to just have one poem to represent a poet because we wanted to suggest the range of their work and the range of themes that women writers are addressing. So we chose 3 to 5 poems by each of the included poets, which means that the anthology has over 100 poems, and all of the poems are included in both Spanish and English.
You mentioned the hands-on process of translating. And could you talk a little bit more about that, Maria?
Sure. From the beginning, we were aware that translating is never neutral or an innocent act, right? And so we translated taking into account the fact that we are translating poetry from a region that is linguistically complex. And so we believe that by translating from a feminist and post-colonial perspective, we can our translations can have a potential to be transformative. So so the idea was to resist those kind of strategies that tend to erase the differences and the linguistic and cultural differences of the region. And that was something that from the beginning we paid close attention to. So for example, the issue of Creole, how to translate the different island Creoles into Spanish, the different strategies that we would need to employ in order to not erase difference and provide translations that were homogenizing. That was one of the most important aims, right, Loretta?
Right. And the other thing I think was significant about our project of collaborating together is we both have many years of experience with Caribbean literature and are part of the Caribbean writers community. But we didn't work how a lot of translation collaborations work, in that I would be more on the poetry side and Maria would work more from the translation side, and we would make a kind of draft of a translation in the language, and then the poet would come in and make it poetic. We didn't work that way at all. And we didn't work so that I might do the translations from Spanish to English, and she might do them from English to Spanish, the dominant languages that we come from. We worked really collaboratively on every translation, so that it might be me sometimes who brought the poem first draft into Spanish, and she might bring it into English, the first draft. But in terms of working on the lines, we're always working together, face to face, not remotely, on these translations. And I think it made an incredible difference in how the poems came out, that it wasn't one person's job to do a basic text and another's to add the poetry. It was always a very integrated process of us working each line together to come up with a translation that we thought really honored the poet's intention and still read very well in the second target language. And we learned incredibly from that. Maria's become a very good poet now, and I love translation.
But you know, it strikes me when you mentioned the hurricane that hit, and I would ask how did you work with that kind of disruption? And do you think, Loretta, that it strengthened you in some way and gave a sense of resilience? How did you work through it? I mean, literally the physical working through the situation.
Right. We started the project in my university office. 3 weeks into it, Irma and Maria had hit. My university shut down for 7 months after that. We had no electricity for months. We had no running water. We couldn't get bottled water. We had no access to Wi-Fi. And our process of research on the words really required that we could get online. So, and I have to give Maria a lot of credit for not getting on an airplane and going to Spain. She didn't do that. She stayed in Puerto Rico for the whole hardship of that aftermath of Hurricane Maria, and was there every day to do the translation projects. We searched for Wi-Fi wherever it existed. So we ended up by the Bay of San Juan, outside at a Wi-Fi hotspot, or in a parking lot where there was one place to plug in a plug, or at a restaurant that allowed us to use their generator and Wi-Fi. And we finally ended up getting collaborative office space at a renovated prison. So we did most of our work in a renovated prison with a lot of other displaced small business people who were in the same room with us.
Oh my God, that is the very definition of resilience.
Months of work
Maria?
like that.
That made that I can't tell you exactly where we were when we translated that given poem. I can't tell you exactly if we were in the parking lot, or if we were in the renovated prison, or if we were in Raíces. We found that space in which there was electricity, and on top of that Wi-Fi. So I really remember for each of the poems where we were, whether it was at the beginning of Oso Blanco, of the renovated prison, no, because it became such an important project to continue doing, and it made so much sense, and so it's more than just a project. It means a lot.
And to what extent did the themes that you then encountered in the poems by these women poets, what did they center around?
We have really wide-ranging themes. As you might expect, the women writers engage with history. So there are lots of critical looks at the history of the Caribbean, the complex history that we have. Every issue that might pertain to a woman's childhood, her relationship with her family, her relationship to her own body, folklore, reworking folklore to make it transgressive and feminist. Yeah, we really tried to be as broad as possible in bringing these themes, but all of the poems somehow touch on the Caribbean or the Caribbean diaspora realities and visions and women's experience. Do you have a more detailed list of the themes?
No, something that you mentioned already is the fact that we chose for each poet different themes. Like we not to emphasize only on the women experience, which we did, but that together with other themes, very political poems, very engaged. No, as we were saying, poems also about poetry. No, there's a small portion, but some poems about poetry and about literature.
The literary styles are also widely differing. We have very experimental poets who do very unexpected things with the page, and we have very imagistic poets who write brief poems. We have longer poems, poems that are based on the blues or other musical rhythms or marketplace calls. So the literary influences and styles experimented with, we also wanted to represent the gamut there.
And how difficult, Maria, you mentioned the language and of course the Creole. How difficult was it working with trying to translate those different aspects of Creole?
What we recognized is that we needed to use different strategies. Whenever one poem, I mean, we understand the linguistic context as one that is enriching, no, for literature. So the fact that there's these different mediums is something that enriches literature and something that might then create ambiguities for non-Creole speakers. So we knew that we are equipped with a basic knowledge of Creole so that we could understand all the layers. So that was the first phase for us to understand the covert meanings that might exist in certain lines, that if you are not familiar with Creole, if that doesn't resonate, it doesn't sound in your ear, then you are not capable of translating that into another language. Of course, we decided that when it comes to translating into Spanish, there are Caribbean varieties of Caribbean Spanish, and that we would tend towards these linguistic varieties. But not only that, I'm now remembering a poem by Anne Margaret Lim, by Jamaican poet Anne Margaret Lim, which is clearly marked. There's a clearly marked voice that is Jamaican Creole, that is Patois, in which we, for example, emphasize on Rastafarianism in the sense that we emphasized on a cultural element that we thought conveyed the Creoleness, as a way of, as I was saying, not homogenizing that line. Do you remember the line exactly, Loretta, that I'm mentioning?
Yeah,
just now. It's in Star interviews Andrew Brown, right?
It's the final two lines.
Exactly.
And it's a poem about the The arrest of someone, the jailing and arrest of someone named Andre Brown is reported in the newspaper. And in the English, the last two lines, and last year, de bois dem whole die, for being arrested. So how do we do that in Spanish? Do you have the line?
In Spanish, we translated it as these two lines, y el año pasado, Babylon me encerró. So here we're emphasizing that the voice that is speaking is a Jamaican voice, one that uses the language of Rastafari. So this change, this kind of equivalence is one strategy that we thought worked in this case. So this example is to emphasize on how every time Creole appears, you might need to use different strategies. And some of them might be to go for the Caribbean Spanish variety, but others can also be emphasized and used, in order not to make this invisible, in order not to erase this difference.
Wow.
We also consulted a lot with the poets. All of the poets saw drafts of our translations, and we engaged in dialogues. So if we had any doubt, they're the same vocabulary word, for instance, in the Spanish-speaking Caribbean might mean something different in the different islands. So we consulted with the writers, and we got clear if we had any doubt about some of the words. And I think that process of collaborating not only with each other, but really involving the writers in the process helped us respect, again, the Creole usages or the Spanish variants that we have in the Caribbean. And we resisted doing a lot of endnotes to explain things. Where the poets themselves had provided endnotes, we translated those and used those. But otherwise, we tried to make the translation complete enough that we weren't adding our own kind of apparatus onto the poem.
Yeah, I noticed that, and that's an important point when you're working with across nuanced um, language in that manner. I was going to ask about a description of other challenges that you might have faced, but that's such an important one. The language, because poetry, much of it is not just what's written on the page. Much of it is also the sound, the intonation of the poem as it's read. But any other challenges that come to mind that you had when you were translating, when you were editing?
Something that we took into consideration too is the fact that we were translating 33 different poets. And it's not the same translating a whole collection than 3 or up to 5 poems by each of the 33 poets. So then that really required us to enter into, there's this idea that the translator is the most intimate reader, So for each of the poets, they had their different kind of strategies as well, as Loretta was saying, the different narrative styles, different, the differences of 33 different poets, so that was a challenge too. It's not the same, translating a whole collection than translating so many different poets. Yeah.
I could say too that sometimes we were even surprised ourselves at how well, say, a poem written in Jamaican patois read once we got into Spanish. How well it read. We was like, oh, this really worked. But we also found our limits. There were poems that, at least one poem by a Trinidadian poet who tested our limits, and we had to come to the conclusion that if we were like halfway through the translation of one of her poems, and we understood that if we tried to really bring that into Spanish, we were going to do damage to that poem. So there's some poems that you will erase the rhythms of the language and the Creole usages to the point where you're going to render that poem into something, even with your best effort, into something that doesn't really do justice to the original poem. And in that case, we chose a different poem by the poet. We knew when to throw up the flag and
Yeah, yeah.
do something else. Yeah, I think that's important to know too. You can't flatten a poem out when you bring it into another language, especially one about carnival in Trinidad.
Okay, yeah. And like again, I'm hopping on it, but I mean, each part of the Caribbean has so much vibrant and excellent and wonderful writing. To limit it to 12 poems from the Hispanic Caribbean, tremendously difficult. I found. I mean, again, why that balance or imbalance? I don't know, between the Hispanic and the Anglo.
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I think the limits of space and time of the project, the anthology is well over 400 pages long, and we did try to get at least a balance in the Hispanophone Caribbean of 4, 4, and 4 in the 3 islands. And I think we're also, with the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, we did something a little bit different than the English-speaking in that we chose several poets from the diaspora for the Anglophone Caribbean because, a lot of our writers in the collection do publish with People Tree, and some of them are based in England. In the case of the Spanish-speaking Caribbean, you might have writers living in Spain, but the writers who are Hispanic Caribbean and living in the States, they have an access to a publishing platform there, a publishing world that is really expansive, and many of them have been translated in full collections to English. So it might be where the imbalance is that we saw that that work was being done with the Spanish-speaking Caribbean in the U.S. publishing world. And it's much less so the case in the Anglophone Caribbean. I think that many of our writers might have had a few individual poems translated before, but the majority of our writers have not been translated into other languages or into Spanish in any significant way. So if we'd had another few years and 700 pages, I think we would have wanted to do a lot more.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
hard to
And
quotes from
in terms of the publisher, did you start with this um, with this um, with this deal? I mean, was it easy to find this publisher?
Well, People Tree Press is the publisher, and as you know, they're the best small independent publisher of Caribbean writers, period. And we already had a working relationship with that press because I've published with them in the past. We proposed the idea to them, and as is expected, Jeremy Pointing and Hannah Bannister were very enthusiastic about the idea. And they helped us apply for a PIN translation award, and we did that successfully. So the book has received a PIN award, and it's also received recognition from the Poetry Book Society as the translation choice for 2020 for the summer. And that's, that came out of the collaboration with People Tree Press. I think in the long term, we would also like to find a publishing house in Spain or in Latin America so that the book can be more widely available to locations that are primarily Spanish speaking. That's the next part of our project. And It's going to be available starting on September 3rd. It will be available by the time the Bocas event takes place. It will be available in digital format for Kindle from People Tree as well.
Okay. Wow. I was gonna also ask about any do you have any plans to do some more collaborative, more translation work together? Maria?
Yeah, after once we finished the manuscript, we translated some poems already. We have translated some poems already, and we are going to translate a non-fiction piece by one of the Cuban poets, Legna Rodriguez Iglesias. So these are the nearest kind of projects that we have. Also, we've also theorized a little bit on our translation strategies. We've also written an article on, we felt we needed to reflect on our choices as translators from this perspective of, from the perspective of feminist and post-colonial translation, this kind of intersectional feminist translation strategies that we've employed during the process. So we've theorized on that as well in an article that has just appeared in Mutatis Mutandis, a Colombian journal. And we have some projects in terms of literary translation.
We've grown into a very nice relationship as translators. I think we're very effective in working with each other, but we don't see this project of The Sea Needs No Ornament as finished with the publication of the book, because the real purpose of the project was to bring women writers in dialogue with each other across the linguistic boundaries, and to make the book available for readers so that readers also could cross those linguistic lines that can sometimes separate us and prevent solidarity within the region. So both with People Tree and any other venue that will host us, we want to plan a series of readings and dialogues between the women writers so that they can read each other, they can hear their own poems in the other language, and they can have a dialogue that hopefully will foment long-lasting literary friendships between the women writers in the region. This year we want to devote ourselves to helping make platforms for the writers, the 33 writers in the book, to get to know each other and to get to support each other.
Oh my God, I think that is so very interesting and so very necessary at this time. And perhaps, not to bring the COVID into our discussion, but perhaps the one thing that this virus has done for us is that we've perfected our virtual platforms. And I know, for example, that I teach a course on Caribbean women writers. It would be fantastic to have a brief discussion. So I think that, as you say, keeping the dialogue open and keeping a focus on the feminist perspective that you both mentioned before is so very important.
I mentioned at the beginning some of the conversations that I had been privy to by being at the different literary festivals, by going to writing workshops in Trinidad and Jamaica, and being amongst a community of women writers. And sometimes there are conversations that take place that are kind of behind the scenes, and women express their feelings about the kind of opportunities they've had as women writers in terms of invitations, fellowships, prize money, awards. And we have really good women writers that have emerged since the year 2000. And of course, all the women writers who came before. but the opportunities are truly not always the same for the women writers and the male writers. And, part of this project is also building that solidarity between women where you can have a space to articulate that situation and make these writers more widely known.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you want to add in anything else that we can bring to the conversation, but I certainly have no more questions. I know that Maria, you are going to introduce us to the next two speakers who will be reading from their who will be reading some of their poetry.
Mhm. So yes, we are going to listen to Trinidadian poet Danielle Boudou Fortuné read her poem Boa Grávida, and then Cuban poet Legna Rodriguez Iglesias will read Boa Grávida in Spanish, in translation. And then we'll listen to Legna reading her own poem, Sería raro, muy raro que olvidara, in Spanish in the original, and then Daniel Boudou Fortuné will read the translation into English of the poem, that is, it would be strange, so strange for me to forget.
When we were new, our love still minnow soft and silver, you set their names like nets along the water's edge. Now the first, a sun surfaces, a great fish writhing in the basket of my hips. These last gravid days of rain we digest the remains of years. You speak of everything to come, how you long to cradle the lotus bud of his skull in the broad leaf of your hand, to swim in with him from the other side. Until then, let us wait here in the restless earth, whisper to each other in mangrove tongues. Tell me I am beautiful and cold. I will tell you how thirsty I am for a mouthful of light. At night I ache, veins purple and rise with the sudden season of blood. Pelvic plates shift, bones shudder. I am the great mother boa turning the soft egg of the world beneath my ribs. I will tear myself in two and heal before morning.
Boa grávida. Cuando éramos nuevos, nuestro amor aún suave y plateado como pececillo, desplegaste sus nombres como redes a lo largo de la orilla del agua. Ahora el primero, un hijo, sale a la superficie, un gran pez revolcándose en la cesta de mis caderas. Estos últimos grávidos días de lluvia digerimos lo que queda de los años. Hablas de todo lo que viene, como deseas mecer el pimpollo de loto de su cráneo en la amplia hoja de tu mano, nadar con él desde el otro lado. Hasta ese momento esperémonos aquí en la tierra inquieta, susurrémonos unos a otros en lenguas del manglar. Dime que soy bella y fría, te diré cuán sedienta estoy por llenarme la boca de luz. De noche siento dolor, las venas se vuelven púrpuras y crecen con esta repentina temporada de sangre. Las placas pélvicas se desplazan, los huesos se estremecen. Soy la gran madre boa, dando vueltas al huevo blando del mundo, bajo mis costillas. Me desgarraré en dos y sanaré antes de la mañana. Sería raro, muy raro que olvidara. Sería raro, muy raro que olvidara la imagen luminosa en el laboratorio. aquellos flamboyanes viniéndoseme encima y yo tan acostada desnuda para abajo. Estaban en el techo, la imagen en el techo, flamboyanes enormes de fuego, flamboyanes. Abrí mis dos piernitas y dejé que se hundiera dentro de mí aquel bate de béisbol con un nylon. Es preciso, so sorry, es preciso y exacto, pero los flamboyanes también eran precisos. Para un ultrasonido de solo 6 semanas es preciso un paisaje de árboles, de fuego. En el techo los árboles parecían más falsos de lo que son los árboles que no tienen raíces. Ni raíz, ni semilla, ni fundas de semillas, ni tronco, ni follaje, ni pétalos, ni ramas. A pesar de que el bate de béisbol era largo, la sangre salió igual. En el laboratorio, flamboyanes de sangre. No recuerdo la música, Beyoncé o Rihanna.
It would be strange, so strange, to forget the luminous image in the lab clinic. Those flamboyant trees looming over me, and me lying flat with my lower half nude. They were on the ceiling, the image on the ceiling. Enormous flamboyant trees on fire. Flamboyance. I opened my 2 legs and allowed that baseball bat covered with a plastic baggie to sink into me. It's necessary. So sorry. It's necessary and it's precise, but were the flamboyance also necessary? For an ultrasound at only 6 weeks, is the landscape of flame trees necessary? On the ceiling, the trees looked more fake than those trees that don't have roots do. No root, no seed pods, no trunk, no foliage, no petals, no branches. Though the baseball bat was long, blood still flowed out. In the lab clinic, bloody flamboyant trees. I don't remember the music, Beyonce or Rihanna.
Okay. The sea needs no ornament. El mar no necesita ornamento. A bilingual anthology of contemporary Caribbean women poets. I want to thank you so much, Loretta, and also you, Maria, for being here with us today and having this conversation. The book is available. The book is available on Amazon.com and People Tree Press, in print form and in digital format.
Thanks so much, Bocas. Thanks so much, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Hi everyone, and thanks for watching the first ever entirely virtual edition of the NGC Bocas Lit Fest. There's no festival without an audience, so we're really grateful you tuned in.
What a year 2020 has been, full of surprises. We're disappointed we couldn't meet you this time, but
we're really happy we've been able to bring you so many great stories and ideas, featuring so many writers and books in this virtual format.
And the fabulous First Citizens Poetry Slam is not yet over. The grand final will be on the 27th of September, that is next Sunday, coming to you live on TV6 and streamed on TV6TNT.com.
So a huge thank you to our authors, speakers, and performers for sharing your stories with us and keeping us inspired.
And thanks to all our sponsors and partners who've supported the Bocas Lit Fest, even in these tough times.
Moving to this virtual platform was a steep learning curve, and we're especially grateful to all our new partners on the technical side.
Remember, even though our 2020 festival is over, we'll still be bringing you lots of exciting virtual events and projects in the next few months.
Yes, we will. And that includes Dragonzilla's short story writing challenge for under 12, with lots of prizes and lots more fun to be had.
Although we don't know what 2021 will bring, we look forward to meeting you all in person very soon at the National Library and at the Old Fire Station.
And finally, thank you very, very much. A big, huge thanks to the Bocas Lit Fest team and to our wonderful board of directors. Nothing that has happened during this festival or during the last 10 years would have been possible without their complete and utter dedication. So that's it from me, that's it from us, and that's it from this festival. But we're not going very far because we've got the rest of the year, so we're going to be seeing you really, really soon. And in the meantime, happy reading.
Hold on, there's one more thing we have to do before we end. We can't finish the 10th ever Bocas Lit Fest without paying tribute to the person who dreamed up this festival and made sure it happened, and that's Marina Solandi Brown. So I first heard about the idea for the Bocas Lit Fest back in March 2010, just over 10 years ago. Marina called me one day and said she had this brilliant idea to start an annual literary festival here in Trinidad and Tobago. And it was a huge, wonderful, ambitious idea. I remember saying to her on the phone that I thought it was brilliant and I'd love to work with her, but she was being hopelessly optimistic and it would take at least 5 years to get it off the ground. And of course, a year later, in April 2011, the first festival happened. It's been a privilege to work with Marina for the last 10 years, to work with someone who is so energetic, so untiring, so challenging, so rewarding. And it's really her energy and her unflagging optimism that's made this festival possible. Thank you, Marina.
Thank you for this amazing vehicle that recognizes, discovers, and celebrates the untapped reservoir of literary talent here in Trinidad and Tobago and in the region. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of this amazing legacy with you and for now planning to take Bocas Lit Fest into new frontiers. Can't wait to share this with you. Cheers. Happy anniversary again. Love you.
Thanks, Marina. It's been an absolute pleasure being the title sponsor of this remarkable festival. You did great in bringing this to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and taking our stories to the world. Glad to be a part of it personally and on behalf of NGC.
Marina, thank you so much for all the incredible work that you do. You make the world a better place, and you also let me and many other people know that we're in the right line of work because we get to collaborate with you, someone who's doing everything for the right reasons, and you do it with style, with flair, with your rigorous intellect, and you're just such an incredible role model. And I personally feel, on behalf of both myself and Akashic Books, very, very fortunate to have you in my life and in our lives. Thanks, Marina.
Congratulations to Bocas and its hugely successful 10 years of existence. Congratulations, Marina, to you and your amazing team. So much is owed by so many to so few.
10 years, Marina, congratulations. Thanks for bringing regional and international literature to our doorsteps and for putting a spotlight on Caribbean writers. Congratulations from Let's Read.
And right from the beginning, I felt like family. You've let me stay in your home with you and your wonderful mother. And that's where I saw how really hard you work behind the scenes when nobody else knows. There you are doing the accounts, writing speeches. So you've done a lot of work and you deserve a bit of rest sooner or later. And I'm sure everybody will join me in congratulating you and your wonderful team, Nicholas, Patrice, Marielle, for having started something that is really so special, not only in the Caribbean region, but around the world. Well done.
Thank you for everything you've done for us, Caribbean writers in the region. And thanks for being a great friend. And thank you for showing me how to be in the world and for taking me into your home numerous times for lots of things. You've been amazing and we love you. Thank you.
Dear Marina, you are the only person who could have pulled this off. 10 years of Bocas. You, with your organizational skills, your business know-how, your creative vision, your elegance, your style, not to mention the shoes, your generosity, your smile, and above all, your mastery of the art of persuasion. Congrats to you and the Bocas team for creating this wonderful festival. I am so privileged to have been a part of this journey from time to time. Wishing you continued success for Bocas, and, or as we say in Jamaica, wheel and come again.
Hey Marina, it's a decade later and I still can't keep up with you. But keep on trucking, and so glad and proud and privileged to be part of the legacy you've created.
Marina, without you and your presence in my life, in a very real and tangible way, I would not enjoy the career that I have today. And my thanks to you for that is truly eternal and will last forever, just like your legacy. Thank you so much.
I would just like to say a huge thank you to Marina Salandi Brown for her invaluable work in regards to Caribbean literature and all that she has done for it. You have done something incalculable, invaluable, and immeasurable for our literature. Thank you.
So here are a few things that we love about Marina Salandi Brown.
1, she does not take no for an answer.
2, she's an instigator.
Always.
Yes.
And she's like the top dancer. When we go to OC and Bocas Prize party, there's nobody who could get lower than Marina.
Not even me. 3, she's our festival fashionista.
Right, that was news to me, but yes, when Mariel said it, I realized it was true.
4, Marina has taught us that experience is the best teacher. She is a master at throwing you way past the deep end and leaving you to figure it out.
And she is the exemplar of working hard and playing harder, and knowing what it is to enjoy what you do, commit to it, see it through, enjoy. Yeah, so we've definitely learned that from you, Marie.
So this year, we are in different times. It's a new normal. And although we cannot gather, we are certain that the festival would be as equally enlightening, engaging, and exciting. So Marina, on behalf of the board, management, and staff of the National Library and Information System Authority, we wish to congratulate you on this milestone and cheers for 10 years of the NGC Bocas Lit Festival.
In the present stricken circumstances in the world, especially with the racist-inspired violence in the United States, Bocas is one of the most timely and important events of the cultural calendar. It shows what literature is capable of, how profoundly fiction, poetry, and stories grapple with the important questions. Your spirit of adventure and your indefatigable energies, Marina, have beamed out the Caribbean's insights and wisdom to help us all. I salute you, and I treasure your friendship, and I congratulate you on a magnificent decade.
Marina, congratulations on 10 years of Bocas. It's an honor to be able to celebrate this experience with you and the team. I thank you so much for sharing your valuable insight, experience, and determination with us, and for welcoming me with open arms. I can't wait to see what's in store next.
Marina Salandi Brown, you are more than talented and accomplished and this amazing ball of energy. You are so caring and you're so kind, and it's been my absolute pleasure and privilege to have worked with you. I wish you continued blessings and lots of love. Take care.
Hi Marina, happy birthday Bocas at 10. Thanks to all your commitment, dedication and determination, The festival continues to grow from strength to strength. I'm really honoured to be a director of such a vital beacon for Caribbean writing, and long may it last. Happy birthday and congratulations to you and the rest of the team.
To Marina from Ian MacDonald. I visited Bocas only once, but remember Marina vividly. She seemed to be able to be everywhere, making sure participants were involved and happy with what was going on. We had a number of interesting conversations. How did she manage that with so many people at the festival? A lovely, memorable person. She seemed to have read a lot of my books, which every author likes to think is the case. I send my warmest thanks and good wishes to Marina for her extraordinary contributions and achievements in life so far. All best wishes, Ian.
Hi, Marina. Congratulations on 10 wonderful years. 10 years of writing your legacy in our hearts and in our minds. 10 years of promoting the spoken word and written word, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. Well done and congratulations, and thank you. I'm honored to be a part of this journey.
Congratulations, Marina, on 10 years of Bocas. I just want to tell you that sharing so many years of this fabulous festival with you really meant a lot to me. So many thanks, my friend, and keep on dancing.
Very greatly. Just like to thank you very much for providing us with the Bocas Lit Fest for the past 10 years. It's become such an important part of People Tree's life. One of the very best things that ever happened to us. Thank you very much, Marina.
Marina Salandy Brown. What do I say about Marina? She's crazy, and I absolutely love it because she pushes me to be a better me every single time that I have to work with her. When I first met Marina, she was mentoring me in festival development, and I realized that you have to be a little bit crazy in order to do this for a living. You have to be a little bit crazy in order to push through every time somebody tells you no, and every time you feel like you're about to fail. So Marina, keep pushing. Thank you so much for all the pushing you've done so far, and thank you for encouraging me to be better.
Marina, what I can say, I'm very grateful from the first time I came to Bocas Lit Fest. It was something I've never truly experienced before, and I was very happy to be a part of the team. I felt like this was my external family from my real family in Jamaica. So thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Hi, Marina. I remember very clearly the days when we used to be driving up to UE to attend various literary events, and we'd be discussing the importance of having a literary festival in Trinidad and Tobago. Eventually, you bit the bullet and put together an amazing team and launched the Bocas Lit Fest. It's been 10 years, I can't believe 10 years have gone by, of highlighting our stories. Hearty congratulations on this milestone, and we look forward to many more years of your continued success.
Congratulations to the Bocas Lit Fest and Marina Salandy.